All right. What's up, folks? What's up? We are live. We are live. Testing. The audio sounds good. Man, what's up, folks? Man, how was your day? Hopefully, we all have great weekends. Hopefully, all of our weekends go as we hope, wish, and play for. So, hopefully, we have a fabulous weekend. You make the most out of it. And we'll get into this conversation, man. This is going to be one dealing with capitalism. And this one's I need to change the title. It says the standard of living in a capitalist society. No, I think that's cool. I think I'll leave the title as is. The standard of living in a capitalistic society. So I kind of want to frame it in a question, but kind of going into our own personal outlooks on these things. And capitalism hasn't shaped out the way in which people thought it would be, the way that it should have been planned. Many of the things that go into the thought of capitalism are the American dream, uh, shall we say. So the American dream hasn't really panned out the way that many people have envisioned it. Many people who come from various places globally who come to America looking for prosperity, looking for uh, this golden road, this yellow brick road that many people from abroad have always heard and envisioned about America, being that they come from systems that are failed. They come from systems that have let them down for multiple generations, and they come here to America looking for hope. And America to them has kind of been this place, America, and that's where I think the standards of the American dream begin to be diminished, corrupted, and where you have in this depiction in this picture where there's a capitalist being one of the wealthy financial elites, nothing elite about them from a human standpoint, but financially elite, who have taken all the riches for themselves, and sometimes they become so consumed with their greed that they begin to sink the whole ship. But being America in its current state looks more like an unstable boat. Uh, so, want to go into what we feel in it. How do we feel about this one? And give our thoughts and looking at some things as it looks into the economy. See, more people are kind of feeling where I've been coming from, and so I think that's where we come with this. With this title is most of these topics come from me and Brandon to have a talk on what the topic's going to be, and then through conversation just leads to the actual conversation we get in for the shows, the various topics. So we always have not what is the word I'm looking for, real progressive and deep conversations on things that societal things, different topics, conspiracies, arguments, not arguing on the phone, but arguments as far as the way in which you kind of decipher things, critical thinking and things. So that's what a lot of the topics we have. We have a lot of critical conversations where you analyze things, break things down. One person may have one side of thought, other one may have another side of a thought, and to kind of break down the argument, not one of who's wrong, who's right, wins, losses, none of that dumb kind of shit, because that leads to purposeless, conversations that have no purpose to them. They just, I guess, they go into where people are entertained. Too many people want to be entertained by arguments rather than, sitting back to having discussions. And that's why I like to a lot of times drop the links when I do have discussions. Now, when I clown Donald Trump, I don't want to hear nothing from kiss ass supporters. Before I used to, but over time, it's like, nah, these fools are so deranged. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I'm gonna just cook this fool, stomp him out, kick him in his damn head, all that other good shit. So that's just simply where I'm at when it comes to the Donald Trump shit, and why I don't really drop the link on those topics some days, but especially when it's during the school week or the work week. I really don't want to be on here for like the 5 and 6 hours that these weekend shows or this end of the week show is known to go. So that's what it is. So I'm waiting for Brandon to jump on, sent the link, Deuce Times, whenever he can jump on. Then we'll go to cooking and then we'll drop the link. So that's what we're waiting on. Let me see. All right, there we go. And so I'll go ahead and get into this thing. So let's get into this thought of capitalism and the thoughts of the ideal of capitalism and its standards. Those standards have become so far out of reach for the average, not even the average American, even the middle class American. They have become so far out of reach that it has become crazy. And the fact that when you have a nation that is controlled, its direction guided by those who are so far out of reach with its citizens that, I mean, shit, what can they do to kind of bring things back to some kind of common ground? What can they do to bring things back to surface and for people to be able to achieve things, to have things, to put away and to save? And it becomes a real sad dynamic when you see people who have worked all their lives and have done things the right way, who is, sacrificed, putting kids through schools, paid off things, and do everything to position themselves, only for them to end up retiring at the end of things and not have anything. And so that's not a cool thing. Those are things that younger generations, and where you get more of these revolutionary type movements amongst younger groups. And the reason why you have so many protests, and one thing becomes we got Brandon here. And I think the thing that becomes wrong is when you want to silence the voice of young, active type people, the activists, and who stand against a lot of things that the older do. And when you have old people who come into power and want to crush the spirit, crush the voice that younger people use to express to what their current conditions is. And that's what I think is so wrong. And it'll lead me into talking about the whole Donald Trump. And the fact he want to send guards into cities to squash protests. And I think protests are necessary. And I think activism is necessary. And especially when it has to be expressed to, have a better understanding for those who have become so, segregated from the rest of society as they go about enjoying the riches. Because I think one of the illest things about the American standard, or the American capitalistic standard, is the fact that wealth is controlled by a population of 1%. And I think that's some of the illest shit ever. What's up, B? Oh, my bad.
Do you think?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, do you think you cooking? I'm in the cut.
Yeah, so that's why I look at like where I think it's wrong when you have these groups that view, especially amongst, mainly. So when you speak about this, is where people get the term white supremacy from, is being the fact that the dominating group happens to be, the 1%, which is, populated by white males. And if we look at 1% of the American economy, if we look at an economy that is what, 14 trillion% annually, in a nation with a population of 300 million people, if you're looking at 1%, what does that make? Like 3,000 people, 300,000 people that control the goddamn complete wealth of a damn nation. That is sick. That is sick, and it furthers put people out of a gap to be able to have things. I mean, when we look at people that go through poverty, it ain't to say that poor people are people who just sit on their ass, they don't do anything, they're lazy, they're uneducated, they're dumb. No, we deal in a society which is playing people. And there's a lot of pimping and hoeing that is going on within this society. And America has to make a dramatic shift away from, people with wealth having control. And this is why people with wealth have to be kept away from our politics. But go ahead, Brendan.
Oh no, the only
Now,
thing I
no
want.
debate show. Conversation, bro.
Oh yeah, the only thing I want to add is I just want to get into the origins of capitalism and how we pick that standard of business and how it affects our living every day. Because it seems like most of us on a rat race,
Yeah, absolutely.
just to keep working to pay bills. So uh, I think, like I always say, Chris Rock said something. He said, I don't know if it was one of them comedians said that we knew how wealthy was would kill him outright in the street.
Yeah, man, it was, man, when you speaking about the rat race, I remember one of the cats I used to work with. This one out in my enterprise days. And this dude was Samoan. Now, no, I used to think he was Samoan. He's a Filipino dude. This fool was like, he went to, the birth nation of his parents, where a bunch of their family is. And so he go to the Philippines, and he's Americanized as hell. And when he goes there, he's looking down upon these people because the Philippines is a very poor nation and shit. And so he see his relatives, they living in squalor and the conditions of their society. They don't have these standards of how things are relatively, clean here in America and everything, and our roads and the just the structure of everything. It ain't like that over in the Philippines. But so he looked down upon these people. He's like ready to go. He's like ready to leave and just like, man, how can people live like this? And he looking down on his cousins, not even want to spend time with his own family. But being this is like a week trip, he said like after his third day, he began to have like an awakening and shit. He was like, when he looked up, when he put all this American bullshit judgment behind him, he looked at like, here are some of the poorest people in the goddamn nation. And the one thing he's seen is how happy these folks was. All he seen was the happiness and joy. And he was like, when he leave, as much as he was wanting to leave here, he rushing back to America to where he got to spend 10, 12 hours of his day working only to pay for a house he's barely at, to try to clothe themselves, feed himself, pay for a vehicle along with his insurance, and then to spend every month going through the same cycle of barely being able to afford shit, stressed out, unhappy. But he looking at these poor people, and everything he's seeing was just happiness in these folks. And that's just a bad circumstance to live in this nation of where you work so hard. There's so much money here, and it ain't flowing through the system. Everything ain't flowing through. It's almost like this old bullshit that, kind of a Reaganomics type theory of this trickle down bullshit to where really nothing falls down except the change that may fall out of wealthy people's pockets. And it's the illest goddamn system. And it, even like when you think about it, these are the same people that have always put our lives and send poor people, poor young dudes to go die over some economic shit. We wanted to eradicate communism. It ain't about communism being a threat and all that shit. It's just the economic ideal. And us not wanting, and capitalists not wanting that shit to spread over here in the land where there's so much here. But to suppress people, keep them poor, and always keep them, starving enough to where they have to go out and really scavenge, which means work their ass off for that shit. And I think that's one of the faulty parts of it. It's just dealing with when you're dealing with corruption in this kind of system. And then when you deal with the influence of wealthy people within the system, which makes it bad. Now, capitalism has capitalism is a great system, but when you can't weed out
Hey,
the
let's go.
corruption, huh?
When you finish with this, let's go into what is capitalism, and then we'll try to go into the origins of it.
Yeah, but when you can't weed out the level of corruption and the influence of people's money, how you can lobby these old chump ass politicians that's supposed to represent the people and they don't. The fact that for capitalism to really work is to get, you have to get these think tank people that really for the people, by the people. That's what the republic is about, being for the people, by the people. And when you shift away from that shit and you can corrupt people by lining their pockets, you end up with flaws. In a capitalistic system, in any system, you have to regulate that shit. Now, when we go through these every 4 years of how we vote, who we put in, who we put out, and then the first thing they want to do is start chipping away at regulations for them to be able to stuff their pockets and align their friends with stuff in their pockets. That's where we go wrong. But go ahead, take over, and I'll pull this up.
Oh no, I agree, but I think what you asking for is an oxymoron. As long as money is the goal, then that's what corrupts people. And then when money come power and excess and all that other shit. Think about it, Reg. These people could corrupt you so much so where they can offer you islands, they can offer you countries, they can offer you little kingdoms, they can offer you all of this stuff, man. So nothing makes you have a good character. Nothing does that because they can buy you. Everybody got a price. You know what I mean? People pay like they don't. Everybody got a price. And it just depends on what you're willing to do. And we watch people do it all the time. And we say, look at them, look at what they did for money. Hell, we watch people we so desensitized to it You go down Figueroa and see what people do for money. We drive right by it.
But are they? Is it only just for money, or is it because they're being starved out in this system that we're talking about?
But ultimately, it's for money. Nah, that's not a good article. Go to what you think that? Okay, let's do that. Let's try it.
Yeah, let's go through its main point. So, it got
Okay.
what is
Hey, go
capitalism?
up, go up, go up a little bit because it got a little video. You can't click on that video, or
Yeah.
it shouldn't be. Yeah, let's click on that
All right, and
because
these gonna be the table of contents over here. All right, let's
okay,
see.
because that should take us through the whole article.
The profit motive of producers, and private ownership of property. Capitalism stands in direct contrast to government-controlled economies, where production and prices are set by a central decision-making body. As a system based on free markets, the prices of various goods are negotiated between the buyer and seller. Because producers have an incentive to maximize profit, they tend to provide items that are relatively scarce, and therefore attract a higher price. Economist Adam Smith argued that this profit motive actually benefited society at large. He compared free markets to an invisible hand, pushing producers towards goods and services for which there is greatest need. Timothy, a farmer, initially wanted to plant corn in the spring, but an oversupply around the world has lowered prices. Instead, he decides to plant soybeans, which are more profitable because of a smaller supply relative to demand. If too many producers make the same decision as Timothy, the free market will correct itself. Soybean prices will go down, and farmers will choose to focus on another crop, or perhaps go into another line of work altogether. Advocates of capitalism believe this system is significantly more efficient than a centrally controlled economy. However, critics suggest that it can also lead to wealth being concentrated in a relatively small segment of the population to the detriment
Stop
of
it.
other
Stop it.
groups. In reality, a purely
See, it just gave you the detriment of what it does. Yeah, a capitalist society. Yeah, it's free market, but what it does is the downside of is what we talked about. It only put the money in a certain group in the hands of people in a certain group. That's what it just said. Did you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I just want to make sure that we caught that point. That's exactly what you said.
believe this system is significantly more efficient than a centrally controlled economy. However, critics suggest that it can also lead to wealth being concentrated in a relatively small segment of the population to the detriment of other groups. In reality, a purely capitalist system is hard to find. Even in the United States, for example, the government subsidizes certain industries for social and political reasons. But in most transactions, the only thing controlling the price is the consumer's willingness to buy.
Yeah, and it's supposed to work that way, but most consumers ain't educated enough to figure that shit out.
Whoa.
But go ahead, we'll
No, it's
go.
not. No, it ain't that. It ain't got nothing to do with the consumer no more. What it is that the wealth has been concentrated. This system don't work anymore. It's broke. It's a broken system. What the system basically what happened was it tilted all the way to the other side. Well, like you said, only a select few have access to the money or control all the money. It's only like you said, less than 300 people control all the wealth in America and probably throughout the world. So it's something wrong with that.
And
That's
that's where you
why
have
it
to
don't
go
work.
about stripping. That's why you have to have regulation. Now there's this sweep across the globe with authoritarianism, and a bunch of these people who have this type of king-like ideology. A lot of them is starting to work together, and that has been a warning for a long time. But even the people warned that have been the people who've corrupted capitalism as well. The
Pull
only
that thing back up too.
No, I'm gonna put it up. I think the only revolution has to come through the people. The people have to start to regulate this shit.
I agree.
The people have to regulate their populations.
But they not though. You know why?
Because people caught up on this party split shit.
No, you corrupt the people. How do you corrupt them? You
Yeah, the
give
people
them
corrupt.
you give them bullshit. You give them luxury. You create this bullshit, and then that's what corrupts the people. See, the thing about it is the only way from my perspective, I see why religion does what it does, and even I was watching. Have you ever watched the Amish videos of the people who escaped from the Amish and all of that shit? And do you watch the Amish people?
No, I've heard like I haven't watched the full show, but I know it's a lot of the younger girls that are trying to break away from that shit.
Okay, but here's the thing. What I appreciate about them is the values, not the religious dogma that put on top of them, but the values that they shun all the bullshit or try to shun all the bullshit and just appreciate the what life is for what it is. They don't have a birth certificate. They don't have all this bullshit. They don't get into all of this. What it is the way they feel is you earn by the sweat of your brow, or you earn what you put down. It ain't no, they don't have a capitalistic system there. They damn near got a barter system where if you help me, I help you. So the intent is communal. I think that the capitalism system should be done away with, and we should be looking to a communal system where I'll just give you an example. I know people hate to
I
say
want to
this.
debate against that, but go ahead.
I know people hate to look at it like this, but I gotta say this. This is what I think should happen. I think that everybody, not communism, but I think everybody have a place in society, right? You got the mechanics. You got people that are just natural born mechanics. I believe everybody should be tested to see where they fit into society, and everything should be free. And everything that we do is to serve each other. There is no more capitalism. There is no more pay for this, pay for that. But everybody got something to do that keeps the greater good of the world going. That's how I think it should be.
No, see, my argument against that, and this is one of like the fundamental ideals of capitalism. That and the one thing is to spurn entrepreneurship. You have to spurn development, advancement in the society, and only those who are creative and inventive enough, they have to have an incentive behind that. So you have to have societies
What's
where
the incentive?
the incentive is wage. The incentive
It's
is
money, riches, right? The
being
same
rich.
shit that's
But the thing,
destroyed it.
no, this is the thing. Say you have companies like a Microsoft of how what's this fool? What's the fool created that shit? Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Of how you have a company created like by a guy like Bill Gates, to where with his company and being that it only comes from his ideal, but all the work ain't done by him. There has to be set in society, in capitalist society, to where there is a fair bargaining amongst the people, because of one of the ills of
So you
capitalism.
saying it should be a cap on Bill Gates? Something that should have capped him. That's what you said.
No, not so much of a cap, but a share in the wealth that he's accumulated through his company.
That's a cap, bro. But so that means you putting a cap on his wages.
The more he earns, the more it has to be shared with the people who actually do the work in the company.
That's not capitalism. That's called wealth redistribution. That's not capitalism, bro.
But capitalism is only about fair trade, free and open markets. That's all fair. That's all capitalism is. But as far as population, the fact with the creation of an industrialized society is the fact that you create jobs, you create opportunities. It ain't to where you just pull all the money and it sits in one motherfucker's pockets, or people with a vast ass company with $100,000 employees, and this fool has 3 times. No, some of these fools have 10 times.
Did you say 10?
Or it may be 100 times the wealth
50,
of the whole company that is held by one dude, and that shit is not cool.
But that's capitalism. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not capitalism. It
is.
No, that's the ranging of how these companies have structured themselves, because there's no regulation in that shit.
It is regulation.
No, it's not. They let the market, because when you go in companies, when you look at companies, you talk money. Companies set, capitalism is based on the market setting the price on shit. That's why there's in certain industries, there's restrictions on demand and all that shit, control of supplies to break monopolies amongst them. These fools, wait, hold on, I dropped my point. Hold on, let me catch up on.
I know you did.
No, I'm gonna catch it. No, that's what I was talking about with the with capitalism, where the market sets price on everything. So it ain't that you just accumulate all the
The,
wealth or you place caps. It's just free open markets.
but
The,
but
the
it's
market
not though. But
the
it's
market,
not.
it's the thing. When consumers don't understand, the market is supposed to set pricing. Now, if they continue to want to inflate pricing and go up on pricing, and then you get all these fools in society don't have an understanding of the world they live in, and they constantly grab it. I
Which
need.
means this don't work. Which means capitalism promotes individuality. Hold on, let me say
Go
this.
ahead, go ahead.
Capitalism promotes individuality and selfishness. I'm not see people always equate free stuff to communism. I'm not talking about free where you don't do a fucking thing. This is the way I look at it. Once again, you go to school, right? In them schools, you given certain tests to see where you test that. You get test, you get test 3 times in your life, right? This is how I look at it. You get 3 different tests. You get one when you're a child to see what classes you get placed in, right? Then you get hit again after puberty when you become a teenager, right? Then you get hit again. But these placements, all of this shit is geared toward where you're gonna be placed. The talented and gifted, we ship them off automatically to science and technology STEM schools. Everybody else, the other people who may be manual labor are better at that, but there is no distinction in the classes though. That's the thing about it. There ain't no distinction. So it ain't no, oh, he better than him because he's a mechanic, because there ain't no ways. The only thing you do is you working for the greater good of humanity. You take the banking system away. And then not only, you don't have to build a house that's equal to in every, because you take away the reward. The reward is the betterment of humanity. There is no monetary gain. There is no nothing. So you take away all of that, and the only thing you have left is each other. Is each other. And then you let the scientists, you take away all the politicians, you strip all that shit away. What you do is you train people in you test the children, you train the people up in government, and that's their job. Their job is to be in government. You got some children, the job, they're gonna be the generals and shit. Them the ones that you send to military school and all that. Everybody gets tested in the society, everybody. And it's a field and a place for everybody. Some people, it's gonna be some people that work in community, it's gonna be some people that work in technology development, shit like that. But everybody gets tested, and it's based on your skill set. And not only that, I'm gonna tell you something else that's G too. After a certain age, you retire. The age should be 33. After 33, you don't work no more. Then the next working class step up. Then you see what I'm saying? So everybody gets to enjoy the life and not participate in the 1% rat race, but you contribute it to society. That's what I think. Go ahead. Tell me what you would think. And you ain't got to base it on capitalism.
No, I won't say that will always work, because I think what you're talking about testing society is where in certain job fields you can't just walk in there. You have to be tested. You have to have the credentials. They got to make sure you have the studies behind that. So everything you saying you
That's not
want,
true. That's a lot. But that's
no,
not
it's
true.
very true. You can't walk into
Yes, you
a
can. Yes, you
hospital and
can.
say,
Depending
no,
on
you
who you are. Yes, you can.
bro, let me get my point. That ain't even effective conversation, homie. You can't
Okay.
walk in a hospital and say you a damn doctor. You have to have the credentials that back that shit. You can't walk into somewhere and say you're an engineer. You have to have the credentials to back that shit. But also, oh, that one point I forgot about when I was talking about the capitalism, about the free market, is that when you look at certain industries, and this is the when I was talking about Bill Gates and the word not setting a cap, but setting the where there has to be an even district, not even an even, but a fair distribution of wealth. When you look at companies and how companies can preserve themselves and save money and not paying people, that this can be the number one company in the industry. They hold all the market share, 90%. But the way they can get around with paying you what you're supposed to be deserving of is to base it off of every one of their competitors and talk this competitive pay shit. And that is wrong. That's the argument I had with the CEO of my company recently, where it's like how they bring in people to do analytical processes on how they
Right. It's
determine
called comps. It's
wages.
called market value. Right.
Yeah,
Market value.
and they make it competitive. Oh, we're above the competition. That's bullshit. But when you look at what's being brought in as far as revenue in a company and profits at everything distributed, there should be a distribution of that shit to its workers and things, because that does not that all that, and that's a benefit to society. That's a benefit to a capitalist society for it to spread across people. But for a small ass group to hold all of the money in the society, that starves the society out. And
No, it
that's the
don't.
problem.
That's
Yes, it
capitalism.
does. But that
It don't.
starves the rest of society. No, the country, when you look at the country as a whole, the country then brought in 14 trillion annually. 14 trillion annually, but all of it is held over here. The small pot is over here of the people they expect to consume all this shit. That's where you run into a problem in this shit. But like back to what your point about setting up the system of people take tests and then they see where they're at. I have to ask the question: at what age do you determine of where you feel these people?
That's why I said you do it 3 times.
So
You
what ages are you? What's the
but
ages?
I don't. Once again, one age is gonna be elementary school, the initial test, right? Then after puberty, teenager, you hit them again, right? And then one more time, 10 years before they get ready to retire, because people develop different. So they might develop and they might gain more knowledge in different areas and be more developed where they can go in a different field. See what I'm saying? Like, I think that once you strip away the money and you strip away the bullshit, like the money, the attaining the wealth, I gotta have the big house, I gotta have this, I gotta have that. Once you take all that away, I gotta have a Rolex. Once you gotta take that shit away, you know what I'm saying? And then people, they giving out Rolex. You take the value of shit away, then you take the rat race away, and people concentrate on their standard of living more. I bet you we'll get a cure for cancer because it's more in the treatment. It's more money in the treatment than it is for the cure. Once you cure it, it's gone. But you could treat it and you can keep sending motherfuckers to radiation. So that's what I think. I just think something different got to be done. With this perpetual, this not gonna work.
But no, but like I said, I don't think there's no system. That's when we go back in the article, we'll see what was before there, and then other systems you look at. Because
it was the barter system, the feudal system.
Barter system don't work. Barter systems work in small communal groups. When you're looking at society as a whole, you have advanced societies. The other factor being that you have corporations that dominate everything. These corporations to where you have government that interferes with picking winners and losers, picking who they're closest with, setting up, winning situations. That's an issue because you don't deal with a free-flowing competitive society, which is what capitalism is based around. And then that's where you get all the wicked twist in all this shit. But I don't think that you can work a barter system in a large nation. You have to have things that incentivize people's creativity to where people are rewarded behind
like
this.
What? Money.
Everything got to be about money because you live in a global society. You have to be able to go somewhere and say, I want this, I want this. The issue in our society
what if it was
is
free?
the fact, well, let me say this, is the fact you're not earning, you're not earning, you ain't being distributed what you should be getting a chunk of.
I agree.
And that's the problem. And
when you change that, Rich, it's not capitalism. That's the point that I keep trying to make to you.
It is capitalism, bro.
It can't be. Think about what you said. It's a whole different system of government when you make sure that the people who own the lower rung, you got to understand, with capitalism, it has to be a poor class of people. Without that, it cannot be capitalism. There has to be a class of poor people. It has to be. For the rich, for it to keep running the way it runs on poor people. It runs on the back of poor people. It has to be poor people, or it's no longer, or the way it's set up, it's no longer classism. What you talking about is a hybrid type of system like that. We can't call it classism because you want to redistribute the wealth, which I agree with you if we're gonna operate on the monetary value.
Yeah, but it's still capitalism, bro. What it is weeding out the level of corruption you have that has manifested in the system. And it's been manifested since the late to early 1900s and shit. The late 1800s, early 1900s, to where you have had this stripping away of wealth. It's even what moves this nation away from its gold standards. And it's the fact that many people in this nation don't have a voice. This where elections become so contentious. And this is where things become so feudal, as stripping away your abilities to vote. All this shit changes with the type of people you put that are supposed to represent the people, that stand true to what this shit is all about. but you can't get away from a monetary system, bro. You have
Yes,
to
you
be able to.
can. You
You
can.
have to be able to choose what you want. If some people can afford the Rolls and they have that income, then that's what they earn. Some people can get the BMWs or the Mercedes, then that's what
That's
they get.
capitalism. That's classism. That's fucking classism and
That's not
capitalism,
classism. That's you being able to earn with what you make.
which put you in a certain class.
Everybody's supposed to get the lion's share. But what we see with wealthy people, what they earn, they're not doing any work. And therefore they should not be able to retain the type of money they retain without distributing that shit. You have had, and then you deal with this like somebody was bringing up, Clyde, what TJ is bringing up. When you factor in where a lot of the real control of how the wealthy one controls shit, and this constant hyper push of AI shit, that further damages our society and shit. And the fact that if people buy into this shit, become dependent on it,
Are you
like,
out your mind? AI is here and it's coming fast and ain't going nowhere. What you
and and
talking about?
and, and that's some of the foolish shit that people are going to buy into. But I don't disagree with you at all. I don't disagree with you. But there is a way that people can break away from that shit.
They not. They finna integrate in their everyday lives. Have you seen the new Meta glasses? Have you seen some of these glasses that
I don't see
translate?
them selling like that, but yeah, I have seen it.
Man, go pull up some of these glasses and stuff that's coming.
No,
I've
we
been
don't got to
looking
pull up.
into
'Cause I
this
want to
stuff.
stay on the
Oh,
topic. But I
okay,
have
yeah,
seen
you're
it.
right. You're right. But you had something up a minute ago on that, and it was showing the systems before capitalism
Yeah,
or
yeah,
the
I still got it up.
yeah, because I want to see. It's like capitalism is a
It's new.
relatively new type of system. I mean, social arrangement for producing goods in an economy. It arose largely along with the advent of the Industrial Revolution. New bullshit. Before capitalism, other systems of production and social organization were prevalent. Feudalism, I just told you that, and the roots of capitalism. The reason I knew of feudalism, I sped read that when you had it up the first time. uh, Capitalism grew out of European feudalism. See, European bullshit. I keep telling you, you're gonna learn from Big B's.
But no, we'll go in there. Y'all be having misinterpretations. You
No,
can't.
I don't. How the fuck am I? Okay, go ahead,
Let's
Red.
go into it. We're gonna go into it. Keep reading. Let's go.
You don't want to break that down? You sure? I don't
No,
mind.
no, let's get to the end of it. We hold that thought, but let's get
Okay,
through it. We just hold the thought.
okay, all right. uh Capitalism grew out of European feudalism up into we know what feudalism is, right? Well, it's going to tell us
Yeah.
up until the 12th century. A very small percentage of the population of Europe lived in towns. Skilled workers lived in the city but received their keep from feudal lords rather than a real wage. And most workers, that's still going on to this day, just so you know. It just named capitalism. And most workers were serfs for titled nobles. However, by the late Middle Ages, rising urbanism with cities as centers of industry and trade became more and more economically important. Under feudalism, society was segmented into classes based on birth or family lineage. Lords, nobility were the landowners, while the serfs, peasants, and laborers didn't own land, but were under the employ of the nobility. The advent of industrial revolution, the trades, and encouraged more people to move into towns where they could earn more money working in a factory than existing at a subservient level in exchange for labor. We'll stop there. Then we'll go mercantilism after this. Go ahead, get your thought out, and then we'll go. Because I
No,
know
no,
you
because
said
you
you
was
had
going
a thought.
somewhere with the when you were bringing up
Oh, the feudalism. Basically, they just swap titles. So basically, instead of lords and nobles, it because you still uh based on your family and what nobility you born into, it's still an advantage for you. The thing about it is they just changed the name. Instead of lords and shit, that's your boss, that's your supervisor. The serfs, that's the poor working class. That's what you call either lower middle class or what's lower than the middle class?
poor.
Poor. That's what most of us are low middle class uh next to poor. That's what the search was. So what they basically said, instead of this, so they had them working on the farms while the serfs lived in town in them big ass castles and shit, and that's how they made their money off the backs of them. So what happened was, with the advent of towns and shit, they just moved closer to towns and started working in these people fucking factories. They just flipped it. It's the same shit. But go ahead, you can read mercantilism.
Uh,
That's what I gathered. I don't know how you interpret it, but go ahead. I'm
yeah,
just
because
saying.
I look at like with the feudal system, because even broadened apart about when people left from out of this. So when you're dealing like in the 12th century, very small percentage of the population in Europe lived in towns, and then you work for all the you work for where you didn't own shit. You work for the king. They gave you, I guess, housing, food, and board, and all this shit. To where when you move, as you move out of the towns and more in the urban areas, you're able to work and try to get ahead. That's what led, and when you look at that system, that's what led a lot of Europeans up out of Europe to come into this new system, especially and this is what crucial with when you deal with George Washington, all them and shit. Them
Man,
breaking
are
away
you
from,
losing your mind? Are you losing your damn mind?
bro.
They
Let's speak on
George
it.
Washington, they created the system. The English people, the Europeans, they brought the system with them.
That's
What are you
not the
talking
same
about?
system, bro. That ain't the same system. Yeah, you fashion
You
around
tripping.
it. It
You
ain't the
tripping.
same system. No, bro. They break away from them having to pay the king and all this other shit, dealing with this over taxation, not being represented. That's what broke them away from that shit.
No,
Dealing in free markets. That's what
no,
broke them away. It is, bro.
no,
To where
no.
you're not dealing
What did
with a king and their family.
no, bro?
Yes, bro. Like regardless, you bring in this old revolutionary black ideals, and revolutionary black ideals have no system set up. This is where that shit begins, bro. This is
Bro.
this is this is a European based system. What
Yeah,
makes
it is.
what makes Europeans leave out of Europe to come to America?
They dominate the world. They went everywhere.
No, no, no. They can go anywhere else. What makes them come to
They
America?
did. What
What
make
makes
them
them
go
come to
everywhere?
America?
What make them go? What make? Let's pull up water. Hold
Thank
on,
you, Deshaun.
Red. Just chill. Let's do history because I'm a
We
historian
going
and
to
you
history.
not. Okay, now. Okay, let's go slow. Why did the Pilgrims come over on the Mayflower? Did it have something to do with money?
It probably that as well. And discovery,
Pull
it
it
ain't
up.
shit. It ain't.
Pull
It
it
ain't
up.
shit. It ain't shit in Europe neither.
Mm-mm. Pull up why they came over.
We'll pull up why the Pilgrims came. You gotta keep
Yeah.
talking. I gotta type this shit in.
Basically, from what I understood, the Pilgrims came over to escape first religious persecution. They wanted to come over here to practice what they wanted to practice as far as religion. That's number one. So, and then when you talk about the system of capitalism and all that, the Industrial Revolution, that started over there in Europe, and they brought that, they just tweaked on it. So instead of a king, instead of this form of government, they didn't pick a monarchy, they picked a republican form of government. See, religious. Hold on. I don't want to say always right with Brandon. Not only
Always right with Reggie Owens, homie.
could you say that was kind of fruity. But what I'm gonna say is when a historian speaks, those that don't know should listen.
Yeah,
I ain't
then
gotta
you
go to
should
Al.
listen.
I
Then you
ain't
should
gotta go to
listen to
Al.
me.
I ain't gotta go to I ain't gotta go to Al. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Read what
economic
it says.
opportunities, in addition to religion, because all that
It say
religion, Catholicism, all
what
that
I
other
tell you
bullshit,
what was first. What I tell you the first thing they came over for.
it ain't got it put in no 1, 2, and 3.
It
Yeah.
does.
All right, so we're
It's
gonna say
in
this number one.
addition. It does. Go ahead, Rick. You a
Yeah,
fine
because
dude. I see
you,
what you're trying to do. You're a fine dude. You skipped
man,
over.
I'm just always right, homie.
You
But no,
not.
let's read it. No, we in
Read
conversation.
it.
We ain't in
Go
competition.
ahead.
Let's
No,
read it.
I'm just tripping on you. Go
The
ahead.
pilgrims wanted to practice their faith without persecution.
Mm-hmm.
Religion is ill. Religion is evil as fuck. That's
Hold
what
on.
religion is always interfered with the advancement. Religion has always been feudal with fucking science and all that shit.
Hold
So these
on,
people
Reggie.
want to come here for discovery, other shit. But
Hold
and then
on,
this shit is also full of shit too, because
Reggie. I'm going
because
on mute.
it doesn't go into, well, what they were doing is they go into these other lands. So in addition, in economic, but this is to America, says in addition to religious motivation, says the pilgrims were also looking for better economic prospects. Says they hope to establish a new life in America that would provide more opportunities. Community. Pilgrims aim to create community based on their own religious values, says, where families could thrive together in supportive environment. All that old Utah shit. The pilgrims had already fled the Netherlands, says, to escape religious persecution, says, but they found the Dutch culture too different and wanted to preserve their English identity. So they brought their asses here. Always, right?
Man, if you don't stop. But anyway, they didn't say nothing about no goddamn capitalism. Number one, don't say nothing about that.
There was no capitalism. It's breaking away from those systems they had over. Even when Britain came here and America started being established as a land, that's what created the conflict of where British people split from that system, paying taxes to the king, them not
That
being able to get ahead. Everything got
that's
to
not
go to them.
no.
Everything they
That's
worked
not
for.
why. That's no. It was taxation without representation, which means what
Yeah,
they
listen,
wanted. What they wanted,
go ahead. State my point.
they would have paid taxes. They didn't have a problem with paying taxes. They just wanted to be represented. They wanted their own representatives, the people that run them, they wanted to say in what they taxes did and a say. That's it. Now, all this shit you talking about, man,
And that's capitalism, bro. And that's the way it's supposed to work. Everything they fought for is what it should have been fought for. You get new generations of motherfuckers that start this money shit, and the
it's not
fact that
new.
poor people, no, it's the fact that poor people don't stand on shit. And this
Okay,
has been something early, like even when you go into like a real turning
Red,
point in a lot of this shit. But let me say this, and a lot of this shit is when you go tapping into that Gilded Age shit, and you seeing more of that shit being repeated currently. You look at all this shit, the ages of the Rockefellers, all that Gilded shit, and look what was happening with the rest of society.
rich. What happens to poor people when they become rich? Do they become part of the rich side of the system? Do they want to try to uphold the system, or do they want to fight for poor people like they was once poor? What happens? What do the
No,
money
a lot.
do?
No. Some it depends. It's the attitude. We already know. I know where you're going, but yeah, a lot of them do. A lot of them do forget where they come from, and that becomes a problem. And that becomes a problem. But that's where you also have to have government because
So if you
let me say this on
go
the on
ahead,
the side of earning of labor jobs and all that shit, corporations, you have government that's supposed to oversee that shit. Now when this side is fucking over with this side, manipulating this side, that's where you get these problems because the government's role is to represent the people and regulate that
rich,
shit.
rich. Is the government an entity of itself, or is it individual people that make up the
It's
government who can be corrupted?
the government is supposed to be representative of the people, and you
That's
don't
not what,
see that.
not what I asked.
That's the situation we have at hand, bro. And those are the
Rich,
things. Those are the things that have to correct it.
rich. As long
It's
as you
simple as that. What and even when you going into your thoughts on shit, what has changed for China?
what you mean?
Where is
It,
China at globally?
China's supposedly the number 2 superpower in the world.
What has changed for China?
As a matter of fact, they're supposed to be they're supposed to be they're supposed to be richer than Americans right now. They're American I mean, they Chinese citizens. What?
What has changed for China?
Communism, the way they practice
No.
communism. What?
They have blended capitalism heavily into that shit. That's what has changed for China, bro.
China is communist.
Yeah, in its government structure, but as far as its
Right.
markets,
Right.
freeform,
No,
it's
it's not.
a capitalistic market.
No,
But the
it's not.
fact that China does a great job in regulating that shit. They
That's
regulate
communism,
shit.
Red.
Yeah, no, that's not communism, bro.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not because they have a large what is this like wealth. They have a lot of wealthy people. They have a
Yeah, they
huge
do.
wealth. They have a lot of
They have like a
individual.
middle class, like
Yeah,
a good middle
they
class.
they
Yeah.
have a wealth class, middle class, lower middle class.
Red.
They
But
have all
listen
that
to me,
shit
Red.
because they have
Red.
adopted. But the fact their government restricts a lot of shit from happening to
Which
corrupt
is
that nation.
communism. When your
Yeah.
government restricts the flow, when your government censors the way you make money, when your government censors everything you do, that's communism, my brother.
No, but it's still government, bro.
I
You have
know,
to,
which makes it communism.
but no, the thing that has worked for them is that they have regulated and weeded out corrupt. They'll throw a billionaire in prison in a heartbeat. They find that billionaire doing some twisted shit, he'll be thrown in jail, and they ain't that far away from executing his ass because they refuse to have somebody to derail what they have. They look at the American situation and see how fucked up it is.
You
They
think
have
that?
learned their lessons from watching this motherfucker.
That's not true. It's a ruling
It,
class in China. That's not true.
no,
What you talking about is not true.
China has pulled itself out of the depths of fucking the
I agree.
slum, bro.
I agree.
And they have
How did
done
they?
this shit by opening their doors.
That's not how they did it.
To how they do it.
It's called. Man, you don't know about the hunt the belt
Let's
tighten
go.
up. Okay, pull up the belt. Tight. It's called belt and
Yeah,
tighten
we're
or
gonna
some
pull it
shit.
up, but click on it, and
Basically,
we're gonna explore it.
what they did was they started rationing the food. They started rationing everything. They started, and then they cut. They damn a lot of their population died off in the 70s and shit like that. Once they came out of that, they started building infrastructure and shit like that around China, roads. They started building buildings, shit like that. But go look at what happened first. They didn't just come out of this shit. That's not what happened. It didn't work like that. And they didn't. And what helped them was they able to mass produce shit. Did you see that new bridge China built? I know you seen. I know that came across your YouTube feed. Don't act like I ain't the only one seen it.
To talk about China ain't to jump in 2025, bro.
No,
You
I'm
must go
saying
through its timeline.
stop pulling up the AI bullshit, man. You need to know.
It's a summary, bro. We can go into
No,
the other shit. This just give, and we gonna go into real articles. It breaks
no,
it
this
down.
dude just typed up
Economic
economic.
reform. Look,
No,
economic reform, globalization. They open the
no.
doors. That's what you gonna
No,
get in anything you read, bro.
bro,
Let's,
no, you don't know what led to
Brandon,
that.
you happen to be wrong, bro. So
I'm not
regardless of
wrong.
what articles
Okay,
I
all
pull
right,
up,
go
it's
ahead,
gonna
bro.
prove me right. Look,
You framing it a certain way, but you not
no,
giving
it's
it a
not.
certain
It's no
history.
framing. It's gonna go. What
No,
article you want to pull up?
go ahead. Now go ahead. We can move on. I finna go to
No,
something.
no,
Go
don't
ahead.
move on. We gonna
No,
go
no,
into
go
this.
ahead. Go ahead,
Capitalism
bro.
has changed these motherfuckers. Let, let's go. Keep going. You want to go into what changed it, right?
And you
You
got
know.
it, brother. Go ahead, man. Go
All
ahead.
right.
We could stay in here or we can go. We can move on. It's up to
No,
you.
we drifted into China
You
real
got it.
quick, and like I
You got it.
said, the thing that
I'm going on
changed
mute.
them,
It's
the
not.
thing that changed them was the fact that they have blended capitalism into the way they structure themselves.
No.
They had to. They opened the doors to foreign investment. They have created almost semi free markets and fair markets, and they don't allow foreigners to interfere with their shit. And that's the issue that America cries about with them. They
Red,
manipulation of
red,
currency. Yeah, go ahead.
red, red. Let me explain something to you. What I'm talking about is what prepared them to do this. It was not capitalism. It was communism, full first belt tightening, starvation, communism
I'm not
that
arguing
prepared them
Deng
for this. That's
Xiaoping. I'm
what
not
I'm talking
arguing
about.
Deng Xiaoping doing that shit.
That's
Not
what I'm talking about. Say they're able to do that when you got a labor force that you don't really pay, that you have, they got subsidized housing where the government regulate everything they do. Is hell yeah. That's the point that I'm talking about.
but that still doesn't change the fortune. They fortunes change when they start bringing in where they start taking on roles, especially where America fucks itself. This goes back into the greed of the wealthy. The wealthy begin to want to break unions, not want to pay motherfuckers, all this racial bullshit that plays a part into this shit. There's like a conversation I was having with one of the cats I work with about the Gary, Indiana situation. Gary, Indiana, prosperous as hell. Soon as the racial dynamic shift in there, blacks began to gain economic and political power. What they do? Take this fucking iron working job and all this other shit, outsource it over to China. China done fucking took over these old greedy, lazy capitalists of France, Britain, and fucking America, taking jobs away from their citizens and allowing the damn Chinese think they go on there for cheaper labor, and the Chinese actually learning how to do this shit, how to process everything, and then you start getting white Americans crying about this shit, and that's where China began to learn the know-how of doing shit. And as simple as that, NAS will begin to change its fortunes. They start taking factories away from Americans, kicking Americans out of their damn country. and that's what began to turn them around. Now they in the development of every damn thing.
They ain't kick no Americans out of their country.
Man, they have taken away. And China started being known for that shit. Them taking over American manufacturing.
I can
Americans don't
see that.
manufacture over there. The government control that shit.
Of course, it's communism.
Yeah, but they still allow corporations to actually run that shit, and they'll level out the level of greed. But they have changed the prosperity of its people through capitalism, bro. They've opened the doors. They are trading globally. Like
It's not
America can't
capitalism.
even
Stop
influence.
calling it capitalism.
Bro, it is a fucking
Can't
hybrid
be.
version of capitalism, bro.
Look,
There's
look,
still
there you look, he changed it.
No, I ain't changed anything. I'm not saying, and this is what you want to hear. This is why I say y'all interpretations of shit be so. This will make y'all so incorrect on a lot of shit. Is y'all interpretation or the way y'all hear things?
What's the name of the Chinese market? It's a name for it. It ain't capitalism. What's the name of it?
What you talking about? The name of it? What you wanted to say? Communism?
No, I want to know. No, it's a hybrid. We agree. I agree it's a hybrid. What's the name of it? Because it ain't no fucking capitalism.
It's still a capitalistic idea behind their market. I don't know what they call it. What's the language? We'll pull something up on China. Let me find something since people always have issues with Wikipedia. But go ahead, keep cooking.
Nah, you can have Wikipedia, man. I ain't tripping on nothing.
Here we go. Let me see. This is perfect. London Daily. Let's go into this London Daily article. So this would be perfect. So from the London Daily, this is today. Shit.
That's the BBC.
And they says how China became the world's economic miracle. It says historic reform propelled China from poor and isolated to one of the world's economic superpowers. It took China less than 70 years to emerge from isolation and become one of the world's greatest economic powers.
That's what it was called. I just read down to the bottom. It's called a Great Leap Forward. I couldn't think of that shit for nothing in the world. That's what laid the groundwork. The Great Leap Forward. My bad. I'm sorry.
The Great Leap Forward doesn't explain that shit is a word, so we got to read it. So it says, as a country celebrates its anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, says we look back on how it transformed us, of how its transformation spread unprecedented wealth and deepened inequality, says across the Asian giant. When the Communist Party came to control of China, says it was very, very poor. There was no trading, there were no trading partners, no diplomatic relationships. They were relying on self-sufficiency. And that's part of that tighten the belt shit, being self-sufficient inside the company. Over the past 40 years, China has introduced a series of landmark market reforms.
Always right with Brandon.
Always right with Reggie, bro. That's capitalist.
Wrong. You're wrong. First of all, China has introduced a series of landmark market reforms to open up trade routes and investment flows. Now, this is why I'm talking about laying the groundwork. This is why I say you don't know nothing about history.
Bro,
the 1950s has seen one of the biggest human disasters of the 20th century. The Great Leap Forward was Mao Zedong's attempt to rapidly industrialize China's peasant economy, but it failed. And 10 to 40 million people died. But they say it failed. It didn't fail.
Brandon, you're wrong, bro.
Rich, it didn't fail. It laid the groundwork for them but it did work. People died. They saying it failed because of the economic disaster and the shit they went through.
But watch what's going to change that.
No, what I'm saying is
you about to read and leave. You about to leave yourself into an always right situation.
Just listen to me. Just listen to me. What I'm saying
I'm listening to you try to frame what you about to read.
Because I already read the damn whole article. Because Mao Zedong laid the groundwork to strengthen and to make his people know that they would have to sacrifice to make the Great Leap Forward. That's what they did. That's why they was able to come together and make these rapid expansions and shit like that. That's why they do it right now. Anyway, let's go to it. It's a Mao Zedong. How long? Why you?
My
bad. The most fatal famine in human history. This was followed by the economic disruption of the Cultural Revolution.
Where you at?
In the 1960s. I'm in the second right here.
Oh.
A campaign which Mao lost to rid the Communist Party of his rivals, but which ended up destroying much of the country's social fabric. workshop of the world. Yet after Mao's death in 1967, reforms spearheaded by Deng Xiaoping began to reshape the economy. Peasants were granted rights to form their own plots, improving living standards and easing food shortages. The door was open for foreign investments at the U.S.-China reestablished ties in 1979, eager to take advantage of cheap labor and low rent costs. That's what I'm telling you. He laid the
Nah,
groundwork for this
nigga.
shit.
Always right with
We
Reggie.
didn't say nothing no different. What are we saying different?
You want to be part of the group? It's all good.
Yeah, you
Let's keep
tripping.
reading.
All right. Okay. It say throughout the 90s, China began to clock rapid growth rates and join the world trade. Man, I want you to pull up that bridge they built.
I'm gonna pull it up.
That's gonna blow your mind. It became the workshop of the world. And then but we know all of
No,
this.
keep reading. It's for we got people
Oh,
watching.
okay. It take these figures from London School of Economics 1978. Exports were 10 billion. I can't see less than 1% of world trade. By 1985, they hit 25 billion. In a little under 2 decades, the exports valued 4.3 trillion, making China the world's largest trading nation in goods. I ain't mad at them. That's what I'm talking about, Trump. Put your foot on their ass. Scroll down.
Wait, where you get Trump from?
We don't need them to be the largest. We need to be the largest. That's why Trump putting tariffs on their goods.
Man,
Anyway,
did you see when Trump tried to put tariffs? What happened to the American market?
what
Like
happened?
that motherfucker went under.
That was on a Friday, right?
Yeah.
And
No,
then
no,
Monday,
no,
and
no.
then Monday, it was on a
What?
Friday, and then Monday
Oh,
what
what's my?
happened?
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
Monday what
No,
happened?
no. Trump did his taco shit.
And then what happened?
Trump did the taco. What
And
they
then it
say?
went,
Trump always cowers out.
and
When
then it
Trump
went
stopped
right
that
back
tough
up
talk,
again.
no, it went up when he stopped talking that shit to China.
Hold on, Reggie. Can I finish reading? I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
finna argue with you about no funky Trump.
Oh, you brought Trump name up. That's why I had to
No,
correct you
no,
on
I
that.
was explaining that's
Trump a
why
hoe.
he figured he need to do this.
Man, they ain't gonna work for him.
Hey, every time I say something about Trump, you don't need to say nothing. Trump is king. You ain't supposed to say nothing behind that.
All right, this nigga. Go
That's
ahead,
why
go
they
ahead.
do it. Hey, is that the No Kings March they doing? I said, boy, if they keep
Tomorrow.
picking up steam, I said, I kind of want to see them keep doing. I want to see, you know me, man. I be interested in chaos. I hate to say it like that, but I just be wanting
Man.
to see.
And see that it shouldn't be to where people. That's why we get in this capitalism shit. People should not have to live in chaos. When we live in a society that's so advanced, why are we having chaos? But it's understood because this
We
nigga
don't live
stealing from the people.
because we don't live in an advanced society that you think.
Man, you
That's
crazy.
the problem. You think we live in an advanced society. We don't.
I'm gonna notate that one so we don't get off topic. Go ahead, go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Let me see. Poverty rates tumble. The economic reforms improved the fortunes of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. The World Bank says more than 850 million people have been lifted out of poverty, and the country is on track to eliminate. Oh, that's dope. This must be an old article.
Yeah, it is because
I can
that's
tell.
it's
I
about
know it is because it
yeah,
says
it
it's going
says
to eliminate
2020.
poverty by 2020. At the same time, the education rates have surged. Standard Charter projects that by 2030, around 27% of Chinese workforce will have a university education. That's about the same as Germany today. Damn, Germany. Uh, damn, Germany.
Germany's
Damn.
always been an advanced society. That's what was done with Hitler doing that shit.
That's why he knew he had it. He was like, we're the advanced society.
Yeah, the motherfuckers, them
Uh,
German motherfuckers, yeah.
It's a raising inequality. Still, the fruits of economic success haven't spread evenly across China's population of 1.3 billion people. I mean, how can it's 1.3 billion people? Example of extreme wealth and a rising middle class exist along. That's the same shit. Same bullshit, bro. It's the same shit, same game. I think as long as you tied into that uh the World Bank and shit like that, as long as these people tied in the World Bank, I think North Korea not tied into the World Bank. But as long as you tied into that World Bank, it's gonna be you right. It's some type of fucking funky ass capitalism.
Told
Somewhere.
you, bro. That's only you have to accept that shit. But but you got to be a nation that is productive. Like they say, they educating the fuck out their people. They have what they say with the people gonna be college educated. You
Yeah.
view pulling your people out of poverty. That way your people have influence. They can travel the fucking world, see things, bring ideals back.
I agree.
Like, and this is this is why people got to shift away from stop rocking with these wealthy pieces of shit. Any white motherfucker that spews out hatred needs to be booted from this fucking system. And hell, they should be placed in the fucking poverty. They're unproductive people. You can't have a society where wealthy white people try to fashion it for fucking white folks. That shit will never work. And
It's too
China,
late. They
China
already did it,
feeds off
Red.
of these motherfuckers doing that. Huh?
They already did it. It's too late. They already
Did
created
what?
they were they already you said that they already created their banking system and everybody follow it.
No, but nothing's wrong with that system. This is what, like, the one thing that works effective is to keep ineffective shit out. Racism, bigotry that doesn't anybody in this land is American, and you do everything to pull Americans out of their plight. And we're not seeing that. When 1% is controlling everything, and that 1% ensures that they don't do nothing for anybody else, that is wrong. And the
But
fact
you
we
got
got people, we
one
get people in
percent
position.
control.
And let me say this: when you get wealthy people that go into government positions, and the first thing they do is to pull welfare programs away from people, you can't do that shit. A great nation has to be able to support its people, regardless, even if it's ineffective people. You have to create welfare systems. It ain't that people gonna get rich off of being on welfare, but you want to ensure you can provide housing for your poor and clothing for them, and use the children that they produce. Whether you educate them children, or you push them back into a labor market. That's the only way an effective American capitalist system works. And these other motherfuckers in it, they had a bullet has to be pulling these motherfuckers' heads. It's simple as fuck.
You answered my question there because I was going to say you can't get them out of power because the army's back then. The United States military, the CIA, all this stuff back then. You know that, right?
You'll get it, yeah, but you'll get a coup. You see in other nations
There you
where
go. My
you get
man, Rich.
you get these motherfuckers in other nations done defeated somebody because they twist the people. The people buying and not liking this other motherfucker that was good for them because it's not happening fast enough. You get the crooked motherfucker come in there and he robbing everybody.
And guess what that was called? January 6th.
Yeah, but Trump was one of these wicked twisted motherfuckers. That January 6th shit should be used right now against his ass.
It should. The
It should
Democrats
be definitely used against him.
Bro, everybody that went to jail, as soon as he came back in, the day he came back in, they walked out of jail.
Right.
That's the wild shit.
Yeah, because he a corrupt motherfucker. The level of corruption in him is not good.
It's the laws that's on the books. He allowed to do that shit.
True. You very true on that.
That's
you
crazy,
right.
Bro. Ain't nowhere with somebody somewhere, the Congress, everybody should have overrode that shit and been like, wait a minute. So we watched them beat up police officers, storm the Capitol, do all this shit. No, they didn't know they wasn't unruly with guns and shit like that, but they still broke in the fucking Capitol. They busted the windows, jumped through the windows, running through that motherfucker, had congressmen and congresswomen running scared. What the fuck is that?
Right.
And then they would shout, let's take it over. That's not a fucking attempted coup. Like, come on, man. Like, stop it. And then they walk out of jail. And then because somebody else is president, the whole system is corrupt, bro.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right on that one, bro. Because I was thinking about that, and that's the other thing. Like, as much as I hate this shit Trump doing and how foul he is, but then I'd be like, it ain't him because this shit was put in place.
Yep.
200 years, 300 years before its fucking ass. And then they sit back and just watch this shit.
And then some of the new shit he doing, they letting him do it. It's like I'm like, so ain't nobody gonna say nothing. So we gonna act like you could take a state's National Guard and move them to whatever state you want them to go into. And ain't nobody gonna say nothing.
Right.
Like, come on, bro.
Treating your citizens like the enemies of this nation. Like, there's nothing effective about this nigga. Not a fucking thing. Treating your people and there's a bunch of dog whistling shit in what he talks with insurrections and all this act he want to use. Like, this nigga is wicked, bro.
Reg, they co-signing this shit. You got these dummy Democrats that allowed him to shut down the government.
But no, the government had to be shut down because of what
All
these
right.
fools don't want to put in. It's true, bro. Them fools with the fact they want to cut the cost of health. They want to put a rise in the health in the cost of health care for American citizens who can barely afford food. Like, nah. And it's because they won't make concessions on that shit because they want to rip it away because it's an Obama ridden healthcare law. That's
How
the
much?
sick side with these
How,
motherfuckers.
let's go into the housing. How much do a typical house? How much does it cost? A typical house in America cost?
Okay, and then we'll do that, and then we'll go state by state. But let me find that bridge you was talking about real quick too.
Oh yeah,
Before you
please,
forget that,
man. They built this shit in 2 years.
and let me make sure because I seen a couple of bridges, so
No,
I mean
no, 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 no. You gonna know the one they just opened it the other day. You'll
not
see.
this one.
That's it right there. The fuck if that ain't it? Yes, it is.
Considered one of the most significant
Bro,
infrastructure.
it got a waterfall come off the side of it, bro. They made a what? Man, you should play a video, bro. This don't do it no justice, Rich. This don't do it no justice. This picture doesn't. Play a video.
All right, go ahead, keep cooking while I pull it up.
But they built this shit in 2 years. Some shit, they built this shit. This shit got a waterfall. It got an observation deck. It got where you can go up an elevator. It got an observation deck. It got a now, from what I understand, it used to take, I think, 4 hours. This shit take 5 minutes now. For they turned a 4 hour a long trip into fucking 5 minutes. But that bridge they made it where you can bungee jump off of it. It's a restaurant in the top of it. All of that. I can't see what you're looking at.
No, I got to get the commercial
Oh,
stop.
okay.
But the thing is, like when
I
you
hope
look,
this is the same bridge. I think this is someone. I know we get up close because it's a restaurant at the top of that motherfucker. Say, Reg, this is amazing. I'd be scared to death to drive that bridge.
but the real feat is the economic shit behind it. That's the importance of these type of bridges. Like you cutting what you say, travel, the engineering feats. Who
Fast
knew?
forward through it. That ain't a good. I mean, I saw a drone picture, a drone video that was dope.
This
Yeah,
gigantic structure hangs
wasn't
in
it.
midair between two
It's not
mountains,
it.
Yeah, that's it.
625 meters
Okay.
above the river below. China has now officially opened the highest bridge in the world.
Before it took an hour, now it only takes 2 minutes.
In the skies of Guizhou province, the Huajiang Canyon Bridge took 3 years to build and 22,000 tons of cement and steel. Last month, a testing team drove 96 red trucks onto designated points to test the bridge's structural integrity. The motorway which connects to the bridge is as impressive, splitting mountains in half on its winding path. The Huajiang Canyon Bridge has become a local treasure, a tourist attraction, and somewhat of an influencer magnet. Floating roads like these are dotted around the province. These technological innovations are emissaries of Chinese prestige.
Bro, you got to see
On
the
the Yangtze
waterfall.
River, this brand new cable-stayed bridge is 10 kilometers long,
Not that one,
making it
Red.
the longest bridge
Go
in the
find.
country.
It got a waterfall, bro.
In the region of Changjiang, another huge project is about to come to light.
But
In
no,
only a few months, a motorway
thing
will cross
that's so
this entire
significant,
estuary.
huh?
Beijing is demonstrating its
everything they doing
infrastructure
now.
prowess, which shows
No, the significance is how advanced they are with engineering, how serious they are about critical infrastructure and shit. Because all this shit is commerce. You like they say, you cutting what they say cut an hour out of
Yep.
yeah. So you're looking how fast you can move goods from here to there.
But
I
go
guess
back,
that
Red.
mountain to avoid
Go
it. Even
find
when you look
another-
at that dam, they built the largest dam in the world with that Three Gorges shit. Like these fools is just advanced themselves like academics and all that shit. But you said that's not the bridge?
That was, but you didn't get a good shot of it. It's another video of it, bro. That didn't do it no justice. Where it's showing people bungee jumping off that, bro. That damn thing is amazing.
All right, I'm gonna type that in. Hold on.
It's a human waterfall, bro. They made a waterfall that go off of it in the middle of the night. Man, that shit is amazing. And then it's a restaurant. You ain't even see the restaurant at the top where you take the elevator up, and then it's a restaurant.
Terrified as fuck to drive over this shit. Okay, I see some shorts on it. Here we go. Let me see.
What up, Deuce? You got to pull it up though.
Yeah, no, I got it. It was just in the background.
Oh, you ain't got no video of it?
You don't see that?
Yeah.
What's his AI or something?
Yeah.
That's the restaurant.
I'll be steady on this.
What is this at in Portland?
Hell no, fine.
It's a time.
And they said this shit 9 times higher than the Golden Gate Bridge. I'll be steady driving the Golden Gate Bridge.
I thought they show that waterfall. Nah, they ain't show the waterfall, bro.
Like, there's something that impresses you. It's like something you want to go to.
Oh, here go the waterfall right
The
here.
world's tallest bridge is fine. It's in China. The Huazhong Grand Canyon Bridge stands over 2,000 feet above the river.
Dang.
That's taller than most skyscrapers. It took less than 4 years to build, and it even has a restaurant at the top, 2,050 feet up. What's crazy is that it cuts a 2-hour drive down to just 2 minutes. And it's not just a bridge, it's also a theme park. There's a glass skywalk, a high-speed glass elevator, even a waterfall off the side. Oh, and you can bungee jump off it too. Honestly, this has to be one of the most insane engineering projects ever.
Hell no.
The world's tallest bridge.
Yeah, that shit crazy. Do you know how that shit 2,000 feet off the ground? That's fuck no. I'll be terrified driving over that shit.
Your ears to be popping and shit driving. It's like,
Yeah.
that shit be crazy.
Yeah, you higher than I don't even think we got a building. Yeah, we don't have a building that tall, but our skyscrapers is high as fuck. But yeah, that's high as hell off the ground. But yeah, they just flaunting. They're flaunting their engineering advances.
Hold on. Mark said they can do it here. Oh, he said they can do it here. I thought
Yeah,
he was saying,
you can. We can build that shit.
They don't want to. We'll mark it up so much it's ridiculous.
That's the
goddamn
problem.
concrete. That concrete could be $33 million, gazillion, illion, billion dollars before they get a chance to do that shit.
That's what we deal with the issues of the bureaucratic bullshit you got to go through. We over inflate costs for shit.
What up, Mark?
We take out the efficiency in getting shit done to where you just continue to add the higher pricing on shit. Like we can do shit at way lower levels than what we see shit now.
Well, hey, that was one of the talking points about Trump. He said he want to cut through all the red tape and all the bureaucracy.
Oh my God.
So I guess you can agree with him on that.
No, I can't, nigga.
Oh, dudes, man, please don't rile him up, bro. You know he low-key want to turn this into a Trump show anyway. I'm doing everything I can.
No, I'm not.
No, hey, I heard him say it, man. I heard him say it. I was just bringing up a point.
Doing that shit.
So I don't know.
The nigga ain't even working with Congress, so he showing the fuck ain't doing none of that shit. He lying in his
pocket. Working with some of Congress.
Man, he ain't work with nobody.
The majority of Congress, right?
Oh, executive ordering ass nigga.
You're right. Executive order.
Yeah, I don't know the thing he got written in law.
I think that's some shit they need to start doing here. They need to start building the infrastructure. The shit they talk about. All of the presidents, all of the candidates get up there and say that shit. We're gonna build the infrastructure for America. We're gonna do this. And I ain't seen that, man. Look, they need to do that. You know what I mean?
Remember in Biden's first 100 days, they signed an infrastructure bill. They're gonna fix the railroads and the streets and
No, that was during the Obama presidency. Obama presidency, they had all that. But no,
they signed an infrastructure bill, bro, during Biden shit.
No, yeah, you are right. And guess what happened to it?
Them niggas pocketed the money. What do you mean?
Nah.
AOC and Chuck Schumer. All that shit.
Your Republican loving ass go, and I'm about to prove it wrong.
Reg, we ain't gotta do that, Reg.
Oh no, we definitely gotta do it. We talking to the public. When niggas put out fake information, because niggas I care about, I hate to hear niggas wrong on shit.
So I was wrong about the infrastructure bill?
Bro, you talking about AOC and you point out the females.
Man, I was being facetious, bro. Like, I said that shit. You know, so you would think so. So AOC was the only person that took all the money. They all took all the fucking money.
You had the Republicans that fucking try to deplete. They try to block that shit, and they took a bunch of money.
They passed the fucking bill, bro.
Let's go into it, Deuce.
All right, the infrastructure bill and the fucking Inflation Reduction Act bill. They passed both those fucking bills. And all those motherfuckers pocketed the money, and none of that shit happened that they were talking about. So I don't know why. Like this is a fucking mystery. You're the Democrats' biggest fan. You should be applauding all the shit they passed.
I'm not a Democrat fan. I'm an American, bro. Y'all adding to this game banging in American politics. I don't get.
Yeah, we added to it.
Shit. I know who's wrong.
The Democrats were the first divisive one. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, y'all added to it. There you go, there y'all shit. Yeah, they passed the infrastructure bill. I think it was like 3 trillion, something like that. And railroad still fucked up. They still jumping off the fucking railroad. Remember that big ass railroad that actually happened in Ohio when they spilled all that shit? No, am I on mute?
No. Keep cooking on it. No, I don't remember that.
No, it was a big ass. It happened during Biden shit. It was a big ass railroad accident in Ohio. They wasted all kind of chemicals in the town.
I remember that, bro. He remember that. He just acting like he.
No, I'm not, bro. No, I don't.
And that was part of that infrastructure bill shit everybody was tripping off of, bro. They passed the infrastructure bill, $3 trillion and shit. You're supposed to have fiber optic internet everywhere, and they're supposed to fix all the trains. Them motherfucking politics pocketed all that shit. Just like act like they're gonna send all this money for women's study in Africa and all that shit, and building this in Africa and building this over here in seas and Ukraine and all that shit. None of that shit is fucking working. None of that shit fucking is there. They said they were gonna do, and
man, I just read, man. Why we gotta read? Why read? I mean, it's a waste of time.
Because I gotta prove niggas wrong all the time.
I don't want to. I want to keep talking about.
Brandon,
no.
Can we read it? Let me read it. Brandon hate when I be right on these niggas because he like, damn, these niggas don't be know what they talking about. He be trying to rock with y'all. Only 13 House GOP lawmakers voted for the 2021 law to fund roads, rails, and bridges. A deal shaped in large part by Senate negotiators whom conservatives mistrust. Some of those 13 left Congress, says after facing threats from the right and boisterous criticism, says from former President Donald Bitch Made Trump, who said they should be ashamed of themselves because they voted for this bill. Always right with your boy. You niggas don't know.
Wait, so you trying to say that I said the bill didn't pass? What are you right about?
No. I told you they try to interfere with the bill. The Republicans interfere with the bill.
What the fuck does that mean? They still fucking did it. Like, what are you always right about?
I know the Republicans ain't just got 3 people on the Republican side of shit. I know it ain't just 13 Republicans in all the fucking Congress. Is it?
Yo, Red just be making up arguments to argue.
Yeah, I don't understand what the fucking argument is. The argument is they passed a fucking bill.
You don't be wanting me to school these niggas.
How are you schooling me? Like, I don't understand the list you're looking at. I never said that.
And then the fact they start stripping away at how much money is supposed to go into the infrastructure bill. Like, stop it, bro.
But they passed the fucking bill.
Yeah, with mainly Democrats.
So what? So who said it? So what are you talking about? I understand what you always fight about.
Hey, bro,
I'm lost.
You would never
I'm
understand.
I don't understand because you talk about something I ain't talking about.
You'll wake up from being lost all the time, and you'll start doing more critical breakdowns and shit.
I don't understand. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's crazy as fuck. Like, you talk about something I ain't talking about, though.
Stop rocking.
I didn't dispute the fact that there was pushback. I said they passed the fucking bill. I never said that it wasn't no pushback. So where What are you always right about?
Only pushback
Always
is this,
reaching.
always
Always
pushback.
reaching. That's what
No,
it is.
the only pushback is this goalpost you niggas move when I'm.
No, nigga, you moving the goalpost. You talking about shit I never even said. What are you talking about?
Dudes, all right, keep
I never
talking.
disputed that.
I'm gonna go and rewind this shit. This is what
I
I always
never
do.
disputed that.
I always do this when y'all be denying shit.
Oh my
Okay, you get disputed. I said they passed the fucking bill. I didn't say that it wasn't a problem. I didn't say they passed 2 fucking bills under that nigga. They probably passed more in secrecy and dark. But the 2 I remember was in Inflation Reduction Act and that didn't do shit but make inflation higher, and this fucking infrastructure bill. I remember that shit. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, please,
you
explain that to me.
I'm talking about, but keep moving that goalpost, homie. I'm telling
No,
we gonna make each other better when it comes to our country, homie.
Okay, because you need to comprehend. I thought the nigga was just juicing you when they said that shit, but sometimes you don't be comprehending. Because I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro.
Of course you don't know what I'm talking about. You ain't paying
I
attention.
know. No, you
listen
arguing
to
stuff I'm not talking about. Like, I'm shocked by this. You way more intelligent.
No, he not. No, he not. He not, dudes. He not.
No, niggas hate to know that I'm intelligent, bro. And I love that I want everybody else intelligent. And look, Brandon, you can't fault me on Donald Trump. Look, we steered away from this whole ass president until a Trump lover came in this motherfucker.
I got nothing to say. I don't have nothing to say.
Of course you don't. You back away.
Ain't no Trump lover. We talking about acts and
we was talking about
bill
and capitalism, and you brought whole ass Trump in here.
No, I made a joke about you agreeing with Trump, but when I jumped in, it was about the infrastructure.
You went in here talking about AOC and them stealing money and nothing happened.
Bro, that was a fucking like joke, nigga. Like, what are you talking about?
No, it's a joke now. That you were wrong. When niggas wrong, they turned being wrong until they were joking and shit.
I said that shit when I first said it, but you think I only think that only AOC and Chuck Schumer took money? They all fucking took money. What are you talking about?
Oh,
like, it's not hard to figure out. Like, like these bills don't fucking just happen. They always dispute them. Like the bill they trying to do right now, they always dispute them. They always have problems. Like no one just fucking agrees with the bill. So if you trying to say I said that the Republicans was down with the bill, like I didn't say that shit. I said they passed the fucking bill. So you know what I mean? I don't get what is always right shit looking for.
All right. Now let's get back to. I'm not tripping on nothing Reggie talking about. Let's get back to what the point we was talking about. The infrastructure was we were showing our lack of infrastructure. These people got high speed rails going from they city to city, they province to province. We were supposed to have a high speed rail that was supposed to go from Houston to Dallas. That shit got killed. I think y'all had one out in LA that was supposed to go somewhere. What happened to that?
Yeah, them niggas peeled off all the fucking money. That's why they tripping on it now.
Let's look up what happened to y'all. What happened to y'all high speed rail, Reg?
Them niggas pulled off with the money. Hey, we gotta look up shit. Nigga, that money's gone. Nigga, it's like 200.
Let always right go into his part, homie.
We're gonna build an infrastructure for America. We're gonna do this, and I ain't saying that, man. Look, they need to do that.
Look, Pittsburgh tea. Use this Pittsburgh tea. I gotta cook, but now I gotta cook my cuzzo, man.
They signed the infrastructure bill. They're gonna fix the railroads and the streets and
No, that was during the Obama presidency. Obama presidency, they had all that. But no,
and you was wrong. And you was wrong right there, Reg.
No. Because Obama had an infrastructure bill when he was rebuilding the economy. So always right, Reggie Owens. But he was bringing up during Biden, they did have an infrastructure bill. Brandy, now you add yourself into the always wrong category too.
This is crazy, bro. This is crazy.
You niggas' knowledge is off, homie.
What?
Hold on, let's listen. Republican loving ass go, and I'm about to prove it wrong.
We ain't gotta do that, Red.
See how they bring Trump in, Brandon? I told you don't be me, it be them. When niggas put out fake information, because man, niggas I care about, I hate to hear niggas wrong on shit.
I was wrong about the infrastructure bill.
Bro, you talking about AOC and you point out the females.
I was being facetious, bro. Like, I said,
yeah. Come on, dude. Let's play.
AOC is the only person that took all the money.
You had the Republicans that fucking try to deplete. They try to block that shit, and they took a bunch of money.
That's the fucking deal, bro.
They try to block that with Donald Trump. Let's go into it. Always right, homie.
What you always right about, bro?
Only 13 voted.
Delusional, bro. No one said nothing about this shit. They had the fucking house, bro. They had the majority. They passed the fucking bill. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is the argument? I'm looking for it, bro.
Read this, Deuce. Read this part. While you talking about what people stole and Democrats and all that, can you read this part? Y'all added to this game banging American politics. Can we read that part, Deuce? Shit. I know who's wrong. Can you read it for the people, my brother?
What? Oh, you read that already. What are we reading?
The people want to hear it because when you talking about who try to take
you read that already, bro.
All right, let's go into this part. Let's go into this part then, so you don't got to read all of it.
From Politico, for sure.
I told you not to bring up nothing politics related, dudes. We're gonna have to have a production.
And now he find himself in a Pittsburgh T situation of always being wrong on shit.
Oh, being wrong about what? Okay. What's the
only let me say this. Okay. Only are you talking about Democrats try to steal money? Only 13 House Republicans voted for this 2001 bill. Some of those 13 left because Trump talking and the influence he has over you type of niggas. These people lost their seats. Some of those 13 left Congress after facing threats from the right, meaning the Trump side, says, and the boisterous criticism from this whole named Trump, right? Who said
so what is the point? What is the point? Did the bill pass or not?
The point is, the Republicans ain't voted for it. Why you talking about AOC?
But did it pass? And like I said, when I first made the statement, I was being
we can go into
do you know what facetious means?
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I do know what I'm talking about. Okay, go ahead,
Republicans try to cut billions out of that damn funding bill to replace infrastructure. We got old ass bridges, fucked up roads that they try to tear apart.
Okay, all the shit. Do you know what facetious means? It means I was making a joke. I mean, I was making a joke.
You're joking?
It means I was making, I made a joke. Like I said when I first made the statement about AOC. Oh, no. Let's clear this up. Like I said, I was making a joke about AOC and Chuck Schumer. But the point is the motherfucking bill passed. And that's what I said.
No.
And you said they tried to cut it out. They tried to do this. But did they? Did they? All the semantics, all this bullshit. What happened to the fucking infrastructure bill? Please tell me what happened to the money for that.
Let's filter and decipher through your semantics because you were bringing up about this money and the fact that the money was stolen. So who stole it?
So what is money then?
Bro.
So let me say this about where's the money. So if you only let me say this, Brandon, don't try to save these dudes. Brandon, you always trying to save them. You always trying to save these cats. When I try to steer away from Trump and these old hoe ass Republicans, these little lovers who deny of their identity as far as taking political sides and shit, they interject that shit. I don't interject that shit. But the fact you brought this money was stolen. So if you got only 13 Republicans that supported it, that means you got hundreds of other Republicans who didn't. So that means if the money went into their states, I'm pretty sure you need to look there fucking who stole it. Come on, bro. Now, can we get back to China? But no, go ahead, rebut that shit. You can rebut that shit, dudes. Telling y'all be wrong defending these off-topic ass.
I wouldn't. I mean, you can't.
I'm not going to, man. This nigga Trump must have got his nigga BV or something, bro. You got a vendetta or something, bro. Like, I don't understand what's going on, bro. I didn't say nothing of what you talking about. Like, I really don't know what you talking about, bro. Like, I really don't.
Bro, we'll go into why you brought up the infrastructure. So we were talking about China.
Okay, you guys are talking about infrastructure. Okay, yeah. You guys are talking about infrastructure. Okay, you guys are talking about infrastructure. And I said they signed a bill that's supposed to take care of our infrastructure. And what happened to the money and all that shit. That's what I was talking about.
I mean,
Like,
we have. I seen CJ putting up about something about they building. I think he's talking about the high speed rail out here. That's something that even
man,
Trump
they've
wants.
been building high speed rail for 20 fucking years.
Yeah, but you always have this. When you don't know, this is the thing.
Yeah,
When you deal with inflation, that goes into construction costs.
man,
And so
get the
yeah,
fuck
you go
out of
up.
here, bro.
You go in,
They get
bro.
fucking
It's
government
true,
money, bro. Get the
bro.
fucking government
So
money.
you think the
They
money
can do
sits at
whatever they
that
want to do with
cost,
that fucking money.
bro? Construction costs, supply,
Man,
material, labor.
they have an unlimited fucking supply and budget. You know, they
Bro.
can do whatever the fuck they did with the money. They pocketed that fucking money.
No, they get
They try to
money.
give all these fucking
They
solar
get money
farms.
set
That's
aside
like
for
they
that
give
shit.
all these
They never
solar
question
farms
that.
out here. They did all these solar farms out here, and these motherfuckers is defunct and they ain't even working and shit. So like, get the fuck out of here with all this fucking
But they not
belief and
working. They
shit.
expanding that shit. When you get a president who don't rock with that industry, of course he gonna interfere.
Man, Gavin Newsom do all this shit he want to do out here. He ain't fucking worried about the fucking solar farms or the high speed rail because him and his homeboys in the pocket in that shit. So get the fuck out of here, man.
I think Cal Edison and all them operate that shit. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Who tell them what to do?
Here you go playing your political shit, trying to cover or trying to stay in secrecy of your political views, but it spews out your
No, there you
political.
go with your
You're a
misinterpretation.
fucking Republican. You're a mega type Republican.
To be so smart.
Man, would y'all stop, man? Can we get to the back?
That's these niggas be defending Trump, man.
I don't like defending Trump. This nigga is anti.
Guess what you ready to do? Ready to smash the gas? You can't wait.
Man, I'm talking about Trump. I ain't even going. This is my motherfucking cousin. So I'm arguing a point and really saying fuck Trump. I ain't talking to my cousin like that. This nigga lost. Him and Pittsburgh.
Hey, man, what the fuck,
You
bro?
You found a bunch of bullshit. That's what I say.
Yeah, we talking all this China capitalism. You bring Trump.
Bro, I was talking about the infrastructure bill. Which is on point with what you were talking about.
Let's talk about it.
Like I said, we had passed the bill, bro. This shit happened.
All right, like okay, can you pull
this nigga gonna build a ballroom and a big old arch in Washington D.C. before he put money into anything. Trump is a bitch.
Yo,
I'm glad you got it off you, bro. Go take that test.
Spend $300 million to build a funky ass ballroom.
Get that penicillin.
You talking about a bigger fucking idiot in American politics? It's the one you niggas support.
It's the Friday show, Red. It's the Friday show. Now let's pull up
you support Bush.
Pull up the
Bush. Who support Bush?
Here y'all go, man.
I voted for Biden and Obama and Kamala.
the wrong side of history. But let's move along with the topic, bro. So this nigga, this nigga get emotional and shit. You think you niggas sound like Eddie Murphy on Watch. Nigga, about Watch. Nigga don't even bring up Watch. Nigga say Little Clock or something. Like, nigga, nobody even talking about Trump. Nigga, like, you know what the fuck is nigga talking about, bro? I'm talking about the damn infrastructure bill.
You were talking about that shit. You brought this Trump-alwism into it.
Yeah, right. Then you get emotional, bro. You need a Pepsi or something, nigga.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Y'all drink Pepsis on the West Coast. We drink Cokes down here.
Oh, Coke is fucking nasty. You drink Coke?
Yeah, that shit garbage.
Bro, Pepsi nasty, bro. Pepsi got pig semen in it.
Them niggas brainwashing to drink that shit. Y'all shit probably got cocaine in it still.
Hey, we drink Mexican Coke down here.
Oh, you definitely got cocaine in it then. Shit.
I fuck with Mexican Cokes. That's all I drink with my tacos.
In them glass bottles.
Drink that shit or snort
it. It made out of real sugar cane, baby. In a glass bottle, baby.
Yeah, cocaine. Y'all snort y'all coke down there.
My mom brought me some Sprites from fucking Puerto Rico. Them motherfuckers was spicy. Them motherfuckers.
Was they good though?
They was good. It tastes like the McDonald's Sprite. I was like, shit. Yeah. Let me get one of them. Yeah. But anyway, man, go ahead.
That's because they put them in that glass. I think that plastic.
No. It's the way that they make it. They could put additives and bullshit and all that sugar substitutes. That's what the new health secretary is taking away. That's why they taking away Red 40 and all this other shit. He I don't know if you seen the new Lay's potato chip bag. but they advertising real potatoes now, made from real potatoes. None of that other bullshit that they used to make. Thank you to Mr. Kennedy for that. But go ahead.
You're very welcome, Brendan.
Pull up them light speed red, because I want to look at the infrastructure of China, and we could see, because I want to see that shit, and I want to see how long it's taking them to build it. Because if they building bridges like that in 2.5 years, like, that's ridiculous.
And like, shit, they ain't just building them in their country. They building this shit in other countries and all that.
Yeah, like, we should be ashamed, bro. We should be ashamed. And you up here talking about you proud to be American. Shut your dumb ass.
I am though. I ain't proud of these wealthy motherfuckers, man. All I can be is American.
Nah, I'm black.
Yeah, you from America though, motherfucker. What you talking about?
I'm black.
You out the South, bro. Yeah, you a Southern.
So if I stood you next to a Jamaican and you didn't open your mouth, how would they know who you are?
Because them niggas probably bony as a motherfucker.
No. If I lined you up with a Jamaican and somebody
I will be able to tell, bro.
So you knew Nipsey Hussle was from
that nigga got Ethiopian features like a motherfucker. Yeah, you knew that nigga was mixed with some shit.
Yeah, he do. You're right.
Yeah.
Wrong. What about Tiffany Haddish?
She black.
No, she not. She mixed. She would Nip is. See, caught him.
No, she is not.
Got it. I got him. Didn't I do?
Hey, you do. Is she?
I think she. I think they're friends. I think she. Ain't she from LA? Ain't she from LA? Yeah,
but I don't think she know her parents. She adopted. She don't know her parents.
She said she from over there with Nip. That I'm telling you, bro.
I think they were friends for real. I think they were friends.
That don't mean they mix it the same shit.
That's why they were friends.
Always white with Brandon, not Brandon Owens though. Really don't like that. Always white
with Man, I'm about to pull this shit up if this girl got Ethiopia. I stand corrected if she don't look Ethiopian.
Don't look for it on CNN or Politico.
She said her father, was Eritrean Jew. Oh, she was.
Told you.
The fuck is it? Eritrean Jew.
I told you, you don't know
what Eritrean. Do you know why they call themselves Jews? They call themselves the original Jews. Ethiopia and they right next to each other. They had a war.
Yeah, they same country.
Yeah, but the Ethiopians, that's what a real Ark of the Covenant is. It's there right now. You know that, right?
No,
I'm not into that religious shit, but I have heard. I have heard they hold some.
I'll be quiet.
I'm here to learn, but I have heard they hold some religious text over there in some in that place made out of stone or some shit.
Ask him how much fiat money was found during the 9/11 crash, and he'll tell you that though. But the real shit that makes the world go around.
First of all,
religion is dead, dude.
We know Reggie don't know what fiat means.
No, so explain it.
Fiat means made up out of thin air or nothing. It's just made up out of nothing. It has nothing. It's made up out of thin air. That's what he's saying that the value. God, come on, Reg. Watch a documentary too, man. God damn.
I know what that shit is.
You got to. He went to school for business.
Oh, that's fucked up. He went to school for business.
I did. Shit, what you talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Brandon just think what a cloud because I be cooking.
I do. I am. I got to get you.
It may take 10 years for you to ever be right on some shit.
He'll get himself, bro. You start bringing up these bullshit that straw man arguments.
I just brought up what's her name?
I don't think that's her damn father.
Everybody knew that. You know.
Knew she was Ethiopian. She don't. She don't look like that
shit because she mixed.
And
but she went over there. But she don't know this dude. When I'm reading the story, they told that nigga left when she was 2 or 3. Her mama probably told her that was her daddy.
Man, she know that.
They said her mama has schizophrenia, so that probably wasn't. She ain't got that shit in her blood.
Look, they're gonna make her not have it.
All right, so name somebody else you stand and wouldn't know. But she got a mother that's from America, so.
Let me think. It's a bunch of them that be passed.
So does Nipsey.
Yeah, but no, Ethiopians got very strong genetics, bro. You gonna see that shit. genetically, you gonna come out. They like how strong
Okay.
black genetic is, but them
Did you know?
motherfuckers' genetics are extremely strong in
Did you
Ethiopia.
know Carmelo Anthony was Puerto Rican?
I hear that nigga say that shit. Yeah.
He is Puerto Rican. He is
Yeah,
part Puerto Rican.
no, I believe that because Puerto Ricans are black like that. So yeah,
Yeah, that's
but
why
I wouldn't,
I hate that
I
shit.
wouldn't
When niggas
say
talk
I
about
stay.
separation.
Which makes my point. Which makes my point again. If I line Carmelo up next to you, you would not know he was Puerto Rican.
No, I wouldn't say I knew that. No.
So I'm right. Again, thank you. Checkmate. Move on.
Yeah. All right, but go back to the where we going at? Where we at now?
Hey, Deuce, I had to get him for us. You see how I got him for us, Deuce? That was for us. I had to get him
for a lot of blacks, American blacks versus other place blacks. Yeah, I can tell.
Hold on, what you mean other place blacks?
We come from all over the world, homie. We ain't just in America.
Can you tell a black person from Washington D.C. from a black person from California without them opening their mouth?
No, I mean like he's American black.
Kind of. You can tell niggas from the South from niggas from the West. You definitely can.
Not if you dress them the same.
Niggas from the South, you have like slump foreheads and like big bottom lips. I'm fucking around. I'm joking, bro.
Are you just telling? You put a white dude out there and see which one run towards and whoop his ass. The other one that'll jump on the black nigga.
I don't know what else is gonna help him.
If the black nigga jump on you for beating on the white man, he from the South.
We already gonna know which one's from the West Coast because they're gonna be the first ones to figure out how to separate each other by a game. They're gonna be they're gonna be the first ones. No, we the field man, we the field hand. No, nigga, we the house man. Nigga, bang, 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 bang. Don't come to this side of the field. That's what y'all
getting the buzzers and the get along niggas up out the way. Like nigga, you niggas want to roll over there? You niggas roll up, nigga, rolling niggas up. Get on your side. Y'all go snitch on us. Y'all go snitch on y'all, tell our plans. Yep. Nigga, yeah, roll these niggas up. You know what they say? Who was that Underground Railroad? Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman out there smoking niggas. Like nigga, I don't trust this nigga. Down this nigga with a pistol.
Red, you were trying to work. Red, you were trying to work. You were trying to work for the FBI, bro. You would have told it on us, bro.
No, you know what would have happened? Other niggas would have told on you, not the FBI agent, bro. Y'all gotta get law enforcement shit correct, homie. You look on the internet, it's all type of niggas sitting there telling on each other. They ain't the cops that are snitches. It's these niggas who fake. It's these niggas who fake like they real gangsters. They the hardest niggas out here. But no, these be niggas be like, man, look, sir, I wear a wire. You see, I be watching these crime shows. And they be trying to solve shit. It be a nigga who be in prison. They'll go with these niggas. He got information. This nigga done told him everything. Like y'all got law enforcement.
I know, dude. You ain't laughing. Y'all West Coast blacks is over there. Boy, wait till Big U shit come out. It's gonna be so many telling West Coast blacks.
His shit foul too. You see that shit?
Man, I don't know how many times did I tell you niggas over there, Big U and them niggas only important to them niggas over there. Like I don't know what you niggas. Yeah, that is the point, bro. Like no, that's the point, bro. Like them, everybody ain't like them niggas, bro. If you knew the history of them niggas, bro, you'd be like, man, fuck, I don't know why anybody want to join that hood. Like,
all these niggas and gangs do that shit. Niggas, this the thing, man. Any motherfucker who build themselves around committing criminal shit as a way of living, you can't trust that motherfucker.
Man, the inception of Crips is a whole bad idea. It's like fruit from the poisonous tree.
Is wrong now.
It's like fruit from the poisonous tree, bro. Like the Crips, man. I ain't gonna get into that shit, but they're different. They're different than we are. Like for real.
They all the
same. I want to hear you gangbang just a little bit, dudes.
No, I don't want to gangbang. I'm not. Like the game ain't like the truth, bro. Like you know the evil and the deception and the crookedness of the beginning of that shit. You got a bunch of niggas that's 19, 18, holding doves on the plate. You know what I mean?
Right, bro. Fuck the Crips. I jumped out. My bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
Walking around punking niggas and robbing niggas and jumping on niggas everywhere they go. Like Inception and that shit was bullshit.
Yeah,
So
no, you're absolutely right.
so like
Red,
so
don't say
like
that too loud. You can't go back to your neighborhood. Like
no,
where I'm
the
at.
real is the real.
I'm all about
Even them niggas that's still around from back then, they say they regret that shit. They talk down on this shit. Cause it was a bunch of bullshit.
yeah, falling out with niggas they was cool with. No, you're absolutely right. And that's what I'm saying. When niggas be thinking this, oh, you trying to be a cop, this and that. The cops ain't out here snitching on niggas. These niggas you think your homie, all that other shit. That's foul as fuck.
Cops is just dirty, stinking pigs, bro.
No, some of them are. Some of them. But it ain't like
The
how niggas
majority
in
of
your
them
hood.
are.
Nah, not the majority. It's more niggas than niggas hoods that are, no.
It's 50-50 with them niggas, homie.
Nah, it's not. Niggas hate them niggas who commit shit, who live by, foul ass indoctrination and sin.
I'm
Don't
gonna say
stand.
80-20,
Let me say
dude.
this. Let me say this for niggas that don't stand no codes. When you look at niggas in their hoods, niggas ain't that committed for their homies. Niggas homies go to jail. These niggas don't get no writing from motherfuckers. They don't get no help from motherfuckers. Niggas turn around and be fucking your girl. Niggas be in your house serving your mama, trying to fuck. These niggas is foul.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Reg?
Let me say this. It's a
better
vicious cycle within the societies of where this shit exists. It's all the way ass backwards.
I agree, bro. But can I say this? What if your partner got like 25 years? Can you knock his girl down? I'm just asking. I'm serious though, bro.
I don't fuck with my homies bitches. Like, I don't give a fuck.
She should not present herself to you like that. Because of you got to always factor in the temptation.
Let's say 7 years. Let's say you catch the bitch 7 years.
Man,
7 years.
But see, that's where that hard. That's where the hard part of that shit come in. Motherfuckers should not be presenting themselves in situations like that.
Dude,
she shouldn't present herself like that, and you should limit where you contact. What I want to kick it with a nigga girl, like no, that's gonna lead to some shit.
Hold up, bro. I don't appreciate Deuce acting like he's some moral authority when he talk about putting bitches on the track, selling their pussy.
No, and that's different, bro. There's duality. There's duality in everything, bro. That's duality in everything. I would put my homie sister on the track. I would put my homie mama on the track. Like, you know what I mean? It's duality. There's plenty of women out here, bro, to be fucking around with niggas that bitches and shit. Like, that's not cool to me.
You're not stumped down, bro. You wouldn't make
so that means Brandon asked this because he has fucked one of his homies that went to prison.
I know. His brother girl, his cousin girl, all that shit, nigga. Bro, I know. I ain't like that, nigga. I fuck with hoes. I'm a macaroni.
No, you're not.
I'm a macaroni. I ain't gotta go up behind nobody, nigga, for real.
You done it before.
Like, I'm not. I swear to God, I have it. To the dead homies, I haven't. I'm not like that, nigga.
Oh, he hit me with the dead homies.
I'm not like that, nigga. I'm gonna keep it real, nigga.
But that go back to what I was saying. When you talk about cost, no, it's a lot of niggas in niggas' neighborhood. People, if we did like going through hoods, you'll see a lot of hoods got where it's 80% of these motherfuckers is scandalous.
I'm saying, what make her your girl though? Like
man, you know what make it. Yeah, Brandon just fucking called me girl.
Yeah, this nigga one of the niggas grew up in a 100-person town and shit. There's only 5 pretty girls in town. So yeah, he going up, nah, nigga. Fuck that, nigga. It's a pick of the litter.
What if
pick of the litter, baby?
Like somebody this nigga done been with for years. This motherfucker probably got kids with, that kind of shit. Okay, that's just like a girl. Nah, that ain't shit. It's just a bitch he fucking around with. That's like when the one homie I told the story when he walked in. This is a broad at my house up there getting ran through, and then they walk in. That's his bitch. His bitch. It ain't wrong for when the homies are smash. His bitch is foul, but I don't think she knew these as his homies. But the fact he got a relationship, and I think he was hurt. He didn't cry in front of us, but he went and stole. He went in her purse and stole her money, but he was hurt.
Stole that bitch money too. I'd have beat her up.
We wasn't gonna lie. Not at my house. Hell no.
Nah, really. It was like, bro, you can't get in the way.
But see, she was wrong. A lot of these bitches will put themselves in a position, but if that's your homie, you ain't trying to fuck they. But some people, you bring your girl around. Some people be having them thoughts how they be wanting to fuck. There's a lot of niggas like that.
You can never get in the way of a man disciplining his woman, bro. If you walking down the street and a man beating the shit out of his woman, you keep walking, bro. That's none of your business. You don't know what she done.
No, I don't. But nigga, like you a stupid ass nigga. then you gonna be what's that nigga gonna be crying? Oh, the police is fucked up. They filed like nah, nigga.
I ain't do nothing.
Hey, dudes look like he one of the type of dudes that he be seeing a dude beating up his chick and hey homie, chill out. Hey homie, get out my business.
Yeah, no, for real though, nigga, you have to do that shit around me. If we in the liquor store, this nigga going bad on this bitch. Like, homie, go over there with that. Like, nigga, nah. Present yourself better in the public light, nigga. Don't be getting down like this, homie. If you have knowledge, and foresight, you're a failure if you don't display that and portray that to other people. You might not stop it. I'm not gonna jump in the middle of no bitch, but nigga going bad on this bitch at the liquor store. Nigga, I'm right there. Hey, homie, chill out on that, my nigga. We'll take that behind the business.
But if he tell me what she did, bro, he like, nah, bro, she did this. I'll be like, bro, handle your business.
But you need to know, it be niggas who be taught they bras did this and that. They be with bitches who been fouled from the get go. They just fell in love with her. Motherfuckers fall in love with a bitch because she done sucked them up in a way he ain't never been sucked up. She fucked and gave him pussy like he ain't never. Or he may have been on the drought, and the nigga in love with a broad who was just trying to get her rocks off.
No, that's my woman. Nah, if you do me like that, you mine. Because I'm gonna tell you,
and that's how you get up being a sucker.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you right then. I'm gonna be like, look, you can't be doing me like this. You mine.
They're going to jail behind these bitches.
Yeah, man.
And it's crazy. When you look at that dynamic, how many motherfuckers?
Heartbeats.
How many of the prisons is populated with niggas over some shit behind the broad?
Every day I got to
shit they talking about in Vegas. They talking about Vegas homicides is the domestic violence is one of the leading homicides in this motherfucker. There's so many suckers out here.
A lot of niggas be in jail, bro. Be in jail over fucking domestic violence and shit. You think a nigga like some mass murder killer, this nigga beat up his bitch, you got 10 years breaking his bitch face. He's like, niggas, a lot of niggas be in jail, niggas off that
First
shit.
of all, I don't agree with beating your woman up when you breaking her face, but I believe you should be able to discipline and beat your woman lightly.
You cut her off and you get your money. You have your money right for you going to dive in these relationships. A lot of these niggas depending on their broads, and then they be afraid to lose them.
Nah, that gorilla pimping is mispimping, homie.
No, it's not gorilla, bro. It's every 9 thing.
It is gorilla, nigga. Keep your hands your motherfucking self.
I bet you done restrained your woman before. I bet you have.
Man, never. Only time I restrained abroad is from them swinging at me. Like, bitch,
the pen is mightier than the sword, nigga.
Man,
the pen is mightier than the pen is, bro.
I'm
so charismatic. I'm so charismatic, bro, and so Mackish. You'll never understand, homie.
I don't believe it.
You shouldn't. I'll never be charismatic with you.
See, Brandon, that country shirt.
Why you even take it there? See how you took it? I'm just saying in general. This is how I
know, bro. I'm so charismatic, bro. I'll charm some milk off a cow, you know what I mean? Like, you just don't understand, bro. You gotta look a woman in her eyes. Bro.
And then you grab her by her throat.
No. Your voice is gonna grab her. What you say, what you saying to her is gonna grab her. I don't believe in that gorilla shit.
Yeah,
with a nigga, hell yeah. You get more fries with sugar than shit, guaranteed.
Yeah, but some women like you, bro. It's a turn on. I'm just saying.
And they the one for me.
You be one of them niggas sitting inside a prison, trying to call that bitch.
I know. Nah,
every time they try to go to the grocery store, wrestling match. Nigga want to go play basketball, the WWE promo.
Yeah, just slam a few times, push up against the door.
He be one of them sucker niggas tell her in public she can't look around and get jealous. He look in the direction of a dude. Like, that's some weird ass hoe shit.
You gotta walk, bro.
And bros like that should cheat on niggas like that.
And you gotta walk 2 steps behind.
This nigga capping. Yeah, I want a bitch walking behind me, hit you back in the head with a bat. You be careful.
That's because y'all didn't discipline right.
Nah, man, ain't gotta do none of that. It's too many chicks out here.
Ike was disciplined and he got into that damn limousine and it was a real fade. They got that motherfucker with his life.
Bro, you think Tina ever put up, man?
I do, nigga.
Man, Ike a little ass nigga. Tina probably was beating that fool up.
You heard that they was fighting together, nigga. They was both fighting. Nigga, you heard that shit from Joe Brown. Nigga, they was fighting. Nigga, he wasn't beating on that girl. Nigga, they was taking fades, nigga. I seen plenty of girls like that. Plenty of relationships. Bitch, get out there, get her issue with you, nigga. You will have to knock her out. I've seen that shit plenty of times.
I will.
You will have to touch her chin because she gonna be swinging on you. She gonna grab a knife. She gonna do all that shit, nigga. That shit happens, homie.
Hey, my favorite part is when they realize that they dealing with man strength, and then they realize, and by that time you done slapped their ass.
Yeah, some don't care.
I ain't
some
gonna
don't care, bro.
Yeah, slam their ass.
No, I wouldn't want to deal. The first time we getting in the fisticuffs, like it's over with.
bro, you got beat up by a chick. You got beat up,
Nigga
bro.
pull his pants up with a bitch. Like, hold up, bitch. Get out my face.
Hey, you see to this day that bitch be apologizing to.
Hey, Red, she damn near slept you, Red.
Nah,
Hey, Red, she didn't hit your chin instead of your eye. You went to sleep.
Man, she didn't even wobble me from that shit.
You said you were seeing them dots and shit, them stars and
no,
shit.
because her little fist went into my eyeball. It like hit the eyeball, nigga. I thought she pushed that motherfucker.
Hey, Red, you didn't swing. The first thing you did was grab your eye. He was trying to check to make sure that motherfucker was there.
I was trying to find her because I thought she popped that motherfucker out. I thought my shit did Vampire in Brooklyn. I was looking for that bitch. Like, what the fuck is all that? I'm like, she gonna step on my eye. and then when she start tearing off of me, that's how I knew she in front of me. Like, let me grab this. Like, fucking bitch. That bitch is mad. That bitch bit a chunk out my
put your hands up again one more time. Just do that action. What you just did.
Thing.
Yeah.
I like this bitch. That bitch bit the fuck out of me, nigga, like a pit. Nigga, shit
you saw that Deuce. Now you saw that. Now he showed you exactly what he did. That looked like
I had to find her. I had to grab for it. Not fucking
what did you do?
Like, bitch. I ain't swing on her. I ain't never thought to swing on her. I could have been ragged on her. Fuck, I ain't thinking none of that shit. Like, bitch, you better calm the fuck down. Fuck wrong with you?
Nah,
facts, real hill. Move on, man.
Yeah,
don't be out here bumping and racking with these bitches, bro.
Not at all. I don't even waste my time arguing with him. Like, man,
so female never slapped you, Deuce.
No, bro. Nobody get in my area, bro. Like,
Deuce ain't no little ass nigga. Man, I think girls slap little ass niggas, man.
They get knocked out. They get
skinny ass
beat up niggas. Beat up niggas on the track and shit, nigga.
So with this pimpish macking ass dude, you ain't never had no issue with no bra when she got physical with you, Mr. Mac and Pimp.
I ain't no pimp, bro. I'm a Mac. It's a big difference.
Excuse me, Mr. Mac.
Nah, bro. Nah, homie. I told you I got charisma, bro.
No, you ain't had no bitches. You ain't had no bitches.
You crazy, nigga. You crazy, bro. You crazy, bro. I had one
with the most strong picking cotton ass bras and shit. Lifting the tractor to change the wheel and shit. So yeah, them bras you wanted to fight you niggas.
Belly hay and shit. If you get into a whole wrestling match, Greco-Roman wrestling match with a bitch, get up out of here.
Bitch put these niggas in triangle chokes and shit.
Yeah, nigga. 6'3", 280. You're like, what?
So, dude, do your woman bring you your plate?
If I wanted to.
You know what I'm saying? If she cooking and you sitting down, because we know you do the cooking and the washing of the dishes, but I'm saying outside of that, do she bring your plate?
I cook for Cowboy games, Clipper games, maybe on a weekend or something.
Red laughing, said Clipper games.
I
cook for the game. I do cook for the game. That's a man thing in my family.
You got the apron. I bet you got a cowboy apron. I bet you ain't got no cowboy's apron.
I got a cowboy apron. I got a cowboy knife. Mother of tongue. Nigga, dead man. Come on, homie. I'm a fan, bro. I got cowboy clippers, everything, homie.
That nigga said cowboy knife.
I do. I got cowboy knives.
Hey, they make cowboy everything.
Wait, don't tell me they done laser etched a cowboy star in the metal part. Tell me it's on the handle.
Man, that shit blew you tripping.
What was they talking about $60 on that damn knife set?
Y'all damn fans of teens is fucking psychos, man.
Cowboy blankets, cowboy action figures, nigga. I'm trying to sell this Michael Parsons one.
Hey, just so you know, them not action figures, them dolls, bro. Just so you
The action figure, nigga.
no,
I'm not
them
playing with
dolls.
the
Them
I'm not
dolls.
playing with them, nigga.
This
Hey,
I bet
you gonna stay at Reggie house for the Raiders game? You gonna better go. They lose any one of them teams lose any more games. You gonna better go for the low. You gonna better sit at the 50-yard line.
Man, you can buy a front row ticket for $50 in this motherfucker.
Pretty soon.
Right about now, huh? I look on the round trip plane ticket, $100. I'm looking at this shit.
Man, Reg got a room for you, man.
They trying to get anybody out here. That's why. Shit.
I know. Go fuck with that nigga. I know I can.
And y'all can get the game in. We want to see that game. So yeah, I want to see it.
I'm telling you, I'm a dunk on Deuce.
No, you not, bro. You not gonna dunk.
My knees is feeling better. I'm getting up.
So you gonna run? So you think you're gonna turn a corner, hit the baseline, and dunk on Deuce? So you think you're gonna go right from the top of the key, take off, and dunk on Deuce? You think that?
Yeah.
Man,
I don't think he would. I think if he saw you get rid of the dunk on him and thought you could, he'll snatch your ass.
He might try to foul me.
Yeah. I wouldn't let you dunk on me. I snatch
your ass. A clean foul, but I wouldn't even think. I wouldn't even go against you. You going for a layup? So I would make your miss. We'll see what happens.
So when you supposed to be in town for the Raiders game? That's already way.
It's in November, man. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, man. You know, that's Thanksgiving shit. That's Christmas. I gotta buy this damn motherfucking Nintendo Switch. Man, I don't know. We're gonna see what's up.
Man, you better hit that.
They coming out with the new PlayStation out here. Shit.
Are they really?
Man, no, they not. They better not.
Nah,
I saw some shit
about that's not true. That can't be true.
I'm about to pull it up.
It take about 10 years for them to do another system, bro. That PlayStation, what? 2018?
Yeah.
The 5? I thought it was older than that.
Nah, it ain't that old.
It ain't that old. The 5 ain't that old.
All them gamers, just like Duke stood in line to get that motherfucker. Deuce was out line camping out.
Nah, I got that shit online. I got it during COVID. We got two. Both my.
Oh, that's right. They was backlogged on the mugs. That's right.
Yeah, they were backlogged.
No, they weren't backlogged. The motherfucking box was getting. I mean, them niggas was getting all that shit.
Remember, the chips wasn't getting produced because of COVID.
They had them motherfuckers. It was niggas going to the store getting 9 of them bitches and shit. Niggas backdooring PS5s.
Yep.
They was going for about $1,200-$1,500 nigga during that shit.
Everybody was sitting at home. They were saying that the Wi-Fi people was getting crashed on the Wi-Fi and shit.
My Xbox stayed crashing. That motherfucker.
Everybody was sitting at home playing the motherfucking video game during COVID, so it was putting a strain on the Wi-Fi network.
Hell yeah, nigga. They was giving niggas free months, everything. I was like, oh shit, for sure. You took Xbox Live for free. So that shit was crazy, man.
Hey, dude, so I'm gonna tell you what I did to my old. I don't know how to do it no more. I did it to my old Wii. I modded that motherfucker. Where I had all the video games on it.
Oh yeah, I had one like that. I had a 360 like that.
Man, that was everything on that ever. I had every game system ever, and I used to play them retro games. I'd be sitting up playing Galaga and all that bullshit. Sonic.
You like that old ass shit?
What? Man, it ain't my fault. You was in Christ in that church and couldn't play your Nintendo. That's not my fault.
I played that shit. I didn't like them games where you move side to side and shoot a little round white ass beam at some shit.
I play that shit at arcade. It came on arcade first, bro. I used to hit the arcade before I went to elementary school. Play Double Dragon and shit like that. You don't know nothing about this fly shit, bro. We do.
Man, we stayed on the game, bro. We played the game sun up and sun down. This is you talking about.
Y'all didn't even have no arcade. Y'all didn't have no arcade. Y'all couldn't have it.
Man, this is California, crazy, bro. What you talking about?
We started that shit, the arcade, hanging out the arcade, the bowling alley. I don't know what y'all niggas even have a bowling alley out there.
Man, we got
the skating ring and shit. Y'all got shit like that.
We got the best,
like everything.
We got the best bowling alleys and the best skating rings in the country.
Now, when the shit's out of style.
Well, yeah, we'd have donated the floor to that motherfucker.
Yeah, take this shit. Skating ring back popping for a dope though. I've been seeing that shit. I want to go to one of them motherfuckers. They be having it back
I
popping.
bet you can't skate. Oh, Mackish ass dude. I bet you
I
be slipping skating
skated about 25 years. I probably could though.
Hey, it do be looking tight as fuck when niggas be doing the little dances and skating.
I want to get out there, niggas slide, nigga whoop.
Yeah, that shit hard.
I'm going over there. Yeah. That shit like it's going back down though.
The skating rinks died because all that gang banging bullshit.
Yeah.
You want to go to that shit?
Yeah, what Turtle say? Where you going? To the skating ring, partner.
Yeah.
They go in there. They're gonna start some shit. That's what they're gonna do it.
Real. The skating ring, nigga, the school dances and all that shit. I mean, the park, not the school, the park dances, nigga, the park. Pay $2, nigga, Rogers Park, stay going to them motherfuckers. They call them sock hops. Then it just became a little party. You have pajama jams and all kind of shit. Those motherfuckers. I mean, those were the good days.
Say, man, a pajama jam? Oh my
pajama jams, nigga. Hell yeah.
God, bro.
Especially when you were a kid, nigga, y'all in there freaking.
That shit crazy that parents was letting their fucking little kids go to some shit like that.
Letting us go.
The parents of the past are stupid, man.
No, I was a kid going to pajama jams and all that shit. Yeah, I just begged my mama to go.
Niggas know they gonna get the fill on them bitches, man.
Hell yeah, I was in the Boys and Girls Club, so it was popping. Man, we go to that motherfucker for free, stay there all day after school. Go to the bathroom and get changed, me in that motherfucker.
That shit. And I wonder what them girls think of that shit now that they be changing up, probably feeling dirty.
They still do pajama jams. They still do that from time to time. Somebody throw a pajama jam thing.
But you had let your kid go to a pajama jam party?
Hell, motherfucker,
I let my son go.
I probably would too. I would too. My daughter, hell, motherfucking no. I don't want to let her go to a football game. I'm like, fuck that shit. Like, you ain't watching no football. You
want to be seen.
Dude said, go up there. Dude said you don't want to like nobody. Dude said, nah, you ain't going to watch no football. You ain't never watching no football with me. What's the quarterback name?
She asked you, you tried to go to the football game a couple of weeks ago. I'm like, hell no, what for? Like, you ain't watching the game, you ain't on the cheer squad, you ain't doing none of that shit. I know what niggas was on the foot. I know what I was on. Nigga, we get out, varsity playing, nigga, we run around trying to grab ass and doing all kind of shit, nigga. Fuck that. You had to jam into it. For real.
I let my son go to a pajama jam. My daughter, hell no. Because I know what she got to have on the go. And I know what's gonna happen to her. First of all, she can't make it out the door with me. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man, it's a female. The less they got on and the flyer they make it look, the better it is.
It'd be crazy and shit. I be getting my daughter from school sometimes. These girls with ass cheeks hanging out like high school and shit. Like spaghetti straps, ass cheeks hanging out. Like, y'all let the kids like the school let her walk around like that. Like, goddamn, homie, and like ass cheeks hanging out, like, my mama, like, you see so many little girl asses, you feel weird, like, man, let's get out of here. Then you gotta look down everywhere you see, niggas, spaghetti straps and short halter tops and shit they be wearing, like right up under their titties and shit, whatever that kind of style is. Midriff, that's what it's called, a midriff.
And there'll be girls who live with their mamas.
Yeah. So,
dude said it be so many little girl asses around here. It make me feel uncomfortable.
Hey, dude, then you gotta look down like you feel like you're looking at the ass and shit. And then like little 16, 17-year-old girl, they don't look like little girls, but you know they in school and shit. You be like,
just say, dude,
man,
little girl. Right then, that's how you know. I could see how dudes get in trouble. Right then, as a man. When you looking at that shit, you can be like, yeah, I can see how weak ass dudes get in trouble. I can see it.
No, that's why they was trying to keep girls. They was for years. I remember even in LA, they was talking about that shit. I don't know how serious it was, but making the words like all boys, all girls schools are even segregating the schools and shit, our classrooms.
Mm-hmm. They were doing shit like that. Certain schools, like private schools and shit, do shit like that. Yeah,
them girls have to wear a uniform, but yeah, you like even. I think even in high school, in my age, but it be them girls who got parents that don't have boundaries in that motherfucker.
Oh, you ain't got to worry about it. Ready, your daughter finna try that shit with you. Come at the house
Man,
one day
that
with her
girl when
belly
she
showing and
wears
shit
when
like.
she no she not
We'll
when
see.
she wears shorts. You better fix that shit. When she come from her mom house, she be having short. Go back in there and go find some other shit.
How old is your daughter now?
11.
All
Like I
right,
don't
bro.
rock with this shit.
Man, wait till she get 15 and 16 and shit.
She can be a girl, but you ain't about to be doing that shit around me. It's these bitches that allow that shit. Then they be
I
wondering
agree.
why these
Ain't nothing
pedophiles.
wrong with that.
That
She can run,
exactly
she
that's
can
what
run.
they say.
Ain't
Bro,
nothing wrong with that. Fuck
and I
that.
hate that shit.
Yeah, these bitches stupid, man.
Why you gotta do her like that? She got a little shape. Just let her wear. Nah, hell no.
Yeah,
Take that.
they wonder why these older little weird ass grown dudes be targeting them and shit.
Everybody, they other people dress like that. Well, I guess they daddy ain't saying shit. Her daddy saying something, and she ain't wearing shit. Bra strap showing off. You see them trying to wear the shirt off the shoulder with the bra strap showing. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I mean, all these motherfucking biker shorts and shit. Like, man, hell no. I mean,
Man, I hate when they go through goddamn that I hate that watching them growing a teenager. That shit and their body start changing and shit, and then they know it and they want to show this shit off. That's the thing about it. I hate that. I hate it. It's all right.
Like
It's all right.
I'm not gonna block them being like feminine and all that shit, but have some motherfucking discernment with your shit. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but like you don't have to expose that shit. Wait till you grow. Like, but they got these little girls wearing what older little loose ass women be wearing this shit. Are they going to look like this and that? Like,
it's a social media, bro. I tell you all the time.
but it ain't even just that. It's just that you got a household because it's households who don't allow that shit. It's a household thing.
I agree.
You get these others who think that bitch shit looking like a bitch and all that shit is cool. Like, hell no.
I blame social media. They put Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion in front of these bitches, and this is what you supposed to be like. I got a ring. I don't cook and clean, and there we go. Inundated with all this bullshit.
I agree.
Yeah, it's wild, man, seeing that shit. But lucky,
we
like
were a victim of that shit. Like our generation was a victim of that gangster rap shit.
Man, and even you is the illest shit when you start seeing when the Butterfly came out. That's when I start really knowing that whole shit start coming out, like little girls displaying whole shit. The Butterfly and Tootsie Roll, yeah. Because even I remember that year when I was in junior high, man, they was because they was having them school dances, man. They was in there. I think they had it when I was in the 6th grade. Man, that I think they sent letters out at home, and then they start having where you couldn't the girls and boys had to be this far away from each other. Cause they was like, man, them adults is fucked up when they was seeing this shit. Like them motherfuckers in there freaking in the 6th grade and shit. Like
they should break us up. They like go in there and be grinding with a bitch on a girl.
It came from the Luke videos and watching House Party 2, Pajama Jam, and watching all of that shit. It came from that. You know what I mean? Man, when I watched that Luke shit, man, bro, that Luke shit used to blow my mind, man. I'm not gonna lie. Luke video, oh my God. And I think most of them was all natural back then.
Yeah, it was all skinny and shit.
I know BBL and shit, yeah.
What a kid gave you, man? I know you walked over one of your girls before. Oh, my bad.
I think that walked on them. That ain't crazy.
Walked in on them.
What you mean walked on?
Walked in on him. Age man got 4 girls. He done came. It been for him little boy that was slick. They're like, boy, how you get in here? Boy, what you doing?
I think girls is good is better at like
no, Reg. Let them finish. Let them finish. I love hearing cats tell on themselves. Finish. Why you cutting them off, man? Let that man speak. Tell me about my daughters.
Hey, nigga, he was talking. I was saying like girls is gonna be more slicker about not getting caught.
Okay.
In a way.
Yeah, but we talking about me and my daughters. One thing I tell my daughters,
I'm just joking, man. I'm just
I
playing.
know, I know you joking, fam.
Get on that nigga head, Asian man.
We ain't taking nothing personal. I don't trip off of words, man, especially when I know the truth. You know, if my daughter did get any of that off, salute to him. Because like I said, you ain't guilty until I catch you. So right now I feel I'm betting 1,000.
You got grown daughters. If you don't stop,
Yeah, and I still got daughters in school too. You're right. I got grandkids. I got a granddaughter. I just dropped her off at school. She what you say your daughter is 11? Yeah, my granddaughter is like your daughter's age, Rich.
Wait, say that again?
I said one of my granddaughters is your daughter's age. They about the
he
same age.
basically saying he old enough to be your daddy, Reggie. That's what he kind of saying.
No,
I know Asian math older than all of us.
Okay. But no, I didn't have them. I think I shared it. You know, sometimes I come on, I be vulnerable, and I, probably give a little bit TMI. I think I said it before. It was this one chick was hitting on my daughter, and I didn't catch it at first because it was like out of sight, out of mind type of shit. Like chicks ain't doing this type of shit. But I think that's what that bitch was on, man. That bitch was trying to get a little kitty cat.
Man, I think it's a lot of that lesbian shit that's high amongst the female population.
Yeah, but the dudes, no, like I said, I'm betting 1,000. I was that dude, so it wasn't nothing the dudes can do to penetrate any of my defenses. And then I was my
So
daughter.
man, why you have to use that word, man? You could have used any other word. You like it doesn't. It was nothing they can do to penetrate. Like what the fuck?
Well, that was their objective, right? To penetrate. It was nothing they can do, and they sure wasn't talking about penetrating me. So that goes without saying. So it was really nothing they can do. The best they could do was come, yeah, OG, try to be friendly. Yeah. Where your mom at?
So do you allow them to come in the house and sit on the couch?
No, they don't want to come in my house. This is the murder capital. You get caught the wrong way. You somebody got to come get you up out of here. If they ain't got no discipline like that, they don't want to come in my house. And trust me, it was a lot of little cats. They used to, because I had all girls. And my girls live with me behind, and it was more than 4. I don't know why y'all keep shortchanging. All my daughters live with me. Primarily like 80% of their life, they live with me.
Oh yeah, I bet you kept some dogs around your house, stray dogs coming around.
I was the only dog that was needed. But Brandon,
So
let me just say, we gonna get back. We gonna get. Okay, go ahead.
So nobody knocked on your door.
I was trying to tell you everything. I like getting the truth out. Then we could joke all day.
Okay,
So the narrative won't be misconstrued. Okay. Real recognize real in our parts of town. A motherfucker gonna try you. Then after that little trying thing, like say, oh man, I got to put all the chips in, and then they weigh, is this worth it or not? They ain't gonna play with you. They ain't. They ain't got to go to chapter 12 to see how that story going in.
So basically, you one of them violent dudes in your neighborhood. You violent. You intimidate.
I ain't got to intimidate nothing. I'm the dude. This is the most talking I do when I get on her. That's why I like getting on her. I get on her and I'll talk. But in real life, like when I was in Texas, I don't see you wouldn't have really heard me say much. You just would have saw me do what I do. That's it.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, tell Reggie. Shit.
Oh, I'll be on the West Coast in a little bit. I got relatives over there. I'm pull up on Reggie. But
you better show Reggie what
but now with me when after my
gonna be like, where the Savoy at?
he said what he said. Hold on, what you say? I ain't hear that. He said what?
You gonna ask where the Savoy at?
What's that last word?
Fox,
Yeah.
Oh, what a silver. That's what he said. What a silver.
Where the ladies at?
Reg, you definitely ain't gonna want me in Cali. I done had Cali, bitch. What the fuck I even talking about? I ain't gotta come to Cali. Them bitches done came to me. I done showed you them hoes. What the fuck you talking about?
Reg? You find them out and trick in, of course, nigga.
Nah. But anywho, back to no, I didn't have them problems. And the cats used to come around. They did. You knew what it
So
was.
Asian math.
Yeah.
Asian math. What's your opinion on the infrastructure bill that we didn't go through?
On the infrastructure here in America.
Yeah, and the bill they passed
It
with
works for them. That's how you get them hoes flown out.
slave trades and automobiles.
Oh, that's not. They don't want to do. They ain't gonna want to do business with China. China got them in the chokehold, man. China got America in the chokehold. America, because the only thing that America is really gonna surviving on now is they can bully within, and then that's gonna crumble. Once the two sides, it's a division in the two sides, and I ain't gonna say it's gonna be civil war, but it's gonna be civil war-esque because you can't geopolitical bully over here like you used to, or over there like you used to. Them cats over there, they bullying all that outside of the U.S. They got the chokehold. So now America, you want to say Trump, he's bullying within. So
they ain't got us in no chokehold, bro. Yeah,
man,
but where you get they got us in the chokehold?
They got us in
Like
the
how?
chokehold, fam. Hey, fam,
How?
if you sleep, we just say it's a whole. Like I put it in the thing. I told Brandon, I put it at him so he could see it. I said it's a numbers game. It's always been the numbers game. It's real
Yeah,
simple.
but
Okay, go ahead.
but we run what the future is, which is the chips. All the future and the technologies that run through the United States, that run through American companies. And the software that go with them chips, that's all AI, that's all your cloud, that's all us. So if anything, what the thing that they have is rare earth metals. That's what they got the market corner.
What
But
do
as
you
far as
think
the
those chips? I didn't want to interrupt you, Pittsburgh, but you hit the nail on the head. You're right. Ding, 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 trillion points for you right there. What do you think them chips are made out of? When Red said, "Hey, that's what when the chips slowed down and all that," that wasn't because it was a shortage of China put the chokehold down. Now y'all ain't getting this shit. Y'all gonna get
no,
this
they
shit when
didn't.
we want to. Yes,
I
they
think
did. Yes, they did.
No, they
Yeah,
didn't.
you can look at type in Moore's chain.
No, I think Taiwan was
That's
something.
No,
power.
that's not
Who
true.
you think bullying them? They finna go in
They
there
know.
in the next 2 years. They're gonna have that. That China still consider that's their territory. You
But
ain't finna
that's not.
sneeze unless. Okay, man. I don't know
That's
what the fuck
not.
I'm talking
Listen, that's not the same thing, bro. Like, look, all of the chips are manufactured in Taiwan. Like all the major chip companies,
about.
from
No, that's the
your
owner.
video
That's
cards,
MC.
right?
MC.
Okay,
Or whatever.
okay, okay. So look, this is the thing with the chips. The chip companies are all American chips, and even the machines that they make the chips from, they can't even duplicate the machine that makes them
They done
because
it,
what
fam.
they're doing.
And you on point, Pittsburgh.
No,
You schooling them.
Hey,
Yes, they
Jamel,
did
you're
duplicate
interrupting
that.
him.
no, no.
He's trying
Hold
to
up,
block
no.
his point.
Hold up. Yeah, but hold up. They cannot duplicate the lithography machine that they need to make the chips. Every year, every couple of years, what they do with chips, they get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Right.
They go by
Right.
nanometers. Now they're down
Right.
to like 3 or almost 2 or some shit like that. What China has the older chips that they've made more efficient. They do not have the newer chips. They're like 1 or 2 years back with even being able to produce the new chips. Why? Because they don't have the machines to produce the chips. So they're not on the same level as us as far as technology. Now, what Trump and them are trying to do is let the company sell them some of the newer chips at a certain rate, but that still doesn't get them on the level of where we are, because everything that they're going to get as far as technology is going to come from us. It's not going to be produced from them as of right now, and they're years back. They're not even close. So no, they're not close to us. We're still producing the chips. There's no shortage of them producing the chips right now. The problem that they have right now is the facilities that they're trying to build out. They're starting up that facility in Texas that they started like a year or two ago that they're trying to do, and I think they're doing one in New
got good
York.
knowledge, Pittsburgh. You saying a lot of good stuff, but you still missing the main
No, I'm
thing.
not,
Of course,
because
the
Hey, real
machine.
quick.
Okay.
Hey, real quick. Hey, didn't they pass the Chip Act? And then like didn't
yeah,
Paul Pelosi? Did they pass
yeah, they
it so they can
passed it,
start building
but no, but that's not how the chips work,
factories?
Bruce. Look, no, but
I'm
look,
about to say,
even
what
if
the
they
hell
look,
is a chip?
That's not how it works, dude. Let me explain something real quick. And this is the problem with the whole bill thing.
Just
If
want
they
to say
want to make a
something negative
factory,
about Nancy Pelosi.
no, this ain't got nothing to do
She
with
is
Nancy Pelosi.
significant.
Well,
She was on that
hold
list.
on, time out.
Exactly.
This
The
ain't got
insider
nothing to do with.
trading.
Listen, no,
Exactly.
listen. This ain't got nothing to do with Nancy Pelosi. If you want to make a factory of chips, no matter where you want to make it, look it up. A clean room takes anywhere from 2 years to 4 years for them to make the clean room, which is what they need to make a chip. They have to have a certain kind of room with all this technology in there. That room takes 2 to 4 years. So it didn't matter who made that bill. That's not coming right now. It doesn't matter who makes it. And when they make it, they still have to get those machines from Taiwan Semi to make the new chips. All of that stuff has to be done. They got to get the machines and they got to get the clean room. Those two, neither one of them things happen.
Who is the guy that's running all that? Because you got a lot of good info, so you should know that dude's name.
Running what? There's different companies.
Everything you're saying, the machines, them chips, and all that. Who is the head guy running that? You should know
There ain't
that, right?
There's no one person.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No,
That's who
it's
Nancy
not.
Pelosi went to see.
Where
Oh
you
my
get your
goodness.
information? We check information. That's all, Asian
Well,
man.
check
No,
it.
there's
That's
no.
all I said. I gave the
There's
name.
no.
Check it. No,
He's talking about Peter. He's talking about Peter Thiel. He's talking about Peter
That's not the
Thiel.
main guy.
Oh, okay.
There's no main guy. Like, look, there's a Nvidia that makes the fastest processors right now is
It's a
Nvidia.
competitive market. There ain't no one person running that.
But Nvidia doesn't create their own chips. Most of the chips themselves are created through Micron and Taiwan Semi. They make most of the chips. The machines that make the actual chips,
what is the
that's
CEO
neither
name
one
of
of those
that?
companies.
What is the CEO name of that place?
Which one?
The main one. The main one.
You
the
keep
one that's
saying that.
producing like
It's a
over
bunch of
80%.
companies.
No, it's
a bunch.
the main one.
If you said it's a CEO, that's even further let you know ain't no one person running because
It's not one person. No, but it's more than one company, Reg. It's more than one company.
No,
For
that's what I'm
Nvidia,
telling
it's just in one.
Yeah,
But
but
for
wrong. You keep arguing.
yeah,
That's
it's
one.
wrong. Yeah, because for Nvidia, for the most advanced chip is Jensen Huang. That's him. But they don't make their chips. Their chips are made from Taiwan Semi and Micron. Those are both two separate companies that may produce the chips. They make those foundry chips, and they also make the AMD chips.
Reg, type in the name Morrischaung.
Please write it so I can. Well, hold on. Let me get back on the keyboard. All right, go ahead.
Morrischaung.
Is it? Where's the first name? This the last name?
Oh my gosh!
Come on, it's Morris. Come on.
CH. That's ABC. H as in horse. U as in you. ANG.
All right, keep cooking. You wrong, Asian man. I don't know why you keep defending your part. You wrong, bro.
Have you found? Did he come up yet?
No.
Oh man, y'all know what you on some 1972 computer shit. Let me type it up.
Nigga, if you wrong, bro.
I'm not wrong about none of this shit. I'm finna get it. I'm finna find it for you. Why would I even get on here and be saying some shit like this? And I'm finna be just dead ass wrong like this. You just want me
all
to
the time. You ain't the only one that's ever done it.
What the hell ever, man?
Okay, Reg, look this up.
While I'm looking it up, I'm listening to you.
Okay, but look, this is the company. Look this up, Reg. ASML. Alpha Sam Michael Lima.
I want him to read who this guy is. And
I am. I got you. Here we go. Okay, it's CHANG. I put a U in there. I put a take the U out.
This is the guy on the screen right here.
Yeah.
Okay, read it.
Hold on. No, take the U out. Take the U out.
It's on the screen, bro.
No, you got the one with the U on it. His name is CHANG.
What? All right, so make sure you read it. I'm pulling your article up. Here you go. All right. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna be proven wrong.
But I feel like you got it say patents by inventor Morris Schwang, but he got the U in it. Morris Schwang has filed for patents protect. No, you took it off the screen. Now it's going off.
Here go the guy you talking about from out of Taiwan.
Yeah. He got the
So
main one. That's why 80% of our chips. Yeah, there we go. Him right there.
go ahead. He ain't the only guy in the industry, bro.
I
So
ain't saying he the only. I say he's the main. The one
no,
where
no,
the
he's
chips,
not the
where you want
main.
them hypersonic missiles, them ICBMs that they need, the one that's really gonna
I
make you
I
global
think he's
dominance.
wrong, bro. But go
Them
ahead,
chips,
read
you
it.
need them chips to make them missiles do all that shit.
Go ahead, read who this guy is, because we got people listening.
Okay, Taiwanese billionaire business executive, electrical engineer. He is the founder of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC. That's what I was trying to say. I said the MC at first, but it's TSMC. That's the main one. And was the company's chief executive officer, CEO, as I said, from 1987 to 2005, and is chairman until 2018. As of July 2025, his net worth is estimated at US 5.1 billion, but he worth way more than that. Born in China, Chang lived in Hong Kong and immigrated to the United States after attending Harvard University. He earned 3 degrees from MIT and received his doctorate from Stanford University in 1964. He began his career as a semiconductor engineer, first at Sylvania. That was an American company, but then he left. Sylvania Electronics Products, then Texas Instrument. We know that's down in your neck of the woods, Brandon. And in 1984, became president's chief operating officer of General Instrument. But I ain't got to read them. Well, let me just let you know how significant this dude is. That's why Nancy Pelosi went there to meet with him, because they brought him back there, and Gigi Payne was like, "Nigga, you finna stop supplying them. We cutting the supply demand off." And she went there, nah, we finna be cool with
Yeah.
y'all. We gonna protect y'all from them. We were whopping it. And Gigi Payne
See,
said, "You ain't protecting shit, because you bring your ass back over here again, you gonna feel the real wrath."
they
You know what
they
I'm
said they're
saying?
gonna shoot her plane down. She go over there and meet with the
Exactly.
nigga, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden they passed the chip act, and she got the first dibs on it,
Thank
or her
you.
husband got the first dibs on it. The fuck
Yeah,
out
but
of here.
you got bits and pieces of stuff, bro. You still wrong. Like, look, this is what you getting wrong. What we talk, like, the new stuff that's being held up now is the artificial intelligence, and it's one company that's the chip manufacturer of the chip that everybody wants. That's NVIDIA. There's nobody else. They have the most advanced chips. Period.
More
AS,
advanced than what
like,
they making. More advanced than what this dude up here making. More advanced than TSMC.
they don't make. Listen, let me explain it to you. See, you got bits of it. Okay, so when NVIDIA makes the chip, they make the architecture for the actual chip. Now, who actually makes the chip is Taiwan Semi makes part of the actual chips that go on those cars because it's video cars. And guess who else makes it? Micron. They make those chips. Now, those are two separate companies that make NVIDIA chips. NVIDIA does not produce their own chips. Even though it says NVIDIA on the fucking chip, they're not producing the chips. They are actually making those chips for them. Now, in order for them to make the chips, they need another company. So this is these are 3 companies. You got NVIDIA, who created the architecture. You got Micron, who's producing the chip. You got Taiwan Semi, who's producing another chip that goes on that card. That's 3 companies. There's another company that actually makes the chips, the machine, which is called the lithography machine, that actually produces the chips, because it has to be a certain kind of machine that only this company can
Yeah,
make.
no,
It don't matter who.
I know. No,
Hold
I'm
up.
not trying to interrupt you. No, I'm trying to help. We about to say the same thing.
No,
I'm
no,
trying
but
to
you
think of the.
interrupt.
No,
I
let me
Let him
know. I'm
finish
finish,
his
bro.
saying,
point.
Reg.
Let him
Let
finish
me
his
talk to
point.
this brother.
No,
What?
because when you
Let me
feel wrong,
finish
you
my point,
interrupt.
bro.
You
Let me
gonna mess
finish.
up talking. Let him finish. Go
Now
ahead.
I'm just
Let
trying
me
to think of the
finish.
country where that machine is
But
made
let
at.
him
That's
finish
all I
his
said. But
point.
maybe he'll see.
Let him
Maybe
talk.
okay. Go ahead.
Let me finish.
All right.
Okay,
Go ahead.
that company is what I was trying to tell Rez Lugger before. It's ASML, Alpha Sierra Micah Lima. That
Yeah. Now,
company
what
right
country
there,
is that in
it's
Turkey?
all in Taiwan. No, they're all in Taiwan.
Okay.
All these companies are in Taiwan, and they're all American companies. If you look up ASML, that they make these actual machines that make the chips, and that's in Taiwan. And if you look up those machines from ASML, they actually made them dummy proof, where they can remotely kill them They can have a remote kill switch, and they detonate the machines if they get into the wrong hands. That's how serious they are about those
I
particular
know, yeah, I
machines.
know.
But
But the
those
only why we
machines,
interrupted because I thought some of the machines was made over there, not on the east, but out there in the west. I thought it was
no, no, it's all in
something.
Taiwan. No, it's all in Taiwan.
I
Now,
gotta look it
now
up.
the thing,
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, but now the thing with the machines, those particular machines that they're making for the most advanced chips, not because they make when we talking about chips, they make chips for those companies those three companies that we were talking about that produce chips. They make chips for your refrigerator, they make chips for your cars, they make chips for your computers, they make chips for everything. The
Yeah, but
most advanced chips that
that's the
everybody
small shit
wants,
though. Is the
yeah,
one for warfare.
but the most advanced chips that everybody wants is the artificial intelligence chips. Those chips, they have to have that particular machine that comes from ASML because they allow them to make the chips smaller and smaller and smaller. And the smaller they can make those chips, the lighter they can make the chips, the less chance that they're going to overheat, and they're able to conduct heat at a different level where it will not overheat. It takes less energy. So that's why those chips are so advanced, and that's why they've been keeping those chips away from China. Before the Trump administration, they put on what they call controls, where they went to the companies, which was Nvidia, which is the top dog that sell the most advanced chips, and AMD, which is sells the chips under there, and they say, hey, look, listen, you cannot sell these chips to China. You can sell them these chips that are a little bit older. They had those export controls on there. Biden came in, he reinforced those same exports on there. Then AMD came in, they said, hey, look, we have a special chip we made just for China. It's not as fast. They had to get it approved. It did not get approved. At first they were going to approve it. They did not approve it. Now, as of recent, the last thing that I heard, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, is that Trump made a deal where they were going to allow them to sell a certain percentage of those advanced chips to China at a percentage where they were going to have to pay to America. Now that hasn't happened yet, but that's what's happening, and that's all of the companies that make the chip. So it's not one company; it's multiple companies. You got two chip companies. You got one company that architects the thing, and then you got another company that makes the machine that makes the chips. So it's more than one company.
And it's more than one component in there. China got the rare earths that makes the materials and the metals that the ones that can perform the best at, and they got a monopoly on that material. So China still got the upper hand on it. You can't just use regular gold to get them chips to do the shit they want these missiles and all this latest warfare technology to do, shooting lasers and all that shit. Just no regular refrigerator chip ain't gonna cut it. You can't have that shit, that type of technology, and that shit. That's some shit we don't even know about, and that's what they fucking fighting about. And China gonna put the chokehold on Taiwan to make sure, hey, nobody else get that technology. They is. I mean, that's just the facts. I mean, and your shit. I ain't trying to make it a thing between me and you. You was right on a bunch of stuff. But I thought the machine that makes it was in some other country that they got a patent on how they make them. I didn't think that everything
No,
was in
Reg,
Taiwan.
no, Reg, look up that company, ASML, Alpha Sierra Michael
Because
Lima. Look that up.
yeah, it is a certain machine you got to have it to make those chips. I'm talking about the real advanced chips.
Yeah, I can't really see it, but anybody who does anybody who does any research on that company, that's the one that has the machine that has that process. Because a certain process that they need for that machine to work.
That's saying something about Dutch. Where is that located at?
What the machine, where they manufacture the machine? I don't know where they manufacture the machine. Yeah, I don't know where they that's the company that manufactures the machine. I don't know where they manufacture.
In Nevada. Yeah, something in Nevada.
Yeah. A lot of stuff is made. Yeah, because remember that stuff. Look, Nvidia headquarters is in California. ASML might have a headquarters somewhere in America. Like where the headquarters is doesn't necessarily mean where they putting the thing together. So we got to remember that part of it. I don't know where they're putting the machine together. I bet you it's a lot of crowded of secrecy where they putting that, exactly where the hell they putting that
Right,
machine
right. Because
together at.
Nevada, it wasn't nowhere in America where they had the machines that making them chips. So this is some
They
new shit.
no, they
That where they
got
bringing
parts
it
of
here.
it. They got
Okay,
parts
they
of
got.
it here. Yeah, they got parts
Okay,
of it here. Like there's certain parts of it that we have here, right? So like I don't
right.
think there's, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's no one spot where they putting them machines together. But all that stuff ends up in Taiwan where they're producing those chips, where the microns and the Taiwan semis, all that stuff is in Taiwan. So the machines are gonna eventually end up over there, and then they're probably gonna place some here in Texas when they try to open up that facility, and when they open up that facility that they're trying to open up in New York, if they ever those things ever get done. But
Now
those
I
are the
heard about the
machines that
one
need
in
to be
Texas.
done.
I heard about the one in Texas about a couple of years ago that they breaking ground on trying to build it there and all that, just in case China do take over Taiwan, so they at least will be able to produce something over here. You know.
But if they do, they still can't do that with the machines. It don't matter. They need the machine in order to make the chip. Like it
Now
don't
I
matter.
heard.
That's the point. So if they don't get, even if they take the machine, they're gonna blow the fucking machine up. That's a well known fact that they booby trapped the machine, or the fucking machine gonna blow up. They got a remote kill. They gonna hit the button and that shit gonna blow up. This ain't even no made up like stuff. This is well known
No, you
fact that's
take it
been
back. I
promoted.
know it sounds like some
No, I'm
science
not. I'm
fiction
not saying.
shit.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not. This ain't to you, Agent Man. This is for people who don't
Okay,
know.
yeah.
Members of the people
Oh
listening to us, the other than
yeah.
us. Yeah, for people who don't know that they actually have a kill switch on those machines, those specific machines, because they know that there's a risk that China will go into Taiwan. If it wasn't that, they would have went in there and took the fucking machines a long time ago. Because Taiwan is close enough. They just would have went over there and took the fucking machines. They know they can't do that. And if they do that, it's almost like we just finna go kamikaze pilot and we'll just blow this shit up and won't nobody have nothing. That's what they own. So they just taking what they can get, and they just trying to make what they got, which is 1 or 2 generations back. They making it more efficient. That's all they can do. And they get some of the chips now. They'll buy them from other countries, and they might get some of them from another country that then sold them on the black market or something. They're gonna get so many of them. And that's always gonna be a thing. But a lot of that
Okay,
stuff is highly regulated.
It's saying this is a Dutch company.
right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Is it?
It was over. Yeah, it was
It's a
being
Dutch
built over there. Yeah.
I wonder where they put the machines
And
together though, because
China be reverse engineering shit too.
Thank you,
So
they
Deuce.
you
can't.
gotta keep that in mind also.
But
That's
they
the word
can't
I
do
was trying
that.
to
Yeah,
think.
dudes. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's in most instances, but in this, they can't. They haven't been able to do it. They haven't. They don't have. They
Well,
don't have the
why is their
capability of
warfare
doing it.
technology more advanced than ours then?
capabilities don't stop where you at today. China will be able to develop this shit, bro.
I don't know, Reg. I mean, until they get there, that I don't know when that's going to be. I mean,
Man,
people
they
been
got
saying that for
missiles
the
that could
last
go
10, 15
that
years.
could circle the globe and miss its target by 20 miles. We ain't got no technology like that.
Bro, but okay, see, what y'all missing is
We
y'all talking
do.
about military
We do
warfare.
have that.
First,
We
yeah,
showed
that's
ours
not the
off
same
too.
thing. Yeah, that ain't the same thing, bro. And they flex out a lot of stuff that we don't flex, number one. And number two, as far as the chips goes, bro, they not look, if they had it, they wouldn't be trying to run up in Taiwan and trying to get our stuff if they had any capability of doing it. They
No,
don't.
this is what I was saying, Pittsburgh. They trying to cut off the supply, like y'all ain't getting no more.
No, they can't do that, bro. They can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't do that. I get what you're saying because of the rare earth, but that's not exactly how that works. I mean, I get the premise of it, but that's not exactly how that works. You saying
seem
because
like
they got control over rare earth that they're just gonna cut the supply off and nobody's gonna get rare earth. That's what you're saying?
Well, they didn't want
No,
old
he's
boy.
saying that no, they saying that they'll cut off the supply with the U.S. and Taiwan because they was already
Thank
he
you.
was right about this shit with Nancy Pelosi when she went over there and made that shit, and they was like we'll blow our plane out the sky and shit. It was like kind of hostilities about that shit. That was like maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, about 3 years ago now.
So he right about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, he right about that. They're talking
Yeah,
about
but
cutting off
that was
supply
all
between
propaganda.
America and Taiwan.
There wasn't no propaganda, Pittsburgh. That was
Bro,
real.
No,
listen.
that was threats.
No,
Right
no,
That
after
shit
no,
came
that,
out on the
no.
news.
that's
Like,
when Putin ran over there in Ukraine and shit that just started a little proxy war.
Yeah, but you miss, like, just because that's being propagated in the media There was no way in God's green earth that them people was gonna touch that lady plan. And I'll tell you why. Like people say stuff like leaders say stuff like Trump say a bunch of shit to make itself sound tough. The Chinese leader does the same thing, and the guy from Russia does the same thing. They never want to seem weak to another country. So they're gonna say a bunch of crazy shit. Now, all those companies that we listed, all the companies we're talking about, they're American controlled. Like, so they know that if they do anything, there's no way that they have access to any of these countries. And all of the things that we're talking about, they run their entire country from anywhere from their water supply, their water and sewer, to their industrial pipes, to their electricity. All that stuff is run by those chips. It cuts everything off. And you got to remember, when they get the chip, they know too that there's a back door into those chips that they can't do anything about. So there's no it's just the stuff that they were saying and what they was going to actually do. No, I didn't have any belief that they would ever do anything to that lady because they knew
Man, they put a video
Well,
out
why haven't
about
they
that
went back
shit,
over
like an
there then?
AI video.
Why haven't any US official went back over there?
Because you know what happened? NVIDIA moved their headquarters to Taiwan. If they haven't moved it already, they announced it this last year that they're moving their headquarters to Taiwan from San Jose, California. So they have an American CEO already over there. They already got us over there. And amongst him, you know, them alphabet boys put people in those positions to be over there that's already over there within that stuff. You know how this stuff goes. We already over there. We ain't got to get somewhere where we already at.
Man, they start doing military patrols. All motherfucker, you better not come within 100 miles of this motherfucker ever again. Take your ass home. We finna run this shit. And they ain't did no full scale invasion yet, but the time is ticking. I really feel it. I could be wrong. We'll know in a couple of years, probably less than that. Shit, you probably wake up tomorrow. Yeah, they invading Taiwan, and all hell gonna break loose. Straight up.
But let me ask you a question, Kenny Angel, man. If they invaded them for the chip and the machine that they need to make the chip, if they're going to self-destruct it, what's the point? They still can't make the chip.
I think their main agenda is we don't get it.
It's a territory. I don't think it's just about the chip; it's about the whole territory.
Yeah, the whole
Taiwan and China.
America still produces rare earths, bro. It ain't like
not the rare earth over there. It's just like what me and Brandon was saying about the differences in the oil.
Yeah, but y'all mixing up two things. Like Taiwan is only valuable. Taiwan is only valuable because they have all those companies over there. That's one. Like Taiwan wouldn't be that valuable or be that highlighted if they didn't have all those mega companies over there producing chips.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the rare,
some you said is about the facility that it takes to produce those chips is
producing slave labor too.
No, but what he was saying, it takes 2 years just to build that facility because it can't have no dust, no particles. It's like it's cleaner than a hospital, the best hospital ever. It's like it's not even a particle of dust is in there, and that takes a long time to build.
Bro, they can still build that shit. They ain't.
And it takes a long time. Would you tell them again, Pittsburgh?
It don't.
Look it up, Rich.
Construction, they can do it, bro. 2 years ain't shit.
No.
It takes 2 years to go into process, and it takes longer to go in process and planning for shit. It ain't nothing for them to build these facilities.
No, but
it's
what
not
I'm saying,
just a regular facility. You just can't put them chips anywhere. If you get a little peck a microgram of dust on that chip, is no longer no good. So you done fuck something up. That shit got to be clean. You got to go in there with spacesuits on spacesuits making them chips.
Then you just make spacesuits. They know what they're doing, bro. Like, so.
Okay. You make it sound so easy. That shit ain't. That's real high tech, nanotech.
Well, you can build a building, but is the building running and functional? It's something different. Well, you can build a building in 6 weeks,
right?
But to make it functional and for its purpose, that might be the delay.
Yeah, because it's not an easy process. Pittsburgh was breaking it down how everything got to be in place just to get these chips in the working order that they needed to have all this advanced technology. It's a lot of shit that goes into that. So yeah, it's a lot of different moving parts. You got to have the facility. You got to have the rare earth. You got to have, now they shrinking them down to where they could put trillions of data into one little bitty small speck of chip, where it used to take a whole damn motherfucking what they used to call them big ass computers back in the day.
Mainframes.
Yeah,
You talking about mainframes?
mainframe. You used to have to take a whole big ass mainframe just to run one fucking program. Now they got it on a small chip that could do shit, shoot a missile and make that motherfucker travel around the world. So yeah, that's some high ass shit. And whoever run that shit is run the world. That's all the satellites need that shit. Everything where they need to spy on you and all that shit. All these B-2 bombers, all these fast jets, all that shit needs those chips. We ain't
Well,
just
you
talking
need the
about
software too. Well, let's look up the software too, because now you talking. We also, if we're gonna do the military, you need planetary. If I'm even saying it correctly, PLTR. That's the stock symbol. If you look them up, they have all the government contracts when it comes to artificial
And that's
intelligence.
Peter Thiel, right? That's Peter Thiel, ain't it?
That's
He's
that
Ain't
one
shit
Peter?
of them.
that boycott keeps sending me and shit.
Yeah, that's the shit. I would say, yeah, that's the shit boycott be talking about. That
so
He's
Peter
one
Thiel
of
y'all
be
them.
running
saying
that shit.
he got a monopoly on the language for the
No, no,
chips.
no. No,
Okay,
no,
I'm
it's
asking.
not just him though. It's not just him. Like this is the problem with this whole Peter Thiel thing. People take his name and they just make it this hyperbolic thing. That is a publicly traded company. There's no one person that runs that company. He was one of the original founders. He has a certain stake in there, and he has, a public appearance with that. But the company as itself, setting that aside, that company has a market on the software for artificial intelligence. So if you get the chip, you got the chips that you want. How you gonna make them work?
Right.
Planeteer has all the proprietary software when it comes to artificial intelligence, especially in the military industrial complex. You can look it up.
No, I
They're the
believe it.
ones. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying in general. Anybody who wants to look it up, look them up. They're the ones who has the software for the artificial intelligence that the military primarily use. Now, as far as the other companies that the military will use, it'll be Amazon with AWS, which will be the cloud service, and they also have artificial intelligence. But they're the ones that store the back end, which is your cloud, your data, anything that you might need. They store all of that. They're the biggest cloud manufacturer in the world is Amazon. So like all of these things have to go together for all of this stuff to work. It's not that simple that you just grab a chip and then that's it. No, you need all this other stuff to make these things work.
But the main thing is whoever controlled that got the highest military might, got the most sophisticated military. As far as talking about shooting lasers from satellites and all that shit, that's what it's coming down to. And whoever get control of
Man,
that.
Agent Math on these Jewish lasers, bro. You been hanging out with Mark MGT? He keep bringing up the damn lasers, bro.
No, that's real shit though, man. I mean, that's what it's coming down to. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh, I seen the laser.
yeah.
America got one too. America fired theirs off too, so we got one too. Don't trip.
Well, those are really for the defense. That's not really for offense. That's like if one of them shoot a ICBM, I think I'm saying it right. You want to be able to shoot that motherfucker down because of them chips we was talking about. They move, the missiles move faster, and they don't just shoot in one trajectory. They duck, dodge, dip, do a bunch of shit. If the programming are right, move left, move right. All this shit traveling at Mach 10 speed. Nigga, that's a threat. I mean, motherfucker, nigga, he wake up and sneeze. They shoot that shit over there. They can't do shit. That's a threat like a motherfucker. And Putin, he hit Ukraine with some of them. They call it the rod of God. They couldn't stop that shit. And if he would have just put one nuclear warhead on that motherfucker, that Ukraine be gone. And he was
Yeah,
letting
but
them. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, remember now, when you talk about our military, remember we got something called DARPA, right?
Yeah, I
DARPA
heard that. Yeah.
develops, yeah, but not for you. This ain't for you. For anybody who don't know, DARPA is our secret co-op military might that creates all our advanced weapons, all of them. And they
So
do
you
them
gonna
10, 15 years in advance. So like anything that we've ever had, from the internet to the computer to the nuclear bomb. All that stuff, the
It
telephone,
went through
all that
DARPA
stuff came
first.
from DARPA.
Yeah.
DARPA did all of that stuff. And
Let
then
me
when you
get
start,
a funny joke here, right quick. Oh, the motherfuckers. Oh man, I got this, I got that. Talking about the AKs, the Dracos, and all that shit. Dude that knew about DARPA, he like, nigga, like, nigga, that's old ass shit, motherfucker. You know about DARPA, nigga, they got shit that they got mosquitoes that'll take your ass out, literally. You know what I'm saying, with that nanotech and shit. Nigga, that Draco shit, that shit they done played with years and years, decades ago. That shit ain't new. Them switches and all that shit, motherfucker think that, oh, I'm up on some new shit. Nigga, that shit old as fuck. DARPA got the new shit. But go ahead.
That's banger shit you talking about, bro.
yeah, because look, if you look at like all, even the nuclear stuff, all the nukes that we blew up, all that stuff came from DARPA. DARPA was the one that was experimenting with our nuclear capabilities. They were staging out missiles. I mean, they were staging out nuclear missiles to blow them up and see what happened. They take old ships, put them in the water, and they would see what happened. Like I think we set off like 3 of them, and I want to say Russia set off like, was it 4 or 5? But they set off the largest one, which was
Yeah,
that Tsar bomb.
the Tsar bomb.
The Tsar bomb.
We set
Tsar
off way
bomb.
more. We set off way
Yeah,
more than that, and they have probably up
set off
to
more.
these are 100.
Yeah, but I mean,
a lot of them up.
okay, so but the ones that are the really the noted one, we still don't have anything like the Tsar bomb. And then even the Tsar bomb,
I mean,
they
we probably do. You can't. You probably do. You just don't want to test nothing that damn powerful.
yeah, you're right, Rez. Okay, so let me rephrase it. You're right. So the stuff that we know publicly that's been released, that they actually unsealed and let us see, we didn't. That what we could see unsealed is not nothing as powerful as the Tsar bomb. If you go look up the Tsar bomb, that was during that whole age, and during when they was making. I only bring this up to say this: the time that they were making those bombs and they were going back and forth with the nuclear stuff, DARPA was over all of that stuff. And what they were doing at the time of them making the missiles, at the same time, they were making a detection system to determine if somebody let off any bomb that they could tell in the world. They were building that defense system out. So anybody who set it off, they could tell. At the same time, simultaneously, they were coming up with their own nuclear bombs. So DARPA is the one that's pulling the strings when it comes to our military and what we do advanced weaponry. Now, what we actually know, that's a whole nother thing.
And it's crazy you bring up that detection shit because that's what went into when them fools in that submarine, when that submarine blew up, even the systems they had to detect that shit even picks that shit up. It's like they monitor so much shit that other nations are doing because you never know when they experiment with. But that even brought the fear why they start going through that nuclear where they have scientists to go into each other's development labs because that SAR bomb scares everybody. You can imagine what they say they can develop a bomb that can wipe out the population of the earth or destroy whole countries. Like they can probably go so far with the technology these scientists experiment with these elements and shit. They can probably get some. They probably have the technology where we at now. That's probably 100 SAR bombs. Like they can, and that's why you want to prevent like wars. You don't want escalations in wars, especially amongst nuclear power, just because of the threat of where these bombs, the capabilities of these. The matter of fact, the capabilities of these bombs is more dangerous because now you can deploy them by rockets. And the fact you can make them so powerful, you can end a war in a day by killing off the whole population.
Right. And that circles back to what we was talking about at first. You still gonna need the right chips in those bombs. It ain't just, oh, we're gonna drop it out of a B-2 bomber like they did over in Hiroshima. No, that shit ain't.
They've been past that. All that shit.
Exactly.
Them chips, they ain't worried about on the military shit. They got everything that you can imagine that they can, if they want to send a bomb, they can do that shit.
But they're not doing that no more because now they doing look, they doing daily cyber warfare, country to country. That's what they doing. Right. They stealing their money. They going in the facilities and shutting down their power grids. They shutting off their water supplies. They shutting off their supply chains of certain things that they can't get it. Oh, y'all, it's cold over there. We finna shut y'all damn power grid off every day at this time for 4-5 hours. That's what we finna do. And we gonna hold it all ass hostage. Like, so they doing a different kind of war that they doing that has less of less of a military impact where people can actually see it. In my opinion, that's what they've been doing for a while. And you have to remember, they're right now the latest new stuff that they're working on is not only the AI, it's also the quantum computer. The significance of the quantum computer too. Now I'll say this: people might know more about this stuff. I know this. I know the surface level of this stuff, and the stuff I know is crazy because what the quantum computer does, it's hard to hack a quantum computer because everybody knows, like, okay, when you transferring data from the internet or a computer itself, you're using ones and zeros, right? So it's either open or close, on or off. That's the translation of the one and a zero. When you have a quantum computer, it can just always be on. So by it being always being on, it's hard to hack those computers and those systems. So now if you take an AI chip, you take a military weapon, whatever the case may be, it just makes everything way more advanced because now you've put like this super smart thing on there that cannot be hacked, and it's the encryption levels on that thing is crazy, and that's usually the problem with all this new tech is the encryption level. So quantum computer like leapfrogs everything into this whole other generation.
I thought it was a hospital that put one into use. Did you see that on 60 Minutes about it was a few years back when they unveiled one of them?
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that one.
Yeah. Well, where you getting your info from? Because that's the only place I found out about them.
Well, they tested, and it's companies, it's publicly traded companies that do quantum computers, and they actually build them out, and they put out information on. I read the information on them, how far they've gotten in them, and advancements they've gotten in them.
Yeah, it was a special on 60 Minutes when they first unveiled one. It's been about 2 years ago, right around the time when Pelosi went over there. They unveiled that quantum computer, the first one.
Man, don't be trusting 60 Minutes like that, bro.
Well, I mean, this was, it wasn't no AI shit. That was an actual camera, and they showed the motherfucker. Y'all probably could pull it up.
I mean, but you ain't gonna see what them things do. That shit is. They only gonna limit with what you know. They just gonna give you the gist of shit.
Yeah, and I tell you this part too.
They only gonna release the shit, like I say, after they done played with it and all. They say, okay, it's fit for public use. They done already played with it for a decade or so. And
Look, this the other thing with quantum. I'll say this part too, that I figured this out and it blew my mind. People probably want to run down this rabbit hole. They got something called teleporting, where they can transfer energy through quantum computers and qubits. You can go do your research on it. It's out there. It's well documented from Stanford and Harvard and Yale. These people that tested all this stuff, where they're actually transferring not only communications of data, they're transferring energy, and they've been working on this stuff for a while. I know that was something that Tesla was working on way back before he died, but they brought that back with the quantum computer.
Does this have anything to do with that Philadelphia experiment? You up on that?
Could be. I mean, we don't know because they really never tell us the information on that, dude. Could be.
Cause I remember reading some shit about they did some shit like they teleported people in a ship in some dock in Philadelphia. I'm not all the way 100% on that, but I remember reading some shit about that. Cause I remember Biden was talking about quantum physics and shit like that. I like, this nigga must have been watching too much Justice League. He want to go back in time, but I don't know.
But do y'all think our technology done advanced that far to where motherfuckers actually?
Hell motherfucking yeah, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah.
They can straight up break down break it down to micro levels and transport it, and it refix it. Hold up, just hear me all the way out, and then it restructures itself just the way it broke down and build itself back up in the same shit, if not better.
No, I don't believe that shit.
Bro, you didn't see Justice League? You ever seen the Flash? Bro, they got the technology, homie. Have you ever seen that shit?
Those are ideals of where they want to take it, but I doubt that the technology is there, bro.
Bro, they put the technology out because they already have it. They got motherfuckers going back in time, bro. Believe that.
They got it. Look, Reg, by the time that shit go commercial, look, the internet, the whole formulation for the people that don't know, the reason,
Y'all can believe that, but I'm more to take a actual physical being and place it somewhere else. Like, nah.
No, but Reg, you let him speak like you was telling me. Let us hear him out.
Yeah, I tell you why I believe it, and I mean, there's no concrete proof. We don't have any of that. We ain't gonna get that for years later. The internet, the whole reason behind the internet, and the reason why they came up with the internet, this all go back to the nuclear war. They figured that it was crazy that they didn't have a direct access to the president of the United States where he can make that decision and get an instant answer besides the telephone. They thought that was completely insane. So they started working on the internet at that time period of the same time period that they were working on that nuke stuff. We didn't find out that they had already did this stuff for 15, 20. It was a long time before we figured out that they hadn't already did this stuff. And then even now, when you try to look into the internet, they give you like this general stuff. But they had been working on that stuff. All that stuff came around pretty much the same time at that wartime because it was a need for it and it all kind of went together. So now, if you move that into now, what they're doing now, all of that stuff kind of goes together. They got the bio stuff that they're doing right now, where they're altering food. We all know this. They got the robots is the next thing they're working on, and that seems to be a challenge right now because the thing that they're all reporting, it be it Tesla, be it Boston Dynamics, be it some of the Chinese companies, the problem that they're having right now is the hands and the arm, the elbow specifically to get the movements from that. But they're working all of these things to me, they kind of go together. So the next step would be getting a human from point A to point B, and that goes with the Neuralink. So all these technologies kind of go together. The Neuralink is the link that they put now with Tesla for people who they're putting that stuff in their head. They're drilling their head, they're putting a chip in their head, and it's allowing them to find the neurotransmitters that they're missing for possibly being able to maybe at some point, they said eventually it'll help people walk. At some point, it'll help with all other kinds of things. And at some point, you'll be symbiotic where you won't need to talk. Where if you had a Neuralink and I have a Neuralink, then we could just, I don't know what kind of way you would communicate, but it wouldn't be with words. So they've kind of gotten to the point where I believe they do because of how far they've already gotten with the stuff they already got. Could be wrong, but I believe so.
And you saying that's breaking down your bio makeup, and then it's going to reform somewhere else. They could actually transport it somewhere. Therefore, you feel they done advanced to that point.
Yeah, because they got gene cutting stuff. They got CRISPR. Look, another thing, they got these
Reg,
two.
hey Reg, look up the Philadelphia experiment.
All
I
right.
believe that's the name of that shit. When
Yeah, it
they
is.
did that shit.
They
Yeah,
already did
and
it.
they did that shit. And the motherfuckers came back like we seen ghosts and we all these came back all traumatized and shit. This is just reports, but I don't know.
Yeah,
But
and they got look,
you know how
they got
much
two
goes
companies.
into the makeup of your DNA. That's like billions and trillions of cells and atoms and all type of shit. So you could
But
break
they
all that. Go ahead.
But they already got gene mapping. Look, they got two companies that publicly trade that do gene mapping, and they're able to cut specific genes in your. They go in and cut specific genes, which is Beam Technologies and CRISPR technology. They can go in and cut specific genes out if they want to. They already got the gene map. They've
Yeah, but
had it for years.
that shit you do in the embryo of a human. You just altered, but they ain't transporting, teleporting.
They got the map though. If you already got the map, it's not that far away. You got Look, you got the map. Plus, you got a problem, and you got a quantum computer, and you got AI. So it wouldn't take them long to figure it out. I mean,
No,
it's nothing proven. Nothing proven, Reg. You're right. It's nothing proven, so we don't know.
yeah,
No, but I get what you're saying as far as the ingredients to make it possible. That's logic within itself.
Right.
But
Let me read this real quick. Oh,
okay,
go ahead, and I'll read what the experiment is. Go ahead, finish your point.
No, I was just saying with the ingredients he was saying as far as the quantum computer, the advancement of AI, and some of the nanotechnology. Yeah, those some good ingredients, but it's still like a forfeit saying, hey, they could put all that together and then teleport it. And then at what distances? Is there a limit to the distance that it can be teleported to? Do it got to go from one mod to another? And then I'm just still like, I know how many atoms in you. We all got trillions of cells and all that shit in it, and it's gonna break all that down and then rebuild it all back up. And I know you said about with the mapping and all that, yeah. But
Remember, Urkel did the shit on Family Matters when he took his family.
No, see,
Oh yeah, Ergo did it.
they don't look like the Philadelphia experiment is what you're talking about. It's dealing with a shit. So it says, as urban legend goes, the Philadelphia experiment is one of the creepiest and most grotesque ever. It alleges that there was a secret U.S. Navy experiment on USS Eldridge during World War II. It says, and claims the ship was made invisible or cloaked. It says to radar and even even teleported or time travel. Originated from claims by Carl M. Allen and Morris K. Jessup, says in the 1950s. Proposed explanations include mistaken identity, misinterpretation of real experiments, and fabrication for entertainment. So yeah, it's bullshit. Yeah, some urban
Well, that's what
legend.
they say. That's what they say.
Dude, stop just believing anything, bro.
I'm not saying I believe in it. I said I don't know about it, bro. But I'm not just gonna take these motherfuckers wholeheartedly word for the truth. I'm sorry. I just say I believe in it. Just say I didn't know.
Yeah,
Like I
no,
said, we seen Urkel do the shit.
that's a
So
TV god. Oh, I'm about to say, nigga.
Hey
So
man, but he ain't all the way wrong, man.
on the molecular level, we done advanced. I'm talking about just as a human race, not just Americans, just the entire globe, China, Russia, and all that. All our scientists put together, they done advanced to where they just got the human species figured out, and we could break y'all down and build y'all up. And it's pretty much we useless to them now. They could just I don't want to use no. I use me. They could just kill me and make another me like it's nothing.
you see all the medical advances in technology that they giving people back their voice, they giving people back their eyesight, they making
Yeah,
motherfuckers taller and shorter. There's a lot of
yeah,
shit
yeah.
going on, bro.
Yeah,
Like for
yeah, but
real.
you talking about cloning. I think that's a different thing. So now you're talking about cloning. I don't think they got cloning down. I think they can transport. I think that's cloning, like taking it and making a whole nother exact person in you. I think that's a completely different thing.
Well,
Like I think they can
if you're
teleport.
gonna break me down, if you're gonna break a person down and then build them back up, because that's what's gonna happen if you're gonna teleport them. You gotta break them
Well,
down. They're gonna try. Go ahead.
but remember, even if somebody when they give somebody life saving methods, right, and the person go out and they code what they call code. When they bring them back, they can't take the soul or the life out of that person and put it in another person yet. They still haven't been able to do that at a provable rate. And that's what, even if they were able to build a whole nother tissue, organic matter of you, they still would have to get the soul of you to get you to get it to work. You get what I mean? So
Right.
I think that's the barrier for the whole cloning thing.
Okay. Okay. All right. So it'll be a specimen without a soul, without a conscience. Well, it have a conscience. Well, it probably wouldn't have a conscience. It just have a thought
Why
pattern.
wouldn't if it's human? It would have a conscience.
No, it'll have a thought pattern. And the conscience is two different things, Rich.
But it's,
That's a
it's not
robot.
it's not
That- that-
human though. Yeah,
Robot.
it's not human.
Yeah.
The
They can make a
clone is not
robot.
human.
Yeah, they can make a robot, but they can't make another person. See what I mean? They can make another robot. They can put tissue over a robot and make that, but they can't make another person.
Yeah, because the spirit aspect of it, like you said. But
Yeah.
damn, I mean, I'm on the fence with it. I can't. It's enough. Like I say, the ingredients that's been laid out. It seemed it seemed feasible, logical, but it's just still just to wrap your head around. Like, damn, they can actually teleport motherfuckers. They got the know how to do that shit. That's why they ain't gonna need to kick your doors in no more. They just gonna teleport into your shit.
Right?
But the next thing they're gonna give us is robots, because people will be okay with robots. They're gonna give you robots, and then they're gonna give you the batteries that for those cars that they actually gonna last. So you're gonna be able to go somewhere and charge it in 2-3 minutes. That's gonna happen in the next 2 years. You're not gonna have to sit at the because right now if you charge your car, you might have to sit there 20 minutes to 40 minutes depending on the charging station and the speed of it.
A
They're gonna
fucking
bring that
hour.
all the
Who
way
has
down
time
to
to do
yeah,
that shit? When
exactly.
they sit there and watch a fucking movie on your phone while you charging the damn
Exactly.
car. I ain't got
But
no
now
time
you
for
can
that
do
shit,
it. You can
homie.
do it from home now, though, too.
Right.
Still slow
Those
though.
that cost
Yeah,
extra,
it's
don't
still
they?
slow. No, no.
Them home
I mean, you
chargers.
look. No, the home chargers, you could get two different types. Like it's always two different types of chargers. There's a fast charger or a turbo charger, and there's the slow one that you plug into a regular outlet that charges all night. They recommend that you use the slow charger that charges all night because it doesn't degrade the battery. If you use that fast charger all the time, you destroy the battery. It's a little bit of it being destroyed, but use it. But point being, no matter which way you charge it, when they come out with these new batteries, you're not going to have to be doing all that because you can just go to Exxon and get your battery charged in like 2 minutes, pay a little fee and go on down the road. That's more feasible for most people than
That's
trying
one
to
of the
do all
biggest
this other stuff.
drawbacks.
I thought they had the ones where
Drawbacks
they
for
that, what
me.
the cars that you swap the battery out. You just go in there, swap a battery, and
No, that's doing too much.
China. That's
Hell yeah,
China.
that shit. You
You talking
gotta
about China?
unbolt that motherfucker. You
No, no,
gotta
no, it's not.
connect it
No, in
right.
China, no, in China, they drive up on the ramp. Look it up, Reg. You drive up on the ramp and they got this machine that they go up under and they snatch it less than a minute and it took that battery out, put another battery in, and you leave. It's like a little a switch
Reg,
changeover
don't be
station.
on here just making shit up.
Middle shit is that car in the market over there?
Yeah, it is. In China though. We don't have it over here. They'll never allow Chinese electric cars over here like that. But they done had that in China for a while.
I don't know how efficient that shit is.
I don't know. It sounds like they wasting a lot of money, but they've had it for a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
that's some shit.
Everybody got some robots doing that
I
shit.
think Tesla and them is advanced with that technology as a motherfucker.
No, they still
Okay,
well. They
fuck
look.
with it, bro.
It's two people working on it. You got Tesla and you got this company called QuantumScape where they're working on a battery. QuantumScape is specifically only working on a battery. Tesla didn't change that battery probably like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. They said they're gonna change it again next year to make it more energy efficient and change the core of it and all of this stuff. I don't know. Every time they do it, it gets a little bit better. As far as they're saying.
Research and development goes for anything, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm just
That's
saying
my biggest drawback on this shit. Like, nigga, I'm like, you only can go 200 miles on the motherfucker, and it take a fucking hour to charge the shit up. I'm like, I'm cool on that shit.
I think it's getting better. Like you seen so many electric vehicles on the road. A lot of consumers are living by that shit.
Yeah, but they just driving them in small proximities. They're not going,
No, you see people making cross-road trips in the motherfuckers. And as time goes on, the ranges are going to improve in them cars. You're going to have some of them cars be able to do, once they surpass what a fuel-efficient gas-powered car does, it'll tip over the sector. But I think it's wrong how California try to force that shit on people.
Hell yeah, we got that shit up out of here.
But still, when the companies that live by that research and the development, they're going to improve these batteries because that's what all this new advancement and shit is. It's looking for these materials and shit. Everything's battery powered. You get so much efficiency out of that shit.
Yeah, that goes back to what we was talking about first. The rare earths. That's what makes the batteries more efficient and more able to do, the stuff they want. You want to drive 1,000 miles.
At this point, they can fucking generate fucking rare earth minerals and shit now. They can make some artificial.
You got to find certain minerals. That's where rare earths come from.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
you know
I know, but they create everything. They can create that shit.
You got to find the minerals, bro. All it is a process through minerals. Same thing.
Creating food. They creating food. They can create that shit.
That's organic, though. The minerals. Well, all of it is organic, but
even with fake food, you talking about it comes from some kind of whatever it is. Like you got to find this shit.
Not really. It's fucking lab created.
Yeah. So if it's lab created, it's made of something.
Yeah, some shit they fucking put together.
No, but no,
yeah.
That battery shit. Before you know it, you're gonna have a battery powered car, bro.
Yeah, you will, because it don't make sense.
Because you're not gonna go 1,000 miles without overheating.
Well, in California, they cut the grid off. So then you want the battery powered car, it might be too hot, it might be too cold. So,
bro, they have the mugs in Nevada and Arizona, the most extreme places in all. I
said California, where they control the energy.
California is perfect for fucking driving vehicles.
In California, where they fucking control the energy, they already had the crisis out here.
Man, it ain't no damn crisis going on.
I said they already had the shit. You don't know about it. It
what was the crisis?
When they had the heat wave 23 summer, they was cutting the shit off so motherfuckers couldn't use the energy shit. When they
What?
had the hurricane, the hurricane cyclone bomb, they was calling that shit. The winter of 22,
That
you
was
couldn't
in
charge the
Texas,
shit.
right?
No, it was in California when they had like the month of cyclones and all kind of shit
I
and
don't think
bad
that.
weather.
I don't think they ruined any industry or any consumer, bro. I think you just
Bro, it was a
exaggerate.
big ass problem. It was a big ass problem both times. People were mad they couldn't charge their cars because they cut the fucking things off because it
So
was sucking up too much
did they go
energy and
resell
shit.
those cars? They resold them and went to get gas cars? No,
I don't know. But I
they
remember
did.
it being a big deal.
No, they
You couldn't
didn't. And
charge it.
those
Yes,
electric
you
cars,
probably had another car. Most people had
those electric cars,
electric cars, have other
electric
cars
cars are selling
also.
off the lots, bro.
And
With
they
people
giving the
buying.
motherfuckers away. That's why. Don't talk about they selling them. You get all
No,
kind of rebates and all kind of shit you can get to get those motherfuckers.
it's the
Don't
technology
conflate.
coming out that
Don't
shit, bro.
conflate. Don't conflate and misconfuse people. They giving those motherfuckers away basically. That's
No,
why people have them,
here you go picking
especially out
sides in
here.
the industry. You supporting the gas industry. I'm not picking none of it. It's about
I'm
what
not picking
people
a side. I'm talking about the truth.
not
The
know.
truth, nigga.
The truth is that technology is a technology that's exploding, bro. It's
It is
efficient.
exploding. I'm not saying, and it needs to be
Even
better
if
for me to
people are
get
looking for
involved in it.
speed, they're developing those cars again. The speed out of them, the ranges are improving. That's what anybody looking for in a vehicle, bro. Even your
Yeah,
higher end luxury, even your higher end on the luxury side of shit is shifting towards that technology.
absolutely.
Even your hypercars is shifting towards electric technology, bro. Pretty
Yes, they
soon the
have a
gas
lot of
engine
cars that do both.
is going to be a thing of the past.
Yeah, for
You
a
have
lot of stuff.
less moving parts, all that shit. They're gonna get rid of that shit. You're
Yeah,
gonna
they
have a
say
car,
by
It's cheap.
2035.
that's quiet.
Yeah, because it's cheaper and it's more efficient, and the companies it's cheaper for them to make that stuff too, and to give it
And,
to the consumer.
and
So
not
they
trying to go
making it
too.
cheaper and they selling it to the consumer for cheap. And the power, what they're trying look, and that's the other thing you gotta consider. This the other thing that go with the AI. Because they got all this AI stuff, I think you looked this up, Riz. I think we had discussion before. They're opening up certain power plants within America. They're opening up 3 Mile Island or 7 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, whatever that shit is called, they had the meltdown. They're opening it up. They're opening it up because of Facebook or Meta, whichever one you want to call it. They realize they need power. So CEG, Constellation Energy, is going to open that up, and that's going to give them so much power for the stuff that they need for Facebook, for Amazon, for Google. They know they need their own separate power. So they're going to have their own power outside of our power to power their all of their systems that they got, which is going to be your cloud, which is going to be the cloud that has the AI already built into it. Like in our phones, when you go use AI, you ain't sitting in front of a computer. You're hitting the internet that's going to a cloud somewhere. That somewhere they already got that data in that mainframe that you're tapping into. That particular center is using a ton of power, and they're trying to bring their costs down, and they're trying to have a direct line to power. So they're going to have their own tap in on power, which is going to make it better for everybody because a lot of this stuff they're building is nuclear. It's small modular nuclear reactors. That's what it's called. And that's the new technology that they're building out. It's more efficient, it's cheaper, it's easier for them to pull it up and put it up than it would be anything else that they could do. And it's cleaner. So that makes the
Yeah,
grid, that supports the grid and makes the grid strong.
yeah, yeah. I saw that on I think that was a 60 Minutes episode as well, about a couple of weeks ago. They were talking about doing that. Just what you was talking about.
Yeah,
So they need a big power surge to run that facility, and they're gonna do it nuclear. But I think they putting all that electric stuff out there. I think they could maybe it might be far fetched that they could use that as population control as well with all that technology. Now they ain't gotta be chasing
no,
no high speed chase. They could
No,
just shut the shit down.
those things about
no,
being
You absolutely right. Nigga, you
oh,
do
no.
something, you say something wrong, they turn your fucking car off. Nigga, you
Yeah.
drive too many miles or something, they'll turn your shit off.
they ain't
You
even doing
absolutely
that in
right.
cars now, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's not
Stop,
what I
man.
heard.
No, you
That's
hear
not what
too
I
much
heard.
wrong shit, bro. Stop hearing shit.
Yeah, right. You don't hear enough, as it
No, you
shows.
hear too much
But
shit. You want to be a conspiracy theorist about
no,
an
you don't. So yeah,
anti-consumer,
so with the
anti-government
sabotage and
baloney
no, the
shit.
sabotage and the anti-American government we have, you don't think that that's in the play? You would
Thank
just
you.
totally
No,
disregard
it's
that?
people at the top involving this money that are the ones sabotaging shit, that
Yep.
interfere. Everybody wants their
And they're
hands in
all together.
control.
These people
Their
all
hands in
together, bro.
control at the shit. No, some of them just competitive against these motherfuckers.
Yeah, these niggas
Some
are
people
all
want to be a
together.
part of
And you
that
can
shit.
believe this
Some
fairy
people
tale
lose
if you
out on
want
that
to.
shit. Like,
It's
no,
us and them.
they
Believe
ain't
that
using
shit.
it for no population control and to turn your car off when they get. No, man.
But I mean, both of
All
y'all,
right.
That's why when you
but both of y'all right though, Reg.
create these
But look, both of
industries,
y'all,
you have
yeah,
to
but both of
create
y'all right, Reg.
the industry, bro.
We just
Yeah, but
seen Israel. We just seen Israel plan 10 years
This is America,
ahead.
not
No,
Israel.
no, no. They're all connected, as you fucking know and find out every fucking weekend. We seen Israel 10 years ahead plan get these motherfucking pagers and walkie talkies and blow them shits up when they got ready to. So don't act like none of this sabotage shit or none of this deep planning shit. You just talked about how they got the motherfucking kill switches in the goddamn chip machines and shit. So don't act like these motherfuckers don't plan shit and have contingency plans and shit like that to control people. Don't act like
yeah,
that.
but
But
both
bro,
of y'all right. Yeah, but Reg, he right, but I don't think it's on a large scale. I think they're gonna have like look, just like how you see they have EPMDs and they got devices that they can literally turn them things on to turn cars off. It don't even have to be electric. Like any electrical device, they've got stuff like that. But I think that's on an individual basis. That's not them going in and saying we finna get rid of 100,000 people. Like I mean, maybe they could do it, but I don't think that's their intention. I think that's more covert. Them alphabets, the CIA, and all them other people. That's different type of stuff than like specific people in other countries. That's not. I don't think that's what they own. Because right now, look, the thing of it is right now. This is how we got. This is how I look at the age of where we are right now, and I could be wrong. This is akin to where they were building up the internet. When they were building up the infrastructure for the internet, everybody was getting in. And what happened with that? They had the .com bubble. That meant you could make your website Reggie.com and you could say you selling sportswear. You could go to the public markets, sell Reggie.com and get $500 million just from a website name. That was what people remember of it.
yeah, a
But
lot of
on the
people.
other side of it, well, remember the other side of it is that we have the infrastructure for our internet today from that time. They put a lot of those fiber wires that they were running all over the country, all that transatlantic wires that they was running for the internet all throughout the world. They did that during that time. So that the part of it that we remember is the .com bubble, but the infrastructure that we have is because of that time. Because all that money was flowing around, they invested a lot of money in it, and that's what we are now with AI. We just don't know where it's going to go. They invest a lot of money in it going forward.
That shit can blow up as well. It can be a bubble in that shit.
Well, no, it can't because it's different. It's not the same thing. It's not the same kind of thing. So the .com, remember, it's like the .com. The difference is .com. You can invest in a direct company. That's complete bullshit. With AI, it's hard to invest directly into AI because the software maker of AI is OpenAI, Sam Altman. You can't buy shares or anything in OpenAI. So at best, you can buy Microsoft or you can buy Google that have an indirect effect, or you can buy Nvidia that supply them the chips. So you can't buy directly into it. So it's a lot harder to do it. And those are real companies that's not their only business. So it's harder to have that kind of a thing happen.
Yeah, no, y'all can keep cooking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna build AI. It's gonna be a remake of Boxing Conversation with Reggie Owens. I have an AI Reggie on her. You're gonna be talking more sensible than the Reggie that's on here now.
So it's gonna be all even more right.
It's gonna be AI Reggie and the ribs. The ribs gonna be non-organic as well.
Not organic. Man, you know that's the other thing too. Our food is better now too because of that. Because they can show up the supply chain and make sure that stuff don't happen that they had before, where they had all that stuff skewed to one side. So there's some good stuff to happen with that. It's just how we don't know where it's gonna go. We have no idea where any of this stuff is gonna go with it. It's the infancy stages of it. I just don't think. I think the investment side of it is fine for people to invest with because they're damn public companies. I don't think you can get really hurt that severe if you stay away from them penny stocks and all that foolishness, and you get real companies because there's a ton of them doing it. But like the other stuff that's going on, man, we just don't know what the hell these people do because they got a lot of stuff going on. HMAP, it's a ton of shit they got going on, man.
What you think the bottom line is? I mean, it's hard for me to say. I just
Fucking money, shit.
well, of
Capitalism.
course, yeah, capitalism.
It ain't to get rid of you and shit.
It's some of what you were speaking on earlier, Reg, before you open up the panel, and you was dead on the nose with it when you say China took some elements of capitalism, but they're using it better than how we doing it. Over here, it's like it's still gonna be just that 5% that's getting the bulk of the shit. Whereas in China, they're using the capitalism where they spreading it out a little bit more. It's more effective over there, with their people. So said all that to say that's probably what I think. I think they're trying to make America like the
No,
bottom of the
America
barrel.
got to get more serious about rooting out corruption. America, to be honest, needs to start locking up politicians that are taking, money under the table, who are advancing, greasing their palms. That's always been the thing with corrupt nations. You find politicians that look to benefit themselves. A deal for a fucking deal. You got to root that shit up out of the fabric of any type of government. There should be like how they say there's a separation between church and state. That's the same thing within business. It ain't even churches the issue anymore. It's the issue is state and private individuals, the wealthy,
Right.
who all this money concentrated. It makes no sense that 1% of this country's population controls that much of its wealth. Like that shit is stupid as fuck.
Yeah, very, very much. And that's what I'm saying. I was speaking more on a global scale where pretty much almost everywhere you go, they looking at, hey, USA is the hierarchy. That ain't gonna be the case in the next 10, 15 years. And they gonna, I ain't gonna say we're gonna be like a third world country, but we ain't gonna be looked upon as we the global superpower anymore.
No, we will be. But
Yeah,
Asian man, remember, we gonna be because remember, AI. Look, like the impact of AI. I think we underestimate how. Like, look, when in the internet boom, when they were doing all the internet infrastructure, people were telling people how big the internet was gonna be. Like people weren't taking that shit serious. Like when you in the middle of something being started and growed out, you never know how big. Like nobody would have ever imagined how big the internet is. Like you would have a phone where you could communicate with somebody on the fucking internet and you could stream data where you could see fucking pictures and video. Nobody would ever believe that. Or you could save your files and have clouds and like nobody would have ever believed how big this stuff is. So the mere fact that the AI is going to be so big and we're going to be the main drivers of it, we ain't going nowhere because that's our capital. We're already there where these other countries trying to get their foot and start. They ain't even there. They're not even nowhere close to this stuff.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But I mean, that's just
some of
because
y'all got so much negative thoughts of America. Yeah, America fucked up, but America is definitely the place that other countries want to look up to, or we the benchmark for a lot of shit.
Yeah, you're right. But I feel like we're imploding. Yeah, we're imploding from within.
But
you know what
you
I'm
can
saying? It's
always
like,
root out corruption. Like it just takes for one thing, Americans got to get better with the way they vote. And then you got to start looking more into who represents you. Like right now, we don't do the right thing in having our elected officials represent us. And now they've come in to do under the table dealings for their own personal gains and shit. And that's a problem.
okay.
I think our corporations should be held at a higher standard, that people within the corporations earn more money. Like you see revenues drawn for companies should be forced to where you don't want to starve out, entrepreneurs being able to make a lot of money and shit. But 40% of the fucking revenue the revenue from a company needs to be flowed through its workforce.
Nah, you can't do that, Rich. Look,
No,
the thing they got to do.
something like that happens. Like everything can be swayed towards fucking shareholders. That's
Nah,
some
you can't do that. Yeah, but you can listen. You can't listen. You can't do that because if you do that, you will limit. You'll never have companies go public, and you won't have the capital investment. The thing that we have to do is we got to make this place better for all the regular people. That means like, look, I'll give you examples. When they made that, like they just did a tax bill. They did a bullshit ass tax bill. Like the only thing they did basically is they made the bill so that no, if they didn't do anything, all of our taxes was going to go up, including the corporations. So they made sure that didn't happen, and they put a lot of pork in it. That's one. That was crazy. The second, the other thing that they could have did when they had a real opportunity was when they was doing a healthcare plan. At first, when they came up with it, they said we're going to have a public insurance company to make sure that they can compete with the private companies to bring the cost down. They completely removed that shit out of there, and all we have is private insurance companies that were getting money from the government, the individual, and then they're taking that money, the subsidy they're getting from the government, and then they're paying that private company. But the insurance company is going up every fucking year. All of them are going up. They're not stopping going up. So we don't have any actual place thing. And healthcare is the biggest driver of cost for America as a whole, for most individuals as a whole. So the idea that we just gonna ignore, like we doing this bullshit ass stuff with insurance, where none of these fuckers are taking this stuff serious, and they don't fucking care because they have gold card insurance. They don't really give a damn. I think that's completely nonsense. Where we don't put enough pressure on these people about their insurance. That's crazy. And you got people who don't go to the hospital because they can't fucking afford the shit. That's crazy.
It goes back into the same flaws I'm talking about. Insurance is a scam. It's a flaw. It's unnecessary to even need that. Like it makes no sense that I can go into a company, look into its insurance plans, and there's all these different approaches to insurance. It should be to where you pay into it, you tax, take money out, you go in the hospital, whatever you need treatment for, it's done. You've had motherfuckers, insurance people ain't going the ones that learn to perform surgeries. You have all these different tiers of just profit driving in the damn insurance field because for one, people want to live. So in this capitalistic system, you have whoever created this shit. Because I read some shit dealing with Nixon. I don't know if it's before him, how that shit worked, how the companies get set up. Because I know in the past people used to pay for private doctors or whatnot. I don't know when this insurance company should start. Maybe the 60s, 70s. But when I hear older people talk, they don't talk about having health insurance. Are you paying into this? This is some old scam created by one of these old corrupt ass presidents and their administration, along with their influence in Congress, to allow this shit. That now all you look at, even within the auto industry, the same level of corruption of you paying into shit. Like, no, that this shit can be broken down. You have more effective. It may take over time. It takes the people to vote right, to get rid of the pieces of shit you have going into Washington who don't give two fucks about you. That's like some shit I was saying the other day. I was having a conversation with somebody about like 9/11 where it came to Bush and where people talking about inside job. Like, man, it ain't wasn't no inside job, but to come out and speak of how these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about the people that died in that fucking event. They cared about looking into starting a war to line their pockets. Too much profit driving and everything. You shouldn't be able to charge people for health care insurance. Because even before Obamacare, it'll be a health crisis can ruin your whole family, cost you everything.
Right.
Like that's bullshit.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers can take care of everybody like every other country is able to take care of its citizens. They ain't about, they use every excuse the same way, which is a common thing in insurance, of creating the issues of why they can't do it. We can get motherfuckers to the moon and back. They can create this shit to fix everything. You should not be paying insurance companies for health insurance. You should be able to pay taxes. They funnel into the government the same way a Medicare, Medicaid system work. People's taxes are pulled, and that's enough money in that shit. When people need treatment, they go into it. You must also push more of people living more healthier lives. You must push it through the food industry. Not regulate the fast one, but control what the fuck they putting in foods. And you'll deal with a healthier society where people ain't running to the hospitals all the time. We got a bullshit system, and it's that capitalistic bullshit.
But you got to take the money out of the politics, Reg. Like all the stuff. Look, all the stuff we want to be changed. Guess who got to change it? The fucking politicians. And guess where they get the money from? All them goddamn companies. No, they get their money from them companies.
People have
get them companies from. They get it from big pharma, insurances, big pharma.
You recall them, you remove them.
No, they gotta listen. If until they get the money out of fucking politics, none of this shit's gonna happen. None of it. Because they gotta get big pharma. We gotta go at big pharma, which contributes a ton of money. We gotta go at the insurance companies that contribute a fucking heap load of money. Like you gotta go after big tech, which contributes a ton of all these people get these politicians stupid money outside of APAC. We ain't dealing with APAC. Which
And
we know why.
This might sound crazy or dumb. Don't judge me on this. But can we just outlaw lobbyists?
If you vote the right group of politicians, that's why I like that AOC chick. I like fucking
but let me understand. So that's an actual thing.
Revolutionary minded ass politicians who don't rock with that bullshit.
So that's a real thing. It could be done. We could just outlaw lobbying.
It can be done.
Yeah, if you get the right people in there, but we don't even have remotely the right people nowhere near that place.
No, the reason why I'm asking because look how much money Big Pharma is playing with, like you know how
broke it is. You saw Mitch McConnell fucking. I didn't even know he was still fucking alive. You got them dinosaur ass motherfuckers in there.
But it's not just him, bro.
No, I'm not just saying it's him. It's a lot of them, but I'm saying these are the people that represent the people. Like we moved this country. This is the other thing, because you got to remove the influence from backwards thinking. I was talking to this older white lady too, and she from like one of these rural places, and even she agreed on that shit. You have to move this country from this electoral college shit to where you don't have these outdated ass fucking places and people within them having opinions on where this damn society is supposed to go. I think the society needs to go with the more popular opinion and where the greater populations are. Like you have to move this shit from being just stuck in these little whirlpools and shit.
Like, they don't want that, Reg. You think they want that though? Like seriously, like think about it. The people we asking to vote, yeah, they don't want that.
The older ones don't. The older politicians who are part of the reason why we have so much corruption and so much foul shit. It comes from these older generations. These older people.
It's young too. It's young too, Reg. I don't think it's young too.
So that young one that before me say, okay, I got $1 million in your account if you vote this way.
Yeah, they all the same.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You got to get rid of lobbying.
I don't think
you got to get rid of the money.
I don't think all these politicians are brought like that. I don't.
There's not until you get the money out of it. I'll give you an example. Well, I can go down, I can look it up. There's a ton of politicians, they got in office and they had less than $100,000 in their bank account. Within 3-4 years, they're millionaires. And they all like that. That's all like that. It ain't that's not even like a phenomenon. We could just go down a list of politicians. So until you remove the money, because somebody gave them the millions, that shit ain't just pop out of thin air. And those are the people that we talking about. Until you get the money out of this shit, it don't matter. Like they're not gonna do it. They're gonna give nice speeches. They're gonna say I fought real hard, and in the back room they're gonna be high fiving and counting their checks. That's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, the people got to wake up to it, but not waking up with the level of ignorance you hear in political in the political debates and shit. Like amongst the people, I ain't even just talking about the politicians or candidates debates. When you look at the average citizen debate on politics, you can see how far behind people are, their level of thinking, how easy it is for political strategists to manipulate the way they think and to continue on with the same cycle. Leave the people foolish, dumb, and fighting and arguing over pointless shit, and you can keep the same little schemes going on. But yeah, the money definitely has to be removed. That's what I'm saying. Like even with the medical system should not be a profit-driven system. It shouldn't be to where you have to work a certain job to be able to be treated, where insurance is offered. Like remove that shit. The people pay taxes are collected, and they go right into the treatment of people. But then also, that's the only thing. If America shift to that, America must also close its borders. So we don't want to attract people that aren't from here, citizens here, just coming in here taking advantage of that shit.
Hey, Reg, did you ever do a episode on what was the origin of lobbying to the politicians? How did that all start?
No, we never did that.
And when did it go corrupt? Now, I'm not saying it was a bad thing.
Might have to do
bad. Yeah, it's bad. Because you know what happens with most lobbyists, even like most people who get in these private companies that are like, they're in the military, they get out and they go into the black waters. At some point, most of these lobbyists, they were ex-congressmen, ex-senior aides, all that, and they get right out and they turn into a lobbyist. Why? Because they get access to all these people. And it's a big game. And they all just shuffling money around. They know who to contact because they used to work for Mitch McConnell, for example. They was his senior aide, and now they're a lobbyist for Big Pharma. They got all the contacts to everybody, and they know who need what. Hey, I know you need money for this bill because you want to get such and such. They know the game. Got to get the money out of this crowd because it don't make sense.
The money is really the money that's going to Washington is really fucking things on, and the Supreme Court is at fault for that shit. I forgot when they did that shit where people. I think they brought it to Congress of making it to where you couldn't. I forget what the shit, but it was dealing with the money. Like money couldn't come from here, this and that. They opened it where you even had where the foreign influence start to take shape in American politics. The Supreme Court has been going down some of the wrong roads in this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's probably about what 10 years ago that they did that. 10, 12 years ago that they did that.
I'm thinking Clinton still was in office when I think that shit came up. I think that was with Clinton, and then that's when you start having this pouring into. That's why you start having more money and pouring into presidential elections and shit.
No, I think that was on Obama. I think that was Obama, even though he didn't select he didn't select that just happened. That just happened to happen during his time. Might have been like the first year or two that he was in there. They did it quick. He had nothing to do with it, but that's the time period, if I'm not mistaken. That's when they did it.
He benefited from it.
No, he didn't because he was already in there. It didn't have nothing to do with him.
He did 2 terms though.
No, but he already had become the president, is what I'm saying. Can't say that he benefited from something that they did after he became president. See what I mean? He was already the president when they did the shit.
No, I get what you're saying. You know, probably it didn't benefit him getting the seat, but while he was there, I think his pockets got greased as well.
Oh yeah, but that ain't I don't know, man. I don't know. But that whole thing, look, and then this is the other problem they have with this whole thing. They got 2 problems going on. They don't want to deal with the populace of society, so they got all this gerrymandering that they've been doing forever. That's how these guys and these women are able to stay in these seats forever, because nobody can ever vote them out. And those districts are either red or they're blue, and they never flip because of the way they didn't draw the maps up. And that's been going on forever.
Citizens United, that's what it was.
When was that done, Reg?
They said it rose in 2007. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Hold on.
See what I mean? Told you.
Yeah, and Obama came in 2008.
It's still around this time, so it's when Bush is going out. So it said in 2010, but the ruling was in 2010. 2010,
okay.
Or the Supreme Court in 2010 ruling in Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission is a controversial decision that reversed century-old campaign finance restrictions and enable corporations and other outside groups to spend unlimited money, it says, on elections. It's the fuck Supreme Court. It says while wealthy donors, corporations, and special interest groups have long spent money on campaigns, it says their roles have ballooned as a result of Citizens United and subsequent decisions, resulting in a fusion of private wealth and political power unseen since the late 19th century. What is Citizens United? Says, what is it about? Says Citizens United arose in 2007. Says when a conservative nonprofit organization challenged campaign finance rules that stopped it from promoting and airing a film criticizing then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. The Supreme Court eventually decided 5-4, so it missed it by one vote. One vote that Citizens United was within the First Amendment rights to spend its money disseminating the film. But rather than opining solely on the case as before it as it had been asked to do, the court took the opportunity to entirely strike down century-old prohibition on corporate independent spending, money that doesn't go directly to a candidate or a party. Says this applied to labor unions as well. Lower courts applying the ruling extended it to invalidate almost all fundraising and spending restrictions for groups that purport So it's from groups that purport to be separate from candidates, which says many of which are today known as super PACs. Yeah, that's what fucked everything up with our
Yeah, that's
politics.
the problem. That's the problem. The
Yeah,
super
I
PAC.
think. Yeah, but if you probably read that a little bit further, Reg, if the super PACs, if I'm not mistaken, what they did, they allowed the super PACs to give unlimited money. It wasn't that was the big problem because they had a limit before. So all those super PACs now they can just give as much fucking money as they can. I'm pretty sure that's in there some kind of way because that was
Yeah.
the thing that was like as long as they didn't coordinate with the campaign that they were contributing to, which I don't know how the fuck you gonna prove that.
Right.
Exactly.
So,
So it's all going on behind closed doors. So they ain't like they're gonna be, up front with every fucking thing.
all right, here it go. Right here, it says, how has Citizens United changed elections in the United States? The ruling has ushered in massive increases in political spending from outside groups, dramatically expanding the already outsized political influence of ultra wealthy donors, corporations, and special interest groups. In the immediate aftermath of Citizens United, analysts focus much of their attention on how the Supreme Court designated corporate spending on elections as free speech. But perhaps the most significant outcome of Citizens United had been the creation of super PACs, which empowered the wealthiest donors and the expansion of dark money through shadowy nonprofits that don't disclose their donors. These trends reached new heights in the 2024 elections. Billionaire-backed super PACs helped the winning presidential candidate close a substantial fundraising gap. These groups also went beyond just running supportive ads. Says a group funded by Elon Musk, the world's richest person, took on core components of the winning campaign, including voters outreach operation. Oh, when he offered that money, says in dark money from groups that do not disclose their donors top $1 billion, including at least $182 million that was funneling through groups closely aligned with two major parties' congressional leadership campaigns.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's what it fucks everything. So, what are PACs and what are super PACs? Politicians, political action committees, known as PACs, political action committees, so are organizations that raise and spend money for campaigns, or whose major purpose is to support or oppose political candidates on ballot initiatives. Traditional PACs are permitted to donate directly to a candidate's official campaign, but they are also subject to contribution limits, both in terms of what they can receive from individuals and what they can give to candidates. For example, PACs are only permitted to contribute up to $5,000 per year to a candidate per election. In 2010, in the 2010 case, speechnoun.org versus the FEC, however, a federal appeals court ruled, applying logic from Citizens United, that outside groups could accept unlimited contributions from both individual donors and corporations as long as the group don't give directly to the candidate. Labeled super PACs, these outside groups were still permitted to spend money on independently produced ads and other communication that promote or attack specific candidates. In other words, super PACs are not bound. So hold on, let me highlight this. In other words, super PACs are not bound by spending limits on what they can collect or spend. Additionally, super PACs are required to disclose their donors, but those donors can include dark money groups, which makes the original sources of the donation unclear. While super PACs are technically prohibited from working directly with candidates, weak rules that are supposed to enforce this separation have often proven ineffective. Super PACs money, which largely comes from a small group of the very wealthiest donors, started influencing elections almost immediately after Citizens United. From 2010 to 2022, super PACs spent approximately $6.4 billion on federal elections. In the 2024 election, they set a record of at least $2.7 billion. Super PACs money has largely eclipsed donations by small donors, people giving $200 or less, despite funds from small donors growing. All right.
The last part, for example, in 2022 midterms, just 21 of the biggest donor families contributed 783 million, and billionaires provided 15% of all federal election financing, most of which went to super PACs supporting congressional campaigns. These donors easily outspent the total given by millions of small donors giving to the House and the Senate candidates that cycle. So that means I could just have a little small business, and the super PAC say, "Hey, King Asian Matt, we need you to get 200 million to Trump. We don't want to be on record for doing that. We're gonna funnel the money through you, and then you go do that, and you keep a little percentage right there." So that's how they operate. They're just getting a lot of little small companies coming in, supplying them with money, and they go in to get their agenda off.
No, it's opposite. So they like they can make a let's say that the pack was QT. Everybody would get their money to QT, and then QT would come up with what they trying to go after, and then they go after them people. Or you create a nonprofit. If you create a nonprofit, like let's say Justice for All is your nonprofit. Everybody contributed money for Justice for All. If it's a nonprofit, you don't have to say that Reggie gave $500 million to $1 billion. He don't have to say that. You just saying that the nonprofit gave the money. And then the nonprofit might have an agenda that they give the candidate to say, hey, look, this is our agenda. We're giving you the money. The nonprofit is the most dangerous because nobody knows who the fuck gave money, how much money they gave. Nobody don't know shit.
Yeah, I think we were saying the same thing, except for you just use nonprofit, which is definitely way more legal than the way I was saying.
Yeah. It's a little bit more specific, but yeah, that's definitely the dirt of it, man. That stuff right there is just, it is what it is, man. That's some dirty stuff. Because think about it. Well, think about this. Look, everybody who owns a house, you pay taxes. I don't care if you pay your house off, you got to pay fucking taxes on your house every year. Think about it like this. What other item do you purchase that you pay taxes on after you purchased it every single year? And if the value of the item increase after you done purchased it, you pay more money. Like, that's the craziest thing ever.
Right. I mean, I think that your vehicle is like that, but I mean, that's,
Nah, you don't pay tax on that vehicle after you done
You
paid
pay no
it off.
taxes. No, you don't. You buy a tag. You don't buy no taxes. No, you
I thought
don't. You register it.
that was kind of like the same thing when you re-register and all that. That goes into
You paying the county. You paying the fee for to register your vehicle. You're not paying. You're not paying a percentage based on the value of what the car is. They're not doing that shit.
No, I thought they called it personal property taxes. That's what I thought.
Nah, that ain't the same thing. That and they force you to. Yeah, they're not. Nah, that's all lobbying, bro. That and the insurance company, like Red said, the insurance company is horrible because if you buy a car you're paying, you have to have insurance on your car. Like, that's not even an option on America. In most states, I think 1 or 2 states you can't do it, but most states they give you the option to do it. Most states you have to have insurance. That's one. That's crazy, and you don't have a lot of control over the fees, and they go back to your doggone
No,
credit
they
score.
got the state insurances now. You just
Still
got
to go by. Yeah, it's based off your insurance, your driving history, plus also your credit. Your credit is wrapped up into that foolishness now too. So that's a whole nother thing.
And that's another one of them gimmicks and scams because the insurance never develop models that are meant to bring costs down. They use everything to hold against. They use this phony shit about the number of accidents. Them accidents ain't cause for them to create high cost for insurance. It's just because, once again, you look in Congress, nobody regulates that shit. Nobody approaches them, sits them in front of some sitting hearing and make them explain that shit. Because once again, they can probably throw money at these motherfuckers and all this other weird shit.
Oh, the money already been thrown at them. Shit.
Yeah, because even one car accident, it ain't that many car accidents people are having. Even if you have one car accident, with the amount of money they collect in a month, it's a fraction on the fucking revenue, a small fraction.
Right.
You can fix a total out car with the money they collect.
But that's not even the worst one. The worst one is house insurance, Reg. Like, house insurance is the absolute. House insurance is so bad. If you file on your insurance, you got to go get a public adjuster, which is somebody who's going to put the paperwork in and fight with the insurance company. You just contact that person and they're going to contact your insurance. They're going to fill out the claim. They're going to have all the communications with them. They're going to make sure when the people come to get an estimate, they're going to do all that stuff for you. You got to pay that person a percentage of what you're going to get. But if you don't pay them and you just call up the insurance company, you probably going to get little or nothing. It's going to be probably less than your deductible. It's not going to be worth it. But they're forcing you to get house insurance. And some places you paying anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 a year for insurance for your fucking house. In Florida, where I live at, the average is between $6,000 and $10,000 on an annual basis for house insurance. That's what it is. And that's just for wind. They don't even consider flood. That's a whole different thing. So that's the worst one to me out of all the insurance, because the sheer amount of money that you're paying that you never gonna get back, and these sons of bitches gonna keep going up every year.
Yeah. When we just had that tornado, let me say this, Rich, real quick, just to support what he just said. The actual receipts. When we just had that tornado here, a lot of them people, their insurance claim, the city collected most of. They had to pay a percentage to the city before they collected anything. You could look it up. They ain't making it up. That was one of the biggest ripoff, man. A lot of people, they ain't get shit back for their houses getting fucked up.
And then when you look at the overall scheme of it, it ain't that many claims for property damage just popping off like that. So these insurance companies, month after month, accumulated through year after year, are rolling in dough. Like, it ain't that many people making claims. It ain't that many houses burning down. There ain't that many houses receiving damage. They ain't like tornadoes sweeping through everywhere. Hurricanes ain't sweeping through everywhere. These are like small pockets. Like, so it's just bullshit with what they're able to put out there and acting as if it costs so much for insurance. And when people like, nah. And then when you make a claim, they go up on what you pay per month. That's some other bullshit to that scam and shit.
And in a lot of the areas where you were saying, in the regions where they do have, like, climate issues like that, they won't let them get insurance. They won't cover them. You can't get flood insurance down in Louisiana. Huh?
You get it. Like, you can get it like where, okay, I'll give you an example. In Florida, South Florida specifically, that's anywhere from West Palm Beach all the way south to the tip of Florida. You get insurance, but guess what you're gonna get? You're never gonna get a name brand insurance. You're never gonna know these companies. They all out of state. Yeah, they won't even offer it to you. You'll never get an Allstate. You'll never get a state. They won't even offer you insurance. They pulled out. They're not here. There's no name insurance that you're ever getting. So off top, that's what's going to happen. And when they finally have an insurance, have a hurricane, you know what they do? They let the hurricane hit. They let you put your claim in. You go get your public adjuster. And they wait 6 months. And then guess what? They file for bankruptcy. And then when they go into bankruptcy, now they got a whole state fund that pulls together all of their claims, and they get all their assets together, and then they distribute out the money. So it's all again, they have no intention on paying.
Exactly. They have FEMA to try to pull up the shit. And that's where they need to get rid of that shit. It makes no sense that they can collect your money and then don't want to cover for shit. So you don't want to cover the biggest risk factor that someone can have when those seasonal things go. That's an act of Mother Nature.
Right.
And then these fools are able to say that they're not going to take that. And then for our representatives to allow that shit, like that's a major fucking problem. And a lot of people should have issues with that kind of shit versus the shit that people make political conversations about.
No, man, we need to get part of it. We need to put together an insurance company.
But you know what they do too? Look,
I'm talking
look,
shit,
this is what they'll
man.
do too. They'll say they bankrupt this year, right? And that insurance company go through the whole process of dissolving. They'll pay the clients out, and a year later they'll open up another fucking company. The same fucking people open up a whole nother rinky-dink company and get more people and keep doing the shit over and over, and nothing happens.
Man, I had went to school with this cat with who started a small insurance company. This motherfucker, because I was taking courses at the Riverside Airport. This nigga used to fly into this motherfucker. This how much money this nigga was making. And then he'll sell the company and then create some other shit. That's how big how big of a scam and a ripoff to consumers that the insurance company was. And he was like a sleazy ass dude who was just rolling in dough. It was like, man, that was some crazy ass shit. Seeing that shit, like he didn't get two fucks about people, but he understood the way that the way the insurance companies rolled. He understood the risk in the game and when to get out that shit. And when he got out, he left like a fat rat and then jumped right back into the game. He'll change, create a new company and shit.
Yeah, I'm glad my moral compass won't let. It's an easy thing to do. Just get your insurance license and you just go at it. But nah, it's not that. I can't do people like that. That's real shit.
Maybe some of them don't care though. Look, age man, where we at now, people do anything for $1. They'll put their damn kids on the internet. They'll put their mama on the internet. They put the whole relation. They don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Like people, and they doing it for a little bit of nothing. So now you start talking about insurance companies where they throwing millions at people. Man, they'll do everything. They'll do all that strange stuff for that change. They do not care. So when you start getting these politicians where they getting millions of dollars thrown at them for government contracts, and the company will give you $1 million too because it don't matter, and they're gonna do some crazy stuff for you to get the money because that little bit of money don't mean nothing to them because they're gonna get $1 billion off of that crazy ass contract. They don't really care. So like the money part of this is really nuts when you start like really looking into and chasing these companies around and how they do it. And the thing, like, and to go back to that Peter Thiel thing, the thing with Peter Thiel and companies like Peter Thiel, the CIA has these programs where they invest in startup companies. The thing is like some guys get a lot of startups funded where they have a company, it doesn't really have no revenue. Is freshly new within a year or two. In some kind of way, they get an injection of capital of like $1 billion or something crazy, which allows them to buy all these assets, to buy all these patents, to get all these facilities and all this stuff that they couldn't have got without that money. But a lot of the times you look at these companies and they literally have CIA startup funds where they're paying, they have funds, they have investors that invest specifically for that. I think one of them is called QTEL and the other one is called man, what's the name of that crap? In QTEL, I think that's the name of it. I have to look it up. I can't even think of the name of the other one. But they got actual funds where they do it, and there's well connected to do people, and they just stay around in tech all the time, and people just assume these people are some geniuses. No, they just well fucking connected. They close to the money.
Yeah. I want to start one with since the battery thing getting good for the cars, get a business with that. I'll insure your car battery for the EVs.
They probably got all that shit. Before you create anything, the insurance companies are already in there.
Yeah, they already got it. It's really expensive too.
With the AI shit, the insurance companies are probably in on that shit with everything.
Yeah, they already got that. They already got that HMAF, and they sell it at the car dealership. And that's the other thing. We should have no fucking car dealerships, bro. Like, why we can't just go straight to the Ford or Cadillac and buy the goddamn car? Why do I have to go to a place with a guy name on it and give him a percentage just for him to receive the car and wash the shit and take the fucking paper off? I got to pay him $3,000 and sit there and negotiate bullshit with him. Like, that shit don't make no sense. Like, it's a lot of stupid shit that they can get rid of to save people money.
Yeah. Well, if you work for General Motors, you could bypass the dealerships and all that. I had an opportunity to work for them. I passed it up. I probably should have went and worked for them.
Yeah, they probably it's some bullshit. Somebody, like you said, that interconnected shit. Somebody probably went in there, presented this shit. We can help with distribution. A lot of these companies got rid of doing everything in house and shit. But shit, let's get some final words. I gotta get up in the morning for my kid game tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, always as usual, appreciate you. Letting me share the being invited to the platform and give my little 2 cents in on shit.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Learned a lot today. Some of the theories that I had, got supported. Some was fact. Like I said, old boy over there, I couldn't think of his name, but I know he was over there in Taiwan. He was one of the main manufacturers of those semiconductors over there. And a lot of the politicians, was lobbying around him and all that. But I think the state of our nation is in turmoil. I think we exploding from within. We're not we I don't see us being the global superpower in the next 5 to 10 years. I don't, but time will tell because we're not solid no more. Like you say, the other countries they don't learn how to really benefit from the capitalism. You know how we was doing it here, but it's only a small percent of us got the bigger wealth. They doing it where now we spreading this shit out. It's capitalism, but it's benefiting more people over there, with their people than how it is over here. A lot of us, we just getting strong, high and dry. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see it. That's gonna be our demise. What you say, Pittsburgh?
Nah, it's the same, bro. Like if you look at China, their poverty rates are much higher. People have much less. It's the same thing. It's a few concentrated people that got all the wealth. It's the same thing in Russia. Like that whole greed thing that we think is only going on here. In Russia, they call their ass oligarchs or something like that. Like they got a name for them people everywhere, and that's just how that system is the system. Like when you part of that system, that's how the system runs. I'll just say this now. I'm gonna close out with this. Appreciate your Reg, man. People just need to familiarize themselves with a lot of this stuff that's going on because it's coming. And some people just want to act like it's taking jobs and they just want to ignore it and they don't want to know. It's better for you to know than not to know. So when you have these kind of conversations, you can kind of say, oh, okay, yeah, I heard about that. I know this because people can mislead you when you don't know. And you honestly wanted to know, but you listen to a person that didn't know what the fuck they was talking about, and they just put together a bunch of random ass shit that didn't make any sense. There's a lot of players involved in this. I know we named a lot of them with the artificial intelligence. People need to do their research into these companies, and these are all American companies, and they're all the top of the top. There's not a China company that's comparison to these companies. There's not a Russia company that's comparison or a European company. So we're way ahead of them with all this other stuff. And even with the Bitcoin thing, where now they're trying to open up a treasury with the Bitcoin. So people do their research. Appreciate your Reg, man. Asian Math, man. Everybody have a fantastic morning, man. Hope your son do good tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I hope his ass do too. He don't throw no fucking attitude on the court like he been doing.
Hey, find out some of the name of those countries, man. I got a few coins to invest in. I at least want to triple what I got saved before it's all said and done. Shit,
America gonna always be number one. It just China's something to keep America competitive. That's just what it is. But China doing its thing. Salute to it.
All right, then. Salute, man. Till next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Folks, we up out of here, man. I enjoyed this conversation, this topic. I definitely enjoy this topic. And any political topics, any government-related topics, social-related topics, just more advanced type talking than you hear from the norm of what conversations that people are entertained by. Like I really push that for especially with black folks, but just anybody in this country, especially. And as much as I talk about black folks, I'm talking about even rural whites, because rural whites be having some backwards way of thinkings of just having conversations, dialogue on shit, and things meant to make this country better. Like, and then that's just the real thing. It's no way that you can sit here and not feel a certain way with the level of suffering you see in this country. And then seeing like even the wicked bullshit from Donald Trump. Like, I think he's one of the worst. I don't care what nobody says, whether you support that piece of shit ass dude or none of that. Oh, and while I'm saying that, salute to the people who will be protesting in that No Kings parade. Hopefully your voices are heard loud and it resonates throughout the mind of this delusional idiot. And as we drain the swamp and rid of him, and as well as the other fool Hegseg, all these young idiots that he got in this old this old Epstein Island looking ass cabinet that he has with all these young ass, underage ass people relative to him, because remind him of what he used to look like at Epstein's house. And that's really what the Trump cabinet is, reminiscent of Epstein Island, that new ballroom, It's going to remind him of the Epstein cabanas. But that's all I got. Catch you on the next one. Peace.